KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah. With a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference Championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible.
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro.
You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this holiday season? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving Christmas shakes. And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Collier driving, kicks to Hendricks. Power dribble to the rack, packed it.
And a foul.
And he got hit on the head. And Isaiah Collier's speed and penetration is wrecking havoc. Collier, elbow, out to Keontae. There's only 4 on the shot clock here. He's going to have to shoot the 3 over the top. He hits it. LeBron runs into him. Keontae goes down. 3-point play for Keontae. He's going to get a 4th with the free throw line. LeBron bumping and backing. Bailey sneaks behind. Bailey with a steal. Bailey to the rim. Bailey with a dunk. Ace is wild.
Yeah, I think it's time that everybody stops trying to give reasons why Keontae is playing well. Oh, well, he's only playing well because Lowry helps him so much. And oh, he's only playing well because of this. And no, he's pretty good. And I think it's time that everybody gives him some respect. And the way he carries himself, the way he works every day, the way he takes coaching, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he's helping Ace. Believe me, there's nobody who's going to be harder on Key than me, but he's pretty freaking good.
There's the head coach, Will Hardy, sticking up for his guy. I didn't know anyone was talking down, but maybe somebody is.
No, I don't think anybody is. I think that maybe he was the one that Will Hardy was yelling, play effing hard. You know, he was.
Yeah.
And so now's the time to go ahead and praise him, since some people, we all saw that video I don't think there's anybody in the league saying, well, this guy's just a chucker and he ain't no good.
No,
what a bust of a pick he was.
No, he's shooting efficiently. It's like you said, his body language, look on his face, the shoulders, the everything.
Knees, head, shoulders, knees,
head,
and toes.
shoulders, knees, and toes. I'll second that, Your Honor. Oh, it's a different guy out there. It's the third-year leap. It all seems to be happening. It's
when
great.
I heard him say the compliments, that's what came to my mind.
That makes sense, though. I get that.
He ripped him. He didn't rip him individually, but that video could be perceived as certainly included in that upset rant that Hardy had. And so now, go public. He's pretty bleeping good. You can tell Hardy he's starting to feel his oats now. He's swearing in press conferences and whatnot. And
good. I don't know who the other guy was.
And well,
most coaches, you've sat courtside at games. You've heard coaches go.
Oh yeah, I covered BYU all those years.
You're not usually sitting down there with Santa Claus. Yeah, you even have a story about a BYU coach not standing up, bellowing it out so you can hear it in the 17th row, not full Jerry Sloan, but getting down next to a player and rah, 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 rah.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And it was appropriate.
Yeah.
I actually had another coach apologize after the game for me having to hear that. I said, I heard that from my mother growing up. What are you talking about?
Nice. No, that does make sense. The perception out there is that Will was going at Keontae, and the perception might be out there because it might really be true.
Yeah.
But that's one moment, and now here's a moment over here, and you praise him.
No,
and that's what Tim McComb was talking about yesterday about, the video. We saw that, and it was, a few seconds. But you have to take everything in context, and I think Tim was right in saying that. And the Jazz have a player in Jorge. That's a fact. I mean, he's been doing it now for many weeks.
Yeah.
This is legit. Nothing bogus about this.
Third straight 30-plus game. It's not enough because the Jazz give up a lot of points. They lose to the Lakers 143 to 135. Now, Lauri Markkanen didn't play. Questionable did mean out. And Austin Reeves didn't play, so I guess you could say that sort of cancels each other out right there.
Yeah, I think so. But, as I watched the Lakers and watched the entire game, obviously, last night, it is a crime against the NBA that they have Doncic. When you think about the Lakers, right, obviously it's 17 or 18 titles, whatever it is, if you put your all-time Laker team out there, they have a Hall of Fame upper-level player at every freaking position. Now, what are you going to do? Who are you going to bump out? You going to bump out Jerry West? You going to bump out Magic Johnson? You going to bump out Kobe Bryant? I mean, look, 3 guys I just listed.
Wilt, Kareem, Shaq.
Well, I mean at the guard line.
Oh, on the guard line, yeah. It's all over the court, though.
How did they get this guy? This is a joke.
Well, Dallas called him, didn't talk to the rest of the league, and gave him away for 40 cents on the dollar.
At best, 40 cents.
It was great.
And that's the Canadian return.
It was 40 Canadian cents
on
$1 US. It
makes no sense.
Maybe that Australian dollar, too.
And he was on one, man, yapping the whole time.
Well, that was the awful thing about the game, and this is where referees can never, ever do it right. That game ended up with 60 fouls in 48 minutes.
I know.
And it was a constant parade to the free throw line, 86 free throws. 60 fouls, 86 free throws, 48 minutes. And the worst part is PK. Multiple people on both teams were begging for more and angry they didn't get it. How many fouls are these guys supposed to call? What do you think we're showing up to watch?
Yeah.
These guys are the best athletes in the world. There are going to be some free throws. We get that. But we're not showing up to watch these guys shoot free throws. We can go play horse in our driveway. That's not why we're there.
Have the Jazz miss 17 of them.
Nice.
Only shot 66% from the free throw line.
Yeah, left a lot of points out there.
Nurkic, man, 4 of 11.
Nurkic, I thought, was really key in the loss. Had a brutal turnover. Got beat for an alley-oop dunk.
5 turnovers. They're forced to play him.
Yeah.
Come on, wake up a little bit.
They don't defend. They don't defend a lick. That is going to be the now, obviously, Kessler is out, and that's rim protection. You assume that would make you much better defensively. I get that, but I think they're now 0-9 when they give up 130 points in regulation. So somebody's going to have to defend out there at some point because all the scoring is great, and we want to see it. And it's great that, Keontae George is performing at the level he's at. I thought Ace Bailey made a bunch of good plays out there. You can go on down the line, but you give up 143 points, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
you're going to get beat. But they want to hold on to the draft pick. So Markkanen sits, Kessler's out. They give up a lot of points. They get to hold on to the draft pick if they can keep doing that. All right, DJ and PK, the Utah Jazz go down to defeat to the Lakers. Next up, the Orlando Magic tomorrow night. DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Kyron Williams is single back. 2 split out receivers right. Stafford's going to throw. It's caught. It's Puka. It's a Rams touchdown. Matthew for MVP. 29-14 with 13 and a half to go here in the fourth quarter. Stafford does it again.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
I'm telling you what, sometimes it just pays to live a good life. And so now, guess what, 12? We are tied at 30 apiece. Play fake. Sam steps, looks, throws back in the end zone. Touchdown! Seahawks! Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. Darnold has time, looks inside, it's caught! Touchdown! Make an extra point, make a conversion. I don't care what it is. The Seahawks win the game again on the last play of the game.
What a game. Seattle 38-37 over the Rams in overtime. Seattle's got the best record in the NFC. They've got the inside track to the number 1 seed and the first round bye and 2 home games in the playoffs with 2 weeks to go. There were so many awesome performances and awesome plays. You heard the 2-point conversion. The pass deflected. The ball rolls into the end zone. Picked up pretty casually there for the 2-point conversion.
Oh, I don't think Charbonneau was picking it up, think it was a live ball.
All right, I agree. Yeah. But he did pick it up, and he was in the end zone.
Well, they didn't really – I was watching it live because I was switching back and forth. I think it was halftime of the Jazz. But it didn't seem like – was the whistle blown? Did
it felt like it the way everybody stopped.
Did the Rams know it was a live ball? I don't know how you can continue that. If the whistle had blown, you can't award them 2 points. But they didn't really discuss that on the Herb and Al Michaels. They didn't really talk about that. But that was bizarre, man. It was a heck of a game. It was super entertaining for sure.
Seattle connects on 3 consecutive 2-point conversions. They were down 30-14, and they got the 2 to tie it up, and then they got the 1 in overtime to win 38-37. Puka Nacua have a game, huh? Dozen catches, over 200 yards, scores twice.
Well, I mean, he's a phenomenal player. I said it when he was in town here. They did the 60 spiel. He's the best player in the state. He's one of the top 5 players ever, maybe, in BYU, Utah history, and Utah State, and Weber for that matter. The way he's going, he needs to grow up a little bit, man. Get some maturity here, because then he put something out on Twitter about the refs and then deleted it. But once it goes out, it's out. You can delete it all you want. It doesn't matter.
Somebody screenshotted it. Somebody saved it. Yeah.
And I don't think he comes from a point of negative. I think he's a happy-go-lucky kind of kid that is goofy in that way. But he's going to have to learn his consequences. Some dance that he did that was offensive. I didn't see the dance, but then he apologized for that. And I believe in his heart he had no idea that this dance was offensive. Because that's just not who he is. He's, as I say, he's a goofy guy, but he's under the spotlight now because his talent is enormous. Enormous. I mean, as good as there is in the league, in a league with a ton of really good receivers.
He just lit up a really good defense.
Yeah.
I mean, Seattle's defense is...
He is a superstar, and with that comes a certain obligation. And I think once he understands that, it'll be fine, because I don't think he's coming from a position of being a bad person.
Rashid Shaheed keeps making big plays for Seattle, the former Weber State Wildcat, with the 58-yard punt return for a touchdown to start the rally, and they're down 30-14 with 8 minutes to go in the game. That was a big play, and the momentum swung after that.
He's like a mini Dion in terms of the excitement if he gets the ball. what's it going to be? I'm not going to put him at Deion Sanders' level,
right?
But he sort of reminds me of a smaller version of what Deion accomplished all those years.
He's electric, and that was a huge play. And so Seattle improves to 12-3 on the year. They've got the best record in the NFC, and they finish now. That was at home, and they get the split with the Rams. They finish at Carolina and at San Francisco. So can they win a couple of road games and lock down the 1 seed, or they stumble and they open it back up again?
I didn't realize last night was senior night.
Yeah, it was. It was senior night. Jacksonville Jaguars and receiver Jacoby Myers have agreed on a 3-year, $60 million contract extension. Jags got him at the November 4th trade deadline. Scored 3 touchdowns in 6 weeks, averaged about 60 yards a catch. Team's gone 5-1 since they acquired him, so he gets 3 years and $60 million. And we don't have to wait for Sunday for the NFL. We got Saturday games. Eagles at the Commanders, and then the Packers at the Bears, 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. So Saturday NFL football.
Well, Green Bay at Chicago, big-time game.
Yeah, huge game. The Eagles really soft landing here at the end of the year after they had that losing streak. They beat the Raiders last week. They get to play the Commanders twice. They got to stack up some wins here at the end of the year. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Look, would we allow the winner of the AAA baseball league, the International League, whatever they call it, I don't even know the name of it, would you let them in the World Series playoffs?
I don't think they do. No, I don't think.
No, they don't, but I'm saying, but that's the equivalent of what we do when JMU gets in to the college football playoff and Notre Dame doesn't.
There's Nick Saban stumping to get the little guys out. Of course, the little guys will run to their U.S. senator, and then there'll be an antitrust lawsuit. Yeah. So that is why the G5 is still in, but Nick clearly wants him out.
Did he start his coaching career at Toledo? Is he head coach there? I wonder if he would have felt the same.
Yeah,
I mean, that's apples and kumquats. JMU is on the end. That would be the Dodgers playing the Rockies, not the Salt Lake Bees.
Right.
They're in.
But they try to talk dismissively because they're trying to kick him out.
Well, you can't.
I know, you're right.
They're in Division I football.
Yeah.
You can make a rule that says you will never play for the playoff, which is essentially what they did when BYU won in '84. I'm not saying that's fine, but his premise is false. The Colorado Rockies, even though they don't show it and haven't for years, they're still an MLB team.
Right. The Rays spend a lot less money. The Rockies aren't any good, but they're in the major leagues.
Yeah, and so is JMU.
Yeah, they're teams that aren't any good in Division I football, and they're teams that don't have as much money, but they still get to chase the championship.
Man, if I'm J-Mad, I am J-Mad.
College football playoff begins tonight.
Yeah.
Alabama and Oklahoma in prime time.
That's huge. You got 2 big brand names right off the bat.
Yep.
Tonight? Yeah, wow.
And the winner will go play Indiana in the Rose Bowl.
I like
the number 1 seed.
Yeah, how do you not like that?
And there's a lot of speculation that for everything DeBoer said, the Michigan job is still open because if he loses, especially if he loses and it's ugly, they might want him out and he might decide to go.
It could be, yeah, I understand that. At the same time, having spent some time with Kyle Whittingham, if I'm Michigan, I absolutely call him. Absolutely call him, yes.
Well, it could happen fast. I mean, Alabama could go win the game. I mean, who knows?
I got you. Yeah. I don't know.
Then they can move on to your guy Dillingham. But maybe he stays. Who knows?
But yeah.
Michigan's leaving the door wide open and not saying much right now.
Nor should they.
Yeah. 3 more playoff games tomorrow. Miami at Texas A&M. Nice. Tulane at Ole Miss, and James Madison at Oregon. The winner of that James Madison-Oregon game will get Big 12 champ Texas Tech. I assume Oregon will roll it home and go play Texas
okay,
Tech.
Nick.
That Ole Miss game is a rematch. Tulane went to Ole Miss and got beat 45-10 early in the season. Let's see if it's any different now.
Tulane Jew, how does that work? The BYU Jew? That was a big thing.
I don't know. I don't know if he's continued on with that or if he just let that go.
Well, it's his moment and their moment to shine.
Yep. All right, DJ and PK.
#Utah.
Well, the program's in a good place right now. As I've said many times, after last season, just didn't sit right with anybody, particularly me. Came back and unfortunately we were able to get the ship righted and everything's on track. The program, like I said, is in a good spot. Got good coaches. Coach Scally will come in and do a great job. Got new players. So now is the time. I'm a free agent. I'm in the transfer portal. So yeah, it's a different feel, but like I said, I'm at peace and I did not want to be that guy that overstayed his welcome and people just saying, hey, when's this guy going to leave? That was not my intention ever, and I hope I didn't do that. I'm sure with some people I did do that, but to me the timing is right. Well, like I said, I don't want to overstay my welcome. Somebody once told me that every year that goes by you're a coach, 10% of the fan base starts to hate you. And so after 20 years, they all, plus their kids and grandkids, probably hate me. So anyway, but it was a good run. It was a good run, and I'll say it one more time. I didn't want to be that hanger-oner that people just got sick of.
Kyle Whittingham's first public comment since he stepped down as the head coach at Utah. Didn't want to be the guy who hanged on, and he realizes some people think maybe he was that guy.
He's not that guy.
Okay, who are those people?
He's not that guy. I'm all over this. I'll have post a piece here on KSL.com this morning. This is a situation where he took one for the team. He could have decided to, hey, I'm coming back. I'm coming back for my 22nd year. I'm under contract.
I got a contract. I want to do it. Yeah.
And I think there was some idea of Scally possibly going with Kalani if he takes the Penn State job, because Jay Hill would have most likely gotten the job to succeed Kalani. And so I think everything was explained to Coach Whittingham, and this is what he decided. But he's clearly not done with coaching if it's the right opportunity. He might be done, but right now he's not. You cannot say definitively he's done. He could very well end up being done. And my guess is, and that's not reporting anything, but it's a guess, that probably is the thing. But he just said, man, the phone rings, I will answer it. And as I just previously said, if I'm Michigan, I absolutely give him a holler, or there's going to be a domino effect because Michigan's not going to hire a non-head coach. And if it's Alabama or if it's Arizona State, then if I'm either of those two institutions, I call Coach Whittingham. There's no question about it. I call him and at least have a discussion to see. And even if he doesn't get hired, like one time Kyle was looking for a coordinator, he called Norm Chow to get advice. Well, Norm Chow ended up taking a job.
That's happened a lot.
So
that was how Jerry Pym ended up at UC Santa Barbara.
I would
give him advice, and he took the job.
Have Kyle Whittingham, if I'm either of those ADs or any AD or any president, I call to get his opinion and see what he thinks, because this guy has been around forever and has had a ton of success. He's a stable dude. His feet are exactly where his feet are, his head is, whatever that expression is, and you can't get any more solid. And I believe this is a selfless act that he is doing, because he could have returned for a 22nd season, and he's saying, no, I'll allow Scally to take over. And I think that the administration and the fans of the University of Utah owe him a sense of gratitude, because he could have come back, but he said, no, I'll step away.
So you think the Penn State thing really precipitated all of this? Makes perfect sense.
Oh, I think it was in the mix. I can't say that was the
only reason.
Because...
But it made it front and center.
At the time, but Kalani didn't end up taking the job,
right?
So he's not going with him. So there's no job to go to. But I think there was no question, and Ottawa was running around putting out those tweets, and I think that was what it was about. And conversations that I've had in the last 48 hours or so forth lead me to believe that was the case. So with all that in mind, I think Kyle Whittingham, this is a phenomenal act that he is doing for the program, and it must not go unnoticed.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are broadcasting live this morning. We are at the road home, the annual Mediathon, and we're joined right now by Sarah. Sarah, your last name is spelled Strang, but it's pronounced Strong, isn't it?
No, it's Strang.
Oh, dang. Has anyone ever messed that up in public that you know of?
Once or twice.
Just look at her. She's a strong woman.
Yeah, I know. There you go. So, you love the road home. You put in a lot of time with the road home. Why do you love the road home, and why would you like people to pick up the phone right now and call and make a donation?
One of the things that I love the most about the road home is just the dedication that our staff and our team has 365 days a year. They are here, the door is open, they're ready to welcome anyone who comes in, whether it's sunny or rainy or snowing.
Or warm like it is today.
Or like it is today. Yeah, if it's 12 o'clock, noon, or midnight, our staff are there to greet you and bring you in and offer the support that they can.
Last year, the road home, various housing programs provided over 572,000 housing nights. What are various housing programs?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of our largest housing programs is where we provide short-term rental assistance. It's able to give families that little bit of a boost, help with the deposit to get into an apartment with a few months of rent as they go through, and really just enable them to be able to get on their feet so that they have the time to stabilize, get their kiddos enrolled in school, be able to get a couple of furniture items for their home so they're not moving into just 4 empty walls. And we're really incredibly lucky to be able to provide that support, and we couldn't do it without the support of the community.
Yeah, the thing that always gets me, man, is sometimes overlooked in all the situation. You just said it, the kiddos. They didn't do anything to be in this situation.
Absolutely. You know, we recently opened this year our family interim non-congregate program. It's Finch. It's the first of its kind where we've been able to welcome families into their own homes. And it's been unbelievably amazing to watch families who are coming home with newborns from the hospital be able to go into a place where they have their own room and support their family during that very precious time.
Charity Navigator.
Charity Navigator.
Charity Navigator, that's a pretty good, they check out nonprofits all over the place and assess them. What have they said about the road home?
They have said that we have done a phenomenal job for many, many years, and we are incredibly grateful to them for their work that they go into it. We always appreciate other folks coming in, looking at what we're doing, and giving us feedback, and Charity Navigator year after year has given commendable stars to our staff and to our teams.
Highest rating, 4 stars, 20 years in a row. If you want to call right now, you can call and donate 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Or you can donate online at theroadhome.org/donate. Theroadhome.org/donate. Sarah, thanks for getting up early and coming down here and visiting with us.
Yeah, thank you to all of you and to everyone who's listening.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That is what is trending. There are the headlines, and it is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. Shamrock Plumbing bringing you the headlines once again this morning. Shamrock Plumbing, there's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. DJ and PK, we're taking a break. We're coming back. We've got the question of the day on the way. We've got David Locke and Kevin Graham join us to talk Jazz and NFL football later this morning. And we've got more from the Road Home Mediathon. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We do have a crash on northbound Bangor Highway at the on-ramp for the eastbound 201 freeway. It's on the right shoulder, but we are still seeing slowdowns on the Bangor Highway from 2700 south over to the 201. I-15 still looking great as you head out of Davis County or out of Utah County into downtown Salt Lake City. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com with your KSL traffic update. I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way. Incredible! Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on the Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
The older I get, the more I come to fear holiday gifts. I don't need any more socks, coffee mugs, body wash that smells like who knows what. But last year, my kids got me the perfect gift. Omaha Steaks. The bacon-wrapped filet mignons were juicy and it paired perfectly with the split lobster tail skewers. I topped the Omaha Steaks burgers with their apple smoked bacon. Best burger I've had all year. I've been hinting for the last 3 months that I want Omaha Steaks again this year. Fingers crossed. But right now, listeners get an extra $35 off their order with promo code SKY at checkout. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty, so you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com, and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz lose to the Lakers, 143-135. Keontae George still hot, 34 points, 8 assists. Keontae, what he's learned in the offseason.
I mean, yeah, the maintenance work is the most important. You know, I'm starting to realize that the work you put in the summer is the work, and then you're just touching up everything else throughout the whole year.
Keontae and the Jazz back in action. The Orlando Magic, the opponent tomorrow night. Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're broadcasting live from the Road Home Mediathon. Special thank you to Les Schwab Tire Center for their support. Your donation this hour will be tripled Donate $50, you give $150. Altabank and the Huntsman Family Foundation with matches, and thanks to both of them for their support. Call right now, 801-819-7300, 801-819-7300, and donate, or go to theroadhome.org/donate.
Does Honey ever sing this song to you? Santa Baby.
I can neither confirm nor deny, PK. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Harry down the chimney tonight.
There's a lot of mental images our listeners would rather do without, and I bet
DJ Baby.
Those images that
Harry home from the studio tonight.
that you're trying to conjure up are probably on the list. That
I'm
they
not
just
conjuring
rather
up anything.
not-
I'm just in the
rather not
Christmas
consider.
mood. DJ Baby.
Stop. All right, as fresh as tomorrow's games, the question of the morning. Rooting for those underdogs? Go Tulane. Go James Madison. I mean, this is an easy question when it was our teams playing in this game, or even teams from the conference, because you thought, oh, well, it's money for everybody, and it's going to elevate the conference. We don't really have any tie to Tulane or James Madison. I mean, Red Sox at Tulane. So
I've been in New Orleans.
All right. So, once upon a time, the Super Bowl was in Tulane Stadium, but they tore that one down. They used to have a big stadium. Tore it down and built a smaller, more modern one. They've got a football history there, but they are widely perceived as massive underdogs. You pulling for them? You going to ignore them? Do you care? It's baked into my DNA. I always want to see the little guy win. I grew up in San Diego rooting for the little guy. Chargers, Padres, Aztecs, they were always the little guy. It's big. You're a product of your environment. There it is. Yes, I would love to see James Madison go to Oregon and beat
I
the
can
Ducks.
fully understand where you're coming from that perspective, yeah, because you're always in the shadow, figuratively, of Los Angeles.
100%. Yep.
So I can do that. For me, it was a little different. I grew up in the shadow of Madison Square Garden. I mean,
so do you love the big dog? Because those are your teams in the tri-state
well,
area?
there's obviously. I mean, there's an argument to be made there that the country wants the big dogs. They want the brand names because the ratings, which are like the gospel, reflect that.
The ratings drive money, whether they're accurate or not. And that's a whole thing inside the industry. Lots of people in the industry will tell you why they're not. All the ratings are higher this year, all the stories, because they tweaked how they do it. And there's a lot of people inside the industry saying, see, I always knew this was true. I do think, though, that even in a place like New York, there's the little guy. The Yankees are the big guy. The Mets are an expansion team. They're the little guy.
Yeah,
the
that
Giants
was
are established.
60 years ago, though.
The Jets are. But don't you think they're punching uphill for life when you're the Mets and the Jets?
Not with the Mets when they're spending that kind of money.
Yeah, okay, well, you got me there.
Yeah, on the payroll.
Yeah.
Fan base-wise, yes.
The Mets, the Jets, and the Nets are all.
But they've exceeded it, that their underdog status with the money that they've been throwing around, and they sell out the ballpark. I went to a game this year, and it was sold out, right, just like it is across town. But, yeah, I mean, they'll always be in the shadow. I would go Clippers-Lakers is probably the ultimate example if you want to go at the pro sport level.
Yeah.
The Clippers have always been viewed as the joke, and the Lakers are they're the beast, obviously. This is different, though, than some random regular season game.
Oh, yeah.
This is where the country is going to be tuning in, and if the little guy wants a chance, they've got a minimum. They got to do what BYU couldn't do against Texas Tech. They've got to be competitive.
I think that the model in college football in so many tournaments, volleyball, soccer, baseball, softball, on down the line, it started with the basketball tournament. Conference champions automatically get in. And so football's kind of adopted that. We played Nick Saban in the last segment, and he's railing against these, the two little guys, James Madison and Tulane, getting in. He's calling them AAA. The way they're going to ace them out and avoid antitrust, I think, is to do away with all the automatic bids and say the top teams in the rankings are in. Now, that's not how any other NCAA sport works, and maybe there's a basis for a lawsuit in that because you can get a lawyer and sue over anything. But I think that's the way around it. And the defense is, it's just the way you rank us when we get on the field. Look, now, it's not fair. It's home games. We know the home team is a massive advantage. But nonetheless, Tulane and James Madison need to go on the road and stick up for G5 teams. And as much as I want to stick up for G5 teams, and I did for a long time, it's a tougher argument. And I saw stuff, and there were national media people saying, quoting Nick, saying, I'm old enough to remember when Utah beat Nick in the Sugar Bowl. But it was a different era. With that Ute team, and you can see it in the records, it was Kyle's 4th year. The team got better every year. He recruited a bunch of guys. They were underappreciated, under-recruited, whatever. He coached them up. There were like 5 or 6 guys on that defense playing in the NFL.
I think it was 6.
6, okay. That defense was the real deal. That's a lot of NFL defenders to have on one team.
Yeah.
But that was in that era. In this era.
That's just the starters.
You get, right. In this era, right, there could have been freshmen and sophomore who were playing smaller roles, and down the road they became NFL guys.
Right.
But in this era, it's hard to do that because you start to build that guy starts to make plays, he gets better, he's seen on film, transfer portal, NIL, he's gone. I don't see how now a G5 coach gets to stack recruiting classes one on top of another the same way. It's just not going to work. And you go no farther than the Utah, who's crossed over to the other side of the line, and they go to New Mexico, and they don't just take the OC, they take the quarterback, they take a running back.
Receiver, Davis.
A receiver, you're right, yeah. And they just got, okay, we'll take one of these.
Yeah.
What are these G5s supposed to do? I do think the gap is going to widen on the field, no matter how hard they try, no matter how smart they are, because now they're not allowed to stack recruiting classes the way they did in 2004 and 2008, and TCU and Boise State did the same thing, because for a while there, those teams were, whoever it was, they were going in, they were getting great results. Hawaii was the one that fit the norm of what some of the power brokers have talked about. Hawaii went and played Georgia and got smoked in a Sugar Bowl. That was ugly. But for the most part, TCU beat Wisconsin in a Rose Bowl. We all remember Boise State beating Oklahoma. We know Utah won twice.
Boise State had their crack. Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Had a kid.
But I think it's different now in that it's not, the division isn't G5 versus Power 4, because I think that Texas Tech needs to show out, because I think the Big 12's rep is on the line too.
Yep.
And the G5, I could argue perception-wise, Big 12 is closer to G5 than it is to Big 10 and SEC.
Well, I've been arguing that for a few weeks, so I'm not going to argue with you.
I don't buy it, but
that's the perception out there.
Right.
And I think it showed up in who wasn't ranked, how long it took for teams to get ranked. ASU didn't get much pub for beating Texas Tech, but when they lost, they got dropped, even though they didn't have their quarterback. So I thought that was a raw deal. I thought Utah and BYU were underranked all year long. And Texas Tech has eventually gotten their due. I thought it was slow coming, but they do have a bye, and the one that matters, they got ranked 4.
It was just it's a repeat of ASU in 24. They were really slow to get ranked.
Yeah.
And probably deservedly so, because they had sucked the year before. But it took a long time for them to crack the top 15 into November.
It was harder to see the Sun Devils coming, whereas with Texas Tech and the money they spent, we were all staring at them from the get-go.
Yeah, I was nervous about it. I said it all summer, and it's come to pass.
And they beat Utah early in the year. It was a signature win.
There was no reason. On the road.
There was no reason not to say, all right, these guys are doing what they set out to do.
Yeah, but I still think, though, they have got to do it this next game. What they've done is nice, but it's also meaningless in the big boy perception. And if they get worked, presumably, as you say, by Oregon next week, that's a black eye on the Big 12. They need to minimally be competitive, because they got a bunch of NFL dudes, too. They got 2 projected first-round D linemen and edge guys that can cause all sorts of create havoc. With that in mind, so they've got to do well. They need to do minimally what the Devils did against Texas last year.
Yeah, take it to overtime.
And that was if it's a close game, it doesn't go overtime. That's okay, but they can't have a 34-10 loss. They can't do what BYU has done to Texas Tech or what Utah did eventually.
Nope, that'll be a problem.
Yeah, so that's why the G5 here, they're carrying the banner beyond the G5. Because we're always skeptical of these things and what's it going to be. And it's like every day now, and it's also the teams in power conferences that don't have the money. Literally every day, coaches, administrators are complaining about the NIL. They're complaining about their rosters being rated. And I told you I talked to a coach 2 days ago, and I said, well, the thing doesn't open until the 2nd of January. He said, it doesn't matter. They're all doing it now. It's what Bronco said. There is no enforcement. And so they're
whisper season, he called it. Remember?
They're doing it as we speak, and rosters are being pilfered right now. And places like Missouri, Drinkwitz was complaining about Missouri. I mean, they're in the SEC.
Missouri and TCU are losing their quarterbacks. Yeah, Hoover's in the portal. Before the bowl game, he's done.
Every quarterback is in the portal.
I know, but it's just an example.
Cincinnati.
You can't wait till the 2nd, and Hoover's not playing in the Alamo Bowl.
Although there is no portal to be in right now, technically, but a player has no.
A player can announce, "I'm going to go in the portal."
And with social media, it's out there and it's widespread, and clearly, they are getting calls, at least from an ancillary, if not directly. And I've got coaches telling me this is happening. I mean, I had one coach tell me that Algier got an offer right out on the field. And who was it?
At USC.
Yeah, at SC. And then last night I'm watching, and they're talking about Oregon is offering somebody $700,000. Oregon is going to be up there every single year. And for decades, they have bought their way into the big time. And that's the reality of the situation here. They've got endless amounts of money, and away you freaking go.
Todd Phillips came on the air last year, the UVU basketball coach, and told us that in November he got a call from a coach who he considers a friend to say, everybody's talking about your guy, I got to ask about him too. It's like, I'm semi-apologizing, I feel bad about this, but I don't want to get fired. I got to do my job. And Todd's answer was, I don't know how good my guy is. We're 6 games in. Call me back when we're 16 games in.
Yeah, I think the guy's at Clemson now.
Yeah. Yes, I think that's probably, that makes sense, right? And he's like, that's what your friends do. Your friends just call you up to your face and say, I got a tamper. Tell me about your player.
Well, there's no such thing as tampering if there's no enforcement. Yeah. If there's no enforcement on speeding, is there such a thing as speeding?
There you go. And there's no enforcement.
Right.
But I think we can all go out and root for the G5s, and I will, and we can root for the ACC and the Big 12 because I think they're going to need it. You're right, their credibility's at stake. If your champion gets blown out year after year, you're not going to hold on to that berth. Now, for the Big 12, the champ didn't get blown out last year.
I have no choice but to root for Tech.
Right.
Whether I want to or not.
Yeah, but if it's Oregon, I mean, you always root against Oregon.
Well, I just meant generally speaking.
Generally speaking, yeah, I get it.
No matter who they play.
Right. And if they beat Oregon, then we assume they'll get Indiana, although Indiana's got to get past the winner of the Oklahoma-Alabama game.
Right.
And the good thing for Tech is that'll be a truly neutral field. If Oregon and Texas Tech are going to the Orange Bowl, that's a long way away.
Yeah. I mean, I can MapQuest it if you want to know, but
no.
It's probably didn't one NFL guy when the Packers lost in Seattle or something said they got to go back home 6,000 miles.
I do remember that.
Were they playing in Russia?
Yeah, right. 6,000 miles. You're somewhere in Europe, man. 1,500 miles, maybe. Try something like that.
Right.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're broadcasting live from the Road Home Mediathon. Housing teams working with landlords and property managers across Salt Lake County to help the folks here at the Road Home find the best place to suit their needs and circumstances as they help people transition back into a self-supported state. And you can call and help with that, 801-819-7300. 801-819-7300. Your donation is tripled this hour by Alta Bank and the Huntsman Family Foundation. You can also donate online at theroadhome.org/donate. Theroadhome.org/donate. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Must be a Friday, folks, as we are basically delay-free on I-15 all the way from Willard Bay down to Utah Lake. Still seeing a little bit of slowing northbound on Bangor Highway and Mountain View Corridor from 3500 south over to the 201 freeway. Also seeing some slowdowns on SR 36 in Lake Point through the construction in that area. Advanced Window Products, $2,500 off 10 windows or more. AdvancedWindows.com, affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Joining us on the program right now, Andy Phillips, former kicker for the University of Utah.
Coach Scally wears a little bit more emotion on his sleeve and is not afraid to joke around with you. And I go to our blackout game, and there he is in a white shirt, and I can give him a bunch of crap for being in a white shirt at a blackout game, and he can turn around and give me all kinds of crap as well. And he brings totally different perspective than Coach Witt, and so a lot of people are like, you're going to get a lot of the same with Scally, and I don't necessarily think that's true. And I think it's going to be just a great change at Utah in leadership, in the sense that there's new blood and new energy. And I know that Coach Scally's been preparing for this for decades, and we'll take all of the good that he's learned from Coach Witt and the coaches that he's worked with, and then we'll put his own flavor on the program. And so I'm really excited to see what that's going to turn into.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Artist of the day today, Taylor Swift. Getting you ready for the holidays with Taylor Swift and Christmas songs from the Taylor Swift Holiday Collection. That was released back in 2007. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. We are joined right now by Stan Sorensen from the Alta Bank, supporter here of the road home. Stan, you're up early. You're in a tent in a parking lot with us.
I am.
What has motivated you, Stan?
I couldn't be in a better place on a Friday morning, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so Alta Bank's been a supporter of the road home for a number of years. One of the areas across the state that's really an issue is the homelessness and then the transition into affordable housing. It's an area that we spend a lot of our time and some money investing in. And Road Home has been a great partner for us over the years.
The thing that I like about the Road Home is you donate to a charity. It's kind of a nebulous thing. You're donating to a charity, and then, where does it go? How's it go? Whatever. Who benefits? But if you donate to the Road Home, you literally see it that night. And we can grasp what homelessness means versus having shelter on a given night. It's not something that we have to conjure up. It's right there in front of us.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As a community bank, it's really important for us to partner with the organizations that are actually rooted in the community. And as you just said, PK, Road Home is absolutely rooted in the community. You do see the results right away. The benefits are immeasurable.
There's an appeal to giving money in your community and knowing it's staying in your community, not that there aren't national organizations doing good work, because obviously there are, but nonetheless, that's part of the appeal. And I'm curious because, as PK says, getting people shelter tonight. Okay, we get that, and we can see the family shelter. Yeah. But it sounds like what you're working with is the part of the Road Home organization that works on transitioning people back to self-sufficiency, and that involves housing solutions, which is super complicated because we all understand how hot the housing market is and how competitive the rental market is.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. One of the things that really helps people get into or sort of transition into having more permanent housing is the ability to reestablish credit. And the bank has a product, if you will, a checking account that anyone can open. It's got no fees. It's got no minimums. Most importantly, it has no barriers. So if you've got really poor credit, we kind of think about this as a chance to get in, reestablish that credit. We back that up with some financial education, just reminders, things people might kind of forget, not top of mind. And then, through the process of getting credit reestablished, you're able to then get yourself into a position to be able to get more permanent housing.
People don't realize that it's such a big step. First and last, and a security deposit. When times are tough and somebody's lost a job and lost overtime hours or whatever, like getting that to get back into a place can seem like a massive mountain to climb.
Yeah, no, it actually can. It seems like an insurmountable hurdle. You're exactly right. And, what we do through the course of opening that account, going through that education, is we kind of teach them that it may not be insurmountable. It might take a little bit of time, but here are the ways that you can prepare yourself to do it and do it successfully.
Excellent. Well, Stan, people can support you and support the Road Home right now by calling 801-819-7300 and making a donation. The Huntsman Family Foundation is matching. You can also go online to theroadhome.org and donate. Theroadhome.org and donate. Stan, thanks for spending a couple minutes with us.
Good. Thanks for having me. Merry Christmas.
All right. Merry Christmas to you, too.
We'll see you.
Stan Sorensen joining us from Alta Bank. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And PK will try to hit on this a little more in the 8 o'clock hour. Kyle Whittingham spoke with the media. How chaotic was it there? Did everybody show up as you expected?
Oh, yeah.
Massive circle around. I heard the jugs gun in the background.
We were indoors, and it was over to the side there. Devin Dampier, who is one of the more delightful kids you're ever going to be around, he went first because they were having a chapel session before, so Kyle was over there or whatever he's doing. So Devin comes first, and he goes, man, look at all these people. And he's so upbeat and so happy all the time and so engaging. And so he was making jokes about, I think every outlet was represented. I even joked, it was the old days. The Tribune had 2 people because newspapers have taken a hit in staffing.
Right.
And I made sure those are my guys. I had an extended conversation with them to make sure they understood what was going on, because I think I have a good handle on it based on relationships. It was what I thought it would be, and it cemented what I already knew, what I thought I knew anyway. And this is the situation. I don't believe he was forced out. I told the guys, don't use the word forced.
DJ PK, we will get to that coming up and why that word is floating out there and why that might or might not be accurate, but why it's out there. We will get to that next. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we are. Can you believe it? It is literally the last weekend before Christmas, right? Wow, did that go by fast. And Christmas is obviously upon us. And there's going to be a time in your life, and this might be hard to believe. It's even hard to believe for me, and I'm older, that there's going to come a time when it'll be the first weekend that I don't have a job anymore. What am I going to do then? I'm going to be retired. Oh, my gosh. Hopefully, I've got the finances to have a good time at that point, because all of us deserve it if you've worked 40 or 50 years or whatever it might be. That's why I'm telling you about the folks at Trajan Wealth, because they can help give you that peace of mind when it comes to the financial security that we all crave and strive for. That's the whole point of working, is to be able to enjoy that. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, what they'll do is meet with you. How do I know that? Because they met with me, and they're going to listen to what you have to say. What are your goals? What do you have available? What are some of the ways to go about getting to where you want to go? That defines Trajan Wealth. They are fiduciary advisors, and they are bound to have your best interests at heart. You can trust them. I trust them. That's what it boils down to. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. So give them a call. Set up a meeting, which is complimentary too. The first one, it's not going to cost you anything. 801-210-6800 is the phone number. 801-210-6800. I met with them at their offices in Draper, right off the freeway on I-15. And if you're up north, no problem. They'll come up north and meet you at Farmington. They got offices up there too. The website, immediate information, TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing. Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this holiday season? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving Christmas shakes. And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Please take down the mistletoe, 'cause I don't wanna think about that right now. 'Cause everything I want is miles away, snow covered.
Well, the program's in a good place right now. As I've said many times, after last season, just didn't sit right with anybody, particularly me. Came back and unfortunately we were able to get the ship righted and everything's on track. The program, like I said, is in a good spot. Got good coaches. Coach Scally will come in and do a great job. Got good players. So now is the time.
What's the matter? Man, I think we got stations here at the road home. We're in the parking lot with a big tent. I don't know the station next to us, but they're singing. You got something to say to me?
I heard them singing.
Yeah, I hate when amateurs try to sing on the radio.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Professional singers, that's it. And these people, these wannabe singers come on the air and sing. Drives me nuts. All right, we're going. Let's go. What are you waiting for? It's time to talk. He can't hear anything. That's the problem. I was wondering what the crap was going on. But just talk. Go ahead.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I got a new headset during the commercial break. See how well that's working?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I didn't
The microphone
notice.
was broken on the other one. This one I can't hear anything on.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, me and Christian are like,
What are you waiting for?
A stupor of thought over here, man. You're in deep ponderance.
All right, we were talking about Kyle Whittingham before the break. You know, this whole notion of, was he pushed out? Was he forced out? What happened? And you thought earlier this morning, you said, there are a lot of factors. Nothing's happening for one thing. There's a lot of moving pieces here. But one thing was Kalani getting really close to taking a Penn State job. You got to have a staff.
Yeah.
And Kalani isn't going to take his defensive coordinator, Jay Hill, because Jay Hill's probably going to get promoted and be the head coach at BYU. So who's he going to turn to? Somebody who runs a similar defense, somebody he has a personal relationship with for a decade. He's going to call Morgan. You can see how the pieces start moving.
Oh, yeah. It's an easy connection. And so, and Scally was and is a hot commodity. I was saying when we were down at the Alamo Bowl, I had heard that Texas wanted him. Remember, what was the Alamo Bowl, 2019 or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and guys from Texas, I rode the shuttle with them and media guys from Texas, and all they want to talk about was what did I think about Scally's availability. And this is back 5-6 years ago.
Right.
So he's been thought of. You've been trained by a Hall of Fame coach.
So, of course, people are coming for you.
And you have the recommendation of Urban Meyer, who tried to hire you. And I'm sure Ron McBride gives him a favorable
good recommendation.
So you got 3 lifers there that carry stature in the business, and Scally now has to the point where he didn't even really need that. He's got his own stature, right? And the guy will, in an interview, I mean, he'll just sweep you off your feet. There's no question about that. There are few people on this earth that I think more highly of than Morgan Scally as a person. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it.
And he's running top 20 defenses year
put
after
guys
year.
in the pros.
Yeah.
And who's next? I don't know. How do they do it? Who's going to be the big-time sack leader next year? I don't know, but I know they're going to have it. Right? And they're going to lose a couple of linebackers. They're going to go off. So who's going to be great linebackers? Well, I know they got a haul. You never know who's coming back. You know who's leaving if they're seniors, and we know Damani and Barton are gone. Yeah. And Hall's supposed to come back. But all I know is they're going to have good linebackers, and they're going to have good secondary, right? And away they go. And so with that in mind, I mean, that's why the running that Kansas State did was so shocking, because they never do it against that team and that program. So all that being said, that meant that he was a hot commodity, and I think there were conversations there. And that's why I think, Kyle, this is one of the more selfless acts that I have seen in 40 years in the business, is that he's stepping down when coaching isn't out of his blood. And I asked him that yesterday, and he said, well, it's never going to go out of his blood. And I'd imagine that. I've been around old coaches. You've been around Ron McBride. It's still in his blood, and he's in his 80s, right? Yep. And he still loves it, right? It's what he does. When I get done sports talk, I'll listen to sports talk radio and watch sports because it's in my blood. It's what I enjoy. Not necessarily something that I'm going to do forever, but I'll always enjoy sports. And with that in mind, same thing with Kyle. But I don't think beyond that, coaching is completely out of his blood. And if the situation presents itself, he will be a coach next year. Maybe it's in the NFL. I've had conversations with him over the years. You know, his dad coached in the NFL. Clearly, he's got NFL contacts and Andy Reid and whatnot. And he's. I always thought Majerus, instead of going back into coaching when he went to St. Louis, he should have just been a consultant. I will teach your team how to play team defense, because he was a genius at it, right? And Kyle, defensively, I think he's a genius at defense, and so he could do that if he didn't want to have a literal day-to-day job. We'll see what happens. He's open to anything. If I'm Michigan right now, there is no doubt in my mind I call him, if nothing more than to pick his brain.
All that makes sense. You, Mr. Logical. I thought I was supposed to be Mr. Logical. You're supposed to be Mr. Emotion.
Well, I have emotion on it too, and my emotion is that this is a selfless act he is doing for the program. He served this football program for, 32 years, was it? And now he could be the coach for his 22nd season. He's saying, I don't want to be the guy that stays too long. And then Gordon asked him, well, who's kicking you out? And then he goes, well, you are. You know, he joked. And
that was the question that didn't really get answered.
Well, I don't think anybody's kicking him out literally in the manner that we use the phrase, quote, kicking out.
But he said some people thought maybe he stayed too long.
Well, those are wacko people if they think that.
Well, if that's okay. But the whole thing is like, yes, if it's wacko in section whatever, row whatever, well, you can't control what 50,000 people and then plus whoever's at home watching on TV. If that's who he's referencing, you know, is he referencing coaches or athletic department leadership or the school president?
Right.
That's who really matters.
No question. Guys, it doesn't matter what I think.
Now, from their perspective, they don't want to lose Morgan.
Right.
And have Kyle step down, and plenty of coaches stayed on a year or two too many. Right, and to have that scenario and to have Morgan take off for one of these opportunities.
That's why it's a selfless act.
Exactly. But that would be a nightmare. And I think that, you know, from Morgan to AD to president, I get how anyone might think, oh, yeah, they helped do this.
I got you. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a whole big picture. It's a whole big puzzle here. And he looked at it and said, I'll take the hit. I'll step back.
Because he has a contract, I guess they could fire him and pay him off.
Then it would be messy. See, he could have said, no,
messy.
Screw you. I got a contract. You're going to have to fire me. Well, my gosh, the President Randall and Mark Harlan would be lambasted if they fired a coach who just went 10-2 and is the winningest coach in all time.
I agree.
And blah, 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 blah. But they couldn't do that. So he says, no, I'm not going to let it get to that point.
Yep.
This is I don't want to get too crazy here, but the word selfless, I don't want to say heroic act. That's too over the top. But I think it's something that he decided what is in the best interest of the program, because I'm not going to be here in 2 and 3 years. Now, the interesting thing is that if he were to take another head coaching job, he very well could be at some place for 2 or 3 years and provide the bridge that particular program needs to be good. Maybe it's depending on who the program is, what it's about, and so we'll see.
What he clearly wouldn't get up, I think the word is opaque. What he clearly didn't give up, didn't hint at, didn't deny, wouldn't be pinned down on, is how contentious were the conversations leading up to this. Because what I don't get in all of this is if he doesn't have the motivation to go on 2 or 3 years, and you brought up, man, when they signed the Miami game, right, he juggled, I'm not going to be around for that. Mm-hmm. Well, that's now only 2 years away.
Right.
Right? If he does take another job, which he appears to, so was there something contentious, because we do know about Whittingham's having a chip on their shoulder. Was there some contentious conversation? Is there a part of him saying, I'll show you, I'll go somewhere for 4 or 5 years and crush it? Because I don't think any of us thought he was going to stay at Utah for 4 or 5 years.
No. I will answer that question if it happens.
Right. And it may not happen. I think what you floated about the NFL, I think it would be great. I think the NFL is different in different ways. And I told you I talked to someone close to him who you actually suggested I reach out to. It's not like you didn't have any part in this. And, and there's, man, you talk to people. Mark Harlan's rubbed some people the wrong way. There's no way around it. He's made a lot of changes in the athletic department. Yeah. He's forced other people out.
And those people are still in the community.
And they're still in the community, and they're behind the scenes, and they talk, and it spreads. I think hiring Alex was a big hurdle because Alex was off doing his NBA thing, not really connected, but he heard from his teammates, and they were all mad at Mark because he didn't hire Alex the last time. And then when they went back to him this time, I even said to one of Alex's ex-teammates, why do you think he's going to take it? And they gave me a list of reasons. I said, yeah, but people like you have been pooping on the process and on Mark. Why would he go to that now?
Oh, man, like, you made me nervous.
I know. I almost messed up there. And he basically said, he goes, yeah, we have to fix that. I'm like, yeah, because it's what you've been saying. I've been hearing you say it, right? So there's all this out there, and when you ask around about this inevitably gets dragged into it. And I wonder how much of that emotion should justifiably be dragged into it, and how much of that is just left over from other stuff, and it contaminates every discussion. Because the thing that is interesting is that whole time at Penn State, Kyle's like, I'm leaving him in a bad spot. If he runs off and takes something and gets something big, and then I leave, because the thing coaches feel, and Lavelle felt this.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle doesn't want this thing to fall off after he lives. You build something, you want to see it keep going, and you want to see it keep going with your people.
Yeah, 100%. Lavelle was furious.
Yes.
As every player who ever tied a shoe in a BYU locker room was furious. They came out of the woodworks. I was the beat writer at the time, and they were talking to me constantly. Yes, nobody wants to see that.
So there is clearly a scenario, and Kyle didn't spell all of this out, and Mark hasn't said anything publicly, and really Mark limits his public appearances, so the public's going to think what they think because he's not out there managing the storyline for his own benefit very much. But with the whole Penn State thing happening, you can see where your scenario about Kyle doing something selfless, makes sense. Because he can see how, everything that's lined up, and it could be hard for the program to go on.
Yeah.
And that's why I think going to the NFL is great, because I think do something different. And I did talk to somebody who is bitter, and so there's all this bitterness. But the one thing they said that I thought was really telling was, Kyle is not he's not an old guy who's beaten down by the changes in the game.
No,
he sees
that's
NIL
what's
as
remarkable.
A new challenge, and they were very definitive about this. He sees NIL as a challenge. He sees the transfer portal as a challenge. He may not like it, but he spends about 3 seconds not liking it, and then he's on to how do I adjust? And he said, this is a person, and we've all heard this story, and it's random when you hear it, but it's an important detail. This is a guy who's on the treadmill or on the Stairmaster, and he can't let his mind stop. It goes back to what Chris Hill said when he hired him 21 years ago. He's smart. People say, oh, he's smart. It's kind of a thing you say, and it's true. But you really have to underline it here. Kyle's really smart. And in that era, they're really trying to punch above their weight. So Chris is trying to find someone who can figure out new and inventive ways to punch above their weight. That's what he's underlining when he says Kyle's smart. And now you got someone 20 years later saying, this guy's brain doesn't stop on a Stairmaster. He has to do a crossword puzzle because he's got to figure something out. So a new challenge. I think the NFL, it's different. It would really revitalize whatever is stale after you do the same job for 20 years, although he'll tell you switching leagues made it a new job. I think it'd be a new challenge. I think it'd be awesome. And I think everyone, it's easy to say, well, go to Kansas City because your relationship with Reed. There's all sorts of speculation. I was reading a story last night. The 8 best coaching jobs, 8 jobs that could be open, 2 are, 6 more could be. And they set a couple aside, and one of them was, well, Andy Reid ain't getting fired, but at some point he's going to decide he's had enough. And if it's this year, then Kansas City goes right to the number 1 job because you got to have a quarterback in the NFL, and you get to work with Patrick Mahomes, who's going to fix his ACL. That's it, right? So maybe Kansas City isn't a good fit because Andy won't be there. If he is there, it's a great fit. But if not, Whittingham Consulting, send me tape. I will find, whether it's working with NFL people, I will find you undrafted free agents. Kyle's got an eye for talent. If that's where he wants to go. Or for one team in each league, sign each in, like, I will help you analyze all these guys in the transfer portal, and I will analyze high school players. Here's who you need to get. I'm the guy who saw Eric Weddle when everybody else walked by him. And that story times 100 or times 500, right?
So I talked to Tom Homo. I was stuck at the airport the other day, so I was looking for stuff to do and talked to him. And he brought up Weddle.
Yeah, well, because Urban just did it too. Did you see the video with Urban telling the story again?
Right, yeah. And because Tom, he told me some recruiting stories that because he coached at Cal and Stanford, and so he was out. He said we were at a small high school, but they had talent. And that Tom tells me the story that there's a bunch of coaches there, and so, they have a super tight relationship. Kyle always calls him Tommy. As recently as 2 days ago, we go way back, he told me, right? And so they're there, and everyone's looking at player X, and Tom looks at Kyle's paper, and he's got 3 or 4 of the guys written down. He's like, what's that about? And he's, well, I like these guys. Yeah. And so he said that dude, even back then, always had an eye of who you are now, what you can become. And he's a master at it. That's just a fact, man. I'm not lathering on anything that isn't true. I like the guy. There's no question. At this point, if he ain't coaching Utah anymore, there's no point in me trying to hold back in terms of our relationship. Right. You know what I mean? It's over. Right? Right.
It is over.
Yeah.
It's over. He's stepping down.
Makes me sad, but it's over. So everybody knows that. But I think I can speak somewhat objectively in terms of what his skill set is. And I believe that if he wants to be employed for the 26 football season, whatever that encompasses, whatever level, he can be. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just a question of what does he want to do, and that's what he's doing now. The good thing is, when he says he's at peace with it, I don't think that he would be saying it multiple times, publicly, privately, if that wasn't the case. So I can't sit here and just let's slap down Mark Hartland and President Randall and just say, my gosh, what were they thinking? I don't think that's the case. I mean, and I could be wrong because I haven't spoken to either of those two guys.
Yeah, but I think that, Kyle addresses difficult subjects going back to when he was defensive coordinator, so for 25 or 30 years, and you walk away thinking, I may disagree with him, but I get why he says what he says. And when he says he's at peace and you can see his face and you can hear his voice, there's a lot of truth in that.
Right.
Now, he may not want to tell you everything.
And he's certainly not telling me everything. Right. I'll be the first to admit that.
I know there could be more, but I also think there's like a big general truth about that. And what I think is it may have been a rocky road to get to that, and he may not have always been at peace with it, but he is now. He has stepped back in the bigger thing, and there may have been difficult conversations. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. I don't know. There could have been. But I do think that he's processed it all, and I do go back. We're all products of what we've seen. Lavelle had an idea of how he wanted the program to go after he stepped down. That wasn't his guy, and then there were too many losses, And Lavelle was so frustrated by the situation. Specific conversations with him, and I am sure I'm not the only one who had him, because if he was telling me, he was telling 25 people before he told me. But just so frustrated. And Kyle doesn't want that at the U. There's no way.
And I don't think that's going to happen.
Right. Yes, but I think he also sat back and thought, Morgan's had how many offers over how many times,
Yeah, oh yeah, he's intimately aware of all that stuff. Every last thing that has gone on, he knows.
DJ and PK, we're broadcasting live. We're at the Road Home, Utah's largest homeless shelter, but much more than a shelter. Multiple housing programs. And we're joined now by Celeste Eggert, who used to join us when she was the director of development. And then she didn't join us because we were here, and she was in San Antonio, and I would take pictures of bacon and text her with them. Because they
have bacon over there.
That's because Celeste is involved with ordering the food, and Celeste's favorite food is
bacon.
Were you here last year?
No, I wasn't.
Right, because there was no food here last year. I thought that same thing. We didn't have food last year.
Celeste is back.
I'm back.
She's now back with
I'm
a
bringing
new title.
the bacon.
Nice.
What you telling me? This is the second coming.
This is the second coming of Celeste.
Of bacon.
Of bacon and Celeste.
Yes.
Yes. You are now the Chief Innovation and Strategy Officer.
Yes.
Seems to me you're like the football coach who's in charge of touchdowns in the final 2 minutes of the game.
Wow, I like that.
Because homelessness has been with us for a long time.
It has been.
It appears it's going to be with us for a while longer. And to whatever degree it gets solved, because I don't think it's ever going to be completely solved, but to whatever degree we get better, it's going to require innovation and strategy.
Yes.
So someone just put the target on her hat.
That's a big target.
What have you done figured out so that all these people who call 801 819-7300, he says with really bad eyes, so that their money goes as far as possible and it has as big an impact as possible, because that's what all the people donating want, especially if they go online at theroadhome.org/donate. What are we innovating in strategy? What is your strategery?
Well, right now we're really focused on family homelessness. About 14% of the homeless population in Utah are children.
You're going to make PK cry now. He already brought this up earlier this morning.
I know.
He looked at the number, 8,000 people here last year and 2,000 kids.
Yeah, and 200 kids last night were sleeping in our shelters.
Okay,
so that's the bad news. The good news is most of these families are going to stay 90 days or less. They're going to get the support and services that they need, go back into the community, be successful, and not re-enter the homeless service delivery system. And we're doing everything we can with our Ending Family Homelessness initiative to make sure that our programs and services support families in the best, most effective way possible so they can be successful.
What is next? What is new? What are you cooking up? What are you thinking about?
Bacon.
What would you like to do besides the bacon?
Well, the bacon is tempting. It's I'm telling you.
I'm going to give in.
It's over there.
I'm planning on
it. Besides family homelessness, I think one of the things that the Road Home does and why I'm so proud to be back at this agency is we're always innovating. We're always looking at what the needs are, the changing dynamics within our population. For example, one population that has been growing is the population age 62 above with underlying health issues. We now have a shelter in Sandy that serves those people, our medically vulnerable shelter. So
innovating,
looking at programs like that. Yes.
Strategery.
Yes.
I think that's Will Ferrell doing an impression of a former president on Saturday Night Live. Strategery.
Yes.
I love that. You couldn't do what you do without a lot of other people. And I'm thinking of some of the stories I've heard about the Utah Food Bank and the dozens of pantries and also the public schools.
Absolutely. And I don't think that most people know that the Utah Food Bank actually supports all of our shelters with food items. And so they are a critical partner in the work that we do. One of the things I love about the Road Home is that we have about 80 amazing partners that we work with who provide services from food to mental health, substance abuse treatment, and more. And it makes the load easier when you have agencies working together.
Social workers, you want to shout out teachers, principals, and social workers?
Absolutely. The schools are a critical partner for us. Our kids here at the Midvale shelter, they go to regular public schools. The buses come here first, pick them up first, drop them off last, so none of their classmates know that they're homeless. We actually have embedded in our shelter here a homeless liaison from the district who makes sure that all of our kids get enrolled, they get on the bus route, that they have their needs met. It's really a critical partnership for us.
PK, what school district did your wife teach in?
She's taught in several,
Yes.
but most recently Canyons. And as she's retired now, but as a teacher, they were aware of all these things you're speaking of.
Yeah.
If you have any doubt, talk to the teachers, principals, and social workers in your family, because mostly I found they have these stories and they don't share them until you directly quiz them. And then when you do, the stories come pouring out.
And we know, and I know you know this, David, but we know that there are more children experiencing homelessness than get counted in our annual point-in-time count because they're doubled up. They are couch surfing with other family and friends, so it's much higher. And the districts know that. They have a more accurate count than maybe we do.
There's a woman who used to work for the Canyon School District, and there's a chance PK's wife knew her. And the first time I referenced her to someone, a teacher in that district who I'd known the teacher a long time, I said, do you know who Connie Crosby is?
Yeah.
And she looked at me, teacher, like PK's wife, and said, do you mean St. Connie?
She's amazing.
Did you name something after her?
We named our Midvale shelter after
Yeah.
Connie Crosby. Connie is a fierce advocate for our children. Even today, she's on our board of trustees. She's an incredible human being and has done so much for the children that we serve for so many years.
Yeah, awesome. Awesome to work with. I've only done a little bit, but she was awesome to work with.
She might be here later today.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It'd be good to see her again. All right, if you want to support all these programs and help the road home, 801-819-7300. You can call and donate. You can also go online at theroadhome.org/donate. And there's something that Celeste is innovating right now that she's just not going to tell us about, PK. I can tell she's holding out on us.
It's bacon.
In addition to the bacon, but way to deflect with humor. You're a trained professional. You could be a college football coach at the podium.
I learned from the best.
I see you dodging and deflecting. All right. Will you be able to tell us about it next year?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. We'll look forward to that.
Thank
You'll
you.
still be here. You won't be back in San Antonio?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Hey.
Happy to be back.
All right. Good to see you again, Celeste.
Thank you.
And thank you for the bacon.
Thank you.
All right. 801-819-7300. 801-819-7300. Call now. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Right now, you're looking at a great drive this morning. We've had good speeds on I-15 all morning long, coming out of Tooele County on I-80 or on the 201 freeway. Those are both moving freely. 215's east and west side belts are both delay-free right now as well. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Keontae George's leap is absolutely real. What Keontae's doing right now in his third year is almost identical to what Donovan Mitchell did in his third year. So when do you believe that Keontae is Donovan Mitchell? Is he? Well, Donovan Mitchell was winning 50 games a year and putting up these points. Does that matter more? Or was Donovan Mitchell just playing next to Rudy Gobert? And was that the difference? And the Jazz brought in Bojan Bogdanovic and Mike Conley. Well, put this Keontae George next to a future Hall of Famer in Rudy Gobert, an all-star in Mike Conley, and a very good role player in Bojan Bogdanovic. Are the Jazz winning 50 games again? And if so, does that mean the Jazz have Donovan Mitchell and Keontae George? Or do the Jazz have Bradley Beal and it doesn't matter? I think that is a real conversation.
It's all empty calories until they win in the playoffs, period. It is.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
It's all empty calories
question.
until they beat a legitimate team in the playoffs and they advance on, which Donovan did do.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Wrap up the year sales event at Doug Smith Jeep, now through January 2nd. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz fall at home, beaten by the Lakers 143-135. Keontae George, 34 points, 8 assists. Will Hardy says Keontae is a good example of off-season improvement.
You know, if anything, when we get to the off-season, Keontae is somebody that you can use as an example of, like, this is what can happen in a summer. If you really put your head down and do the work for 3-4 months, like, you can really improve your body. You can really improve as a player.
Utah Jazz back in action tomorrow night against the Orlando Magic. Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined now by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
You have my 100% complete attention. I mean, a closed room, nothing going on, no stairs, heavy breathing, no throwing skis into the back of the car, nothing else today. 100% complete attention. It's my Christmas present to two of the greatest of all time, two idols of the business, two statues outside of some radio hall somewhere in Utah, two Hall of Fame quality individuals who have changed the landscape of radio in Utah.
Thank you, David.
That's Locke and DJ.
David Locke is locked in.
Where are you guys today?
We're at the Road Home Mediathon. We're broadcasting in a tent in Midvale. People can donate online right now. TheRoadHome.org/donate. And the money will be matched in the 8 o'clock hour by Meyer Brown and the Huntsman Family Foundation. So the money's getting tripled right now. 801-819-7300.
Say that again?
801-819-7300 to support Utah's largest homeless shelter and the supporting housing services that they provide.
DJ, your commitment to Road Home over the decades is a testament to who you are as a human and how wonderful you are. PK.
What?
Have you ever thought of anyone else other than yourself?
No. Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's a lie. We are building an
Total
enormous lie
but
right now.
I gotta fit like there's nothing that's a bigger lie in the world. But and there's probably nobody more altruistic with hours of endless hours of their time and real life to helping others. But I gotta fit the brand that PK's built.
That's true, man. I cultivated this for a long time. Shut the hell up.
It's one of the greatest lies. It's one of the greatest lies of all time. If anyone actually knew you, and all the things you and Jackie have done.
We just had Celeste Eggert on, and we were talking about people they collaborate with in the community. And she mentioned the Utah Food Bank and dozens of pantries across the state and how many of the Road Home programs get supported by them. And she talked about the local school systems and how great they are to work with. And I would just add foster care into that because it's tragic that 200 kids were at the Road Home last night. They saw 2,000 kids over the course of the year. But without people who are active in the foster community, that number would just go way up. That number would go way up without people in the foster community. And that is what I have to say about Patrick Kinahan without saying any more.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
PK, so I would give you a hug after that cheap shot. You should punch me in the gut, and then we should laugh and realize there was no seriousness in anything I was saying.
I knew it.
Now, let us talk about what Will Hardy said very seriously. I thought it was a good answer, but I think it needs to be amplified because it needs to be repeated. And in the last
wait, I got to clarify this. I heard this quote. First of all, that game did not end until like 2 a.m. last night. Holy cow, 80 freaking free throws.
Yep.
Number two, I go home, and my process when I go home is after I finish postcast and posting and getting out there and mellowing out, I drive home, and then I re-listen to the Will Hardy postcast or post-game and any other post-game interviews, and usually just if you really want to know, have a bowl of cereal and whatever, and then I watch the other games that were close that night. I heard the Will Hardy postgame last night, and the first thing I said is, oh, my gosh, PK is going to repeat that for every day for the next, 5 years.
I tell the truth, man. Tell me how you feel. Give me as real as you could possibly be. You can't go 100% real, but it seems Hardy is getting closer and closer to that 100% mark that I look for, that we all look for when we hear coaches, players, whomever give interviews.
Yeah, he's really freaking good.
Well, I like the fact that we're seeing negativity from him because he was really, really positive, and he was the new guy. And he had a team that had been torn down on purpose, and he had a lot of young guys. So I get why he had to be super positive. But it isn't positive all the time. And so if he gets mad in a huddle, he gets mad in a huddle. He's not the first coach to get mad in a huddle. He's not the last coach to get mad in a huddle. He got mad in a huddle. But I thought what he said about Keontae George, using him as an example, if you put in the work in the summer, this is the progress you can make. Physically, mentally, it all comes together, and we can see it coming together. We can see that Keontae is a much better player than he was a year ago. But I think the thing to amplify is we saw the same thing with Walker Kessler. The second year, and we went over for the media day, and when we asked him about, hey, we've been doing this a long time, and we used to live in Southern California, and we'd hear Laker people, it's the third year. I mean, that was like 40 years ago. People have been saying this forever, right? And Walker, his head goes to the side, the shoulders kind of go back, and the first thing I thought is, he's already had this conversation with Will Hardy. He's already had this conversation with Danny Ainge, and now we're going to make him have it on the air. He's tired of this conversation. But he clearly listened and applied himself because he made a big jump the third year. It's not a fluke. This keeps happening, and every young player has got to know that.
So there's two things I think that happen here. So I've talked about this a lot. So let me go three things. So I'll repeat myself for those people who've heard me a lot. They'll hear this a lot. I always think I've said this all the time. So the player comes in the league. I don't think we have any idea how exhausted they are from the end of the college season to the draft process. They come in the league and they get their ass kicked. Okay? And they go in the off season, and because they've always been great, they go work on all the things and where they got their ass kicked. And they come back, and guess what happens? They get it kicked again in the exact same fashion. And then in between year 2 and year 3, they say, oh, wait a sec. Okay, this league's awesome. They now get it. And they're like, what are the skills that I actually have that are going to make me an NBA player? So for Walker, it was strength. So he worked on his strength and his rebounding and his shot blocking, and he became a better pick setter. And it wasn't an elegant three-point shooter, a crossover dribble, or any of the things, right? Like we're watching Kyle Filipowski. He'll get it next year, but Kyle Filipowski's always been bigger, stronger, and gone over the top of everyone. He can't do anything over the top of anyone anymore. And he actually defensively is inadequate at preventing people from going over the top. So he has to learn an entirely new way of playing. He'll get it next year. You can see signs of it. Keontae had the same thing. And what happens, so that's part one, is that it's that process that they finish the first year and they go work on the exact same things because they're so great. They've always been able to overcome it. They don't actually work on the skills that are going to make them great. They do that in between year 2 and year 3, and that's when they become the player they're going to be. The second thing that happens is they don't have fun the second year. They're unhappy. They're miserable. It's not fun. It's a new life. There's nothing new about it. It's the grind. It's a really unhappy year. I know that sounds weird, but they are human. They are 20. They're in a non-natural development process. They're not making new friends. They're not goofing off. They're not going to bars. They're not doing any of the things that other 20 and 21-year-olds are doing. And they're actually failing at 21 or 22, which most 20-year-olds don't do. We coddle these kids for a long time so they never fail. And they're failing, and they're failing in front of 19,000, and they're failing in front of 500,000, and they're failing in front of social media, and they're really miserable. They're not happy people. And they kind of in between year 2 and year 3 do exactly what Walker talked about, was meeting with a sports psychologist to figure out how to be happy. Exactly what Keys talked about, working with a sports psychologist to have it. Like, they literally have to figure out life. And it's just a natural development process. It's both on the court and off the court. What we're watching at a Key is pretty awesome and beyond the natural development, though. This is second level, third level, fourth level stuff. I mean, he's changing the dynamic of the questions. I mean, my first question on my podcast today is like, is Lowry, Key, and Ace a good enough core? And the answer for the first time might be yes. Like, it all depends on Ace's development. But maybe, like, if Ace is going to turn out to be a top 15 player in the NBA or top 10 player like you hope he is, like Jason Tatum or Tracy McGrady or all the comps, then, yeah, maybe this is enough.
So with that in mind, when do you think the Jazz will play on Christmas Day again?
2029.
2029. So we are in the 2020, 25, 26 season, 26, 27, 27, 28. Yep. So it's that 4 years?
I mean, there's a few teams we can put in Christmas Day for, like, here into eternity, so there aren't that many spots, right?
Right, but obviously they put the better teams in, unless those teams really, really suck.
You got to be top. You got to be top 4. You got to be top 4 in your conference to have a chance, or be LA or New York.
And you feel in 4 years that's a legitimate opportunity?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's the earliest.
I hope so. I hope sooner, actually.
I think this is coming together. This is really. I'm not trying to be a homer, and like you guys aren't. Like, you can shoot me down. It's a wildly successful season, right? Like, Lowry's proven that Lowry's back, like, to what he was, and has gotten better.
Yeah, he's
Keontae has taken a jump none of us could have ever imagined.
He's taken 5 jumps. Yeah.
Ace
is there, man.
It's there. Like, we all see it.
Yeah,
like, it's just going to take time.
Obvious. Right.
Yeah, like, I mean, I was with Ronnie Price last night. Ronnie Price, like, oh, my God, he's awesome. Like, you talk to any NBA player, they're just like, oh, my gosh. Or, like, I was talking to Mike Trudell, Lakers reporter, last night. He's like, what do you think of Ace? I was like, oh, no. Like, and then halfway through the game, I got a text from him that was like, oh, my gosh. I was like, yeah. Like, everyone sees it. He's got to figure it out.
The thing that scares me is that it's too good right now. They're not going to get the
100%.
pick.
No, we have to get the pick. There's no choice.
Yeah, and everybody says that, but I right now, if everything stays the same, I would bet no. And it's not. It's partly, largely because of what I see from them, but so many crappy teams. It seems like this year's more than ever.
Yeah,
because there is.
That's why.
Nobody expected. I mean, no, you're right. I mean, Indiana, Sacramento, the Clippers were not on the bingo card for being in this group.
And this bad for New Orleans?
Right. I mean, yeah, another one. So I think there's a chance we can get to 5, by the way. I looked at it last night pretty hard. That's the best. we can do is 5. I think there's 3 teams. We're 8 right now. I think there's 3 teams that could jump ahead of us before the end of the season.
Which 3?
Why you ask such silly questions?
Clippers.
Charlotte.
Okay.
Charlotte's roster last night, they played their first full roster. It looked all right. Clippers, but I don't know how. I mean, they're a dumpster fire in New Orleans. But they don't own their picks, that's why.
Right, they have no incentive to either. Both the Clippers and New Orleans have no incentive.
Right. And then New Orleans has an interim coach who's trying to prove he deserves the job, so they're going to be going pretty hard.
Yeah.
Clippers, I don't know how, though. They're awful. I mean, there's something new in this league, by the way. Old is bad. Phoenix was the team last year that was old and slow. Yeah. And this is the team this year. Like, old is bad now. Old used to be how you win in the league. Old is now bad. We're playing too fast, too many possessions, too much ground to cover. Slow and old is bad. Sacramento, I can't figure out what they're doing. The only thing there is, like, Doug Christie's trying to save his job. I don't think 4, that's a lot. 4 wins is a lot for us to have them catch us. So I think the best we can do is 5. I think we'll be at 6 is my guess. And it'll be a very nerve-wracking lottery day.
All right, we've got to go. I'm going to leave you with this, David.
Wait, what?
Yes, we
but
do.
I want time with you. I adore you.
I know.
I think you're incredible. You're inspiring to me. You make my days better. My Fridays uplifted by you. Your community assets. And now you're telling me I don't get any more time with you?
I'm so lucky, David. I get every day.
So one of our bosses has texted us, quote, "I cultivated this for a long time. Shut the hell up." Close quote. I literally had to pull over the side of the road. I was laughing too hard and I'm crying. So there you go. Way to provoke that. Good work, David.
I have no idea what just happened.
That was what PK said. That was what PK said when you were backtracking on your cheap shot. He said that, and one of our bosses thinks that was hilarious.
I've cultivated this for a long time.
He knows PK, and PK said, "I cultivated this for a long time. Shut the hell up."
Don't want to blow it now.
He found that one of our bosses found that very, very funny.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, it is
there you
funny.
go. And we couldn't have done it without you. Thanks for provoking that.
Well, I'm glad. Now, were you pleased with my 100% focus today? I mean, even
I
when
was.
you asked me
It was excellent.
The teams, I didn't have a computer in front of me. I'd locked myself in a closet. I was there for it. It won't happen again, by the way. It's only because the snow sucks.
Okay. Yes. As soon as it snows, you'll be completely distracted.
I'll be on the chairlift when we hold our conversation.
Yep. David Locke, radio voice of the Jazz, here at the Jazz and the Magic tomorrow night. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, broadcasting live from the road home. The Mediathon continues. The road home last year served over 8,000 people across the shelter and housing programs. 2,000 of them were kids. 90% of the families and individuals living in the road home's housing programs stay housed and never return to homelessness. You can help right now with a donation online at theroadhome.org/donate or call 801-819-7300. 801-819-7300. Or go to theroadhome.org/donate. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's been smooth sailing this morning on most of our major roadways and side streets. I-15 is moving at freeway speeds heading into Salt Lake City from all directions. We are seeing a couple pockets of slowing through Magna, however, on the 201 freeway. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at gopavutah.com. That's gopavutah.com. Call or visit gopavutah.com right now. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and I know this great weather we've been experiencing, it can kind of fool you into thinking you've got a lot of time till Christmas. You don't. This is the time to get into the Western Nut Company. Whether it's the main store, which is at 3rd West and 4th South, or the kiosks that are sprinkled throughout the area, the Western Nut gift is something appreciated by everyone. It can be a big, spectacular basket. It can be something that is just perfect to drop on your neighbor's doorsteps. A wonderful hostess gift. When you've been invited to a special event, take along the gift of a Western Nut gift box. For nearly 60 years, the Western Nut Company has been a proud Utah tradition. I can honestly tell you this. If we don't get Western nuts at the holiday season, it's just not Christmas for our family. You can shop in store or online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com, where quality meets tradition.
Great gifting starts at the Garden Restaurant. Dine-in or online orders, festive flavors, fresh baked treats, and hot cocoa daily. Open late during the holidays. Visit thegardenslc.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Credit Union, Salt Lake County High School Players of the Week are Kia Newton from Olympus High and Isaiah Reiser from Copper Hills High. Newton scored 22 points in a win over Salem Hills, followed up with 25 points and 10 steals in a win over Box Elder, and capped the week with 24 points in a victory over Skyline. Reiser scored 27 points and added 8 assists in a win over West Jordan, had 16 points in a loss to Crimson Cliffs, and scored 30 points in a win over Mountain View and added 19 more points in a win over Cottonwood. The Salt Lake County Players of the Week Award Proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
I'm going to go with the Saints as my lock of the week.
Your lock of the week.
Yeah.
Do we know Yock's lock of the week?
No, I think he's beaten us. He doesn't need to pick him anymore.
He does need to, because if he loses, that's how we could close ground.
Okay, we'll give him
the Commanders over the Eagles?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one?
Yeah.
Let's see. I had this mapped out for this week. What did I have? Ooh, I don't like that one anymore. I was looking at that Cincinnati-Miami game. That game's now wildly unpredictable. I need something else.
I'd probably go Cincinnati.
I can't take the Bills over the Browns, although that looks like a lock, but I've already used the Bills, so that one's out.
Yeah. I used the Bills in a loss. That sucked. To the
Oops.
Patriots.
Oops.
The ultimate surprise team in my mind this year in the league.
Boy, this is rough. Oh, have I used the Texans yet?
I was thinking about the Texans, too.
The Texans are playing the Raiders, and the Texans are a mess, and I have not used them, I
think I've used them.
Let me make sure.
The Raiders are a mess. The Texans aren't a mess.
I mean, yes, the Raiders are. Oh, I did use Houston. I used Houston week 11. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm getting painted into a corner here, PK. It's gotten to that point of the season.
Well, we're all going to get there. It's like death.
Oh, thanks.
We'll all get there one day. Unavoidable.
Now, you know what? Maybe I need to go with a Monday night game. San Francisco's playing Indianapolis. That's a bit dicey, but Indy has dropped off.
You know what? The saying is that Father Time catches up to us, but I don't know that Grandfather Time catches up to us.
I'm
With
going to
Phillip Rivers.
I'm going to take the 49ers over the Colts. I have not. It looks like I haven't used San Francisco yet.
Yeah, that's probably a wise pick.
All right. San Francisco it is, and we will get Yock's pick. DJ and PK, we're joined by Alicia Gleed right now from the road home. Alicia, what's your title now? You've had a few titles here.
I have. I'm community building officer now.
Ooh. What are you building in the community?
Well, I'm building a community of people to support the road home.
Got it.
Because we need a community to end homelessness.
I thought you were in construction.
Well, that'll be a career down the line.
Well, we talked about this a little bit with Celeste, so you should just add into it. We were talking about the road home does a lot of great work in the homeless sector. You do not do it by yourself. And we talked about the Utah Food Bank and all the food pantries. And the Utah Food Bank directly supports your programs.
Yep.
And then you got people in the community who are going to various pantries all over, in every town across the state.
Yeah.
So there's that. And we talked about the public school system. And we've also talked a little bit about foster care. If the people in foster care weren't doing what they were doing with kids, you would serve more than 200 kids last night, which you did, and more than 2,000 over the course of the year, which you did. So obviously the people who work in the foster care sector are doing work that helps you as well.
Yes.
So as you build community, other people in the community you want to give a shout out to that move the needle.
Yeah, so we've been partnering really closely with Huntsman Mental Health. They are wonderful because we've been working on some different pilot programs and things like that with them because we know that people experiencing homelessness, there is a population that has mental health issues. So if we can bring that support in shelter so it's easier for people to access or in permanent housing, that will make all the difference. So that one's really great. We also love so much our partners. 4th Street Clinic is an awesome one because they take care of healthcare, and so they're helping people with healthcare while we're helping people with housing and emergency shelter. Honestly, the list could go on because what I've seen is even tangentially, we touch so many different places, and however people are helping, and so it's amazing to see one that I thought of recently. We had an experience where a little one needed help at primaries, and it was so cool because they brought sheets and they were like, okay, do you need food? Do you need this? And they had all those resources. And of course, people that we serve are going to be going there as well. So it's just really cool to see like Salt Lake being such a cool community of supporters and everyone having their expertise, because we can't be the experts in everything. We can be the experts in helping people with emergency shelter, with case management, moving through that journey of homelessness, and we can be an expert in housing, but we can't be an expert in, food, health care, mental health, all these different things, child care. The Children's Center is great with that, neighborhood house. I mean, the list goes on and on, my friend.
Yeah, it sounds overwhelming.
It can be, but our teams are so good at really connecting with people and making sure that we're connected to all those programs. And then I think we're always ready to pivot. When we think about we're raising money now and it helps us with our programs and services, but as the need changes, we've got to come up with new innovative programs to help people. And so being able to do that and pivot and have those community partners out there is just, Invaluable. Thank you. I was losing my words, my friend. I was losing them.
You can call and donate right now, 801-819-7300, 801-819-7300, or go online to theroadhome.org/donate, and you can make your donation there. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much, friends. Thank you for being here, and thank you to all of your listeners for just being part of this community as well. It means the world to us.
We appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions, real value, real partners, based right here in Utah. Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers join us today to share how you can make this season unforgettable with meaningful gifts for everyone on your list.
When you unwrap a J. Brooks gift box, you instantly know there's something special inside. And we're proud to help clients shop local and find pieces that feel personal and just for them. This year we brought in never-before-seen pieces, perfect timing just for the holidays. From engagement rings in the JBJ collection and anniversary bands to fashion jewelry for men and women, we have something for every style.
That sounds great. Nothing beats supporting your family jeweler and giving a gift that truly shines.
Absolutely, and you can personalize every piece, whether we have a handwritten engraving or a birthstone detail to create that gift that really feels unique.
Have yourself a J. Brooks Christmas with jewelry that'll take the breath away. Visit their Murray and Lehigh showrooms or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. DJ PK, and we're joined now by Kevin Graham to talk a little football. KG, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hello to everybody at the road home. Been a part of many of those radiothons. I think it's tremendous. I'm glad that they're still doing great things for the community and for those that are in need. And I think it's great that you guys are a part of it as always. So, hi.
Hi. Listeners can donate right now at 801-819-7300. 801-819-7300 or go online to theroadhome.org/donate. Kevin.
Yes, I always thought it was great, by the way, because all radio companies would come together as one. I don't know what the format is now, but back in the day, remember, like competitors, we'd all come together and raise money for a great cause. So I always thought that was special.
It looks like there's 9, maybe 10 radio stations here today. There's
we're in a big tent in the parking lot. It's down west of I-15, kind of what? Midvale? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, very nice. Different. Yeah, it's different than what it used to be. Yeah.
They tore down that old building. I think it's an apartment complex.
Unfortunately, for some reason, it's pushing 60. So a lot of times we're cold because they just put us in a parking lot and put carpet on there. But it's not too bad today.
No,
I think it's good.
Unseasonably warm here. Yeah. All right.
It's much better than the last live show you did where airplanes were flying next to you. So I could actually hear you. So that's good.
That was awesome. The airstrip down there.
Air Force One was there too. I think.
Air Force One went by in Spanish Fork. It was great.
That's right.
All right, Kevin. Theoretically, you could be talking to somebody who's in the fantasy football semifinals, and you could be talking to somebody whose opponent has Puka Nacua, who just went for 46 points thanks to 12 catches, 225 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Awesome!
Wow. So you had a great night then, didn't you?
No,
yeah, good for you.
I'm beating like a drum. And
you're playing somebody.
I'm playing someone who has that. I do not have Puka Nacua. No, he has Puka Nacua.
Yeah, no, I have Puka in one of my leagues, but that's a league where actually, both my leagues, I started 6-2 in both leagues and then haven't won a game since. So I haven't made the playoffs. So, but yes, Puka was amazing. What a game that was. I mean, seriously, like that. You know, everyone's proclaiming it the game of the year, and I think it's hard to argue against that. But just to see Seattle and Darnold be Darnold, meaning, you know, he always seems to revert to Jets Darnold when the pressure's on. You know, he had 4 INTs when he played the Rams the first time and they lost. He had 2 INTs in this game. But somehow, you know, I think it all started with the punt return, with the touchdown for Seattle with the punt return. He gutted through, man, and the Rams kind of went quiet on offense after Stafford was just blowing them up all game long against, I think I heard you earlier, DJ, and you're right. I mean, Seattle's got a great defense. And, but then they stopped, and Seattle kept going. And then you got the 2-point, three 2-point conversions, although I agree with your I agree, because the third one, I 100% agree with you, PK. I mean, you can't, and it's the same thing I noticed, too, as I'm watching the game. I'm sitting there, why isn't Herbie and Al Michaels talking about the fact that once the ball was hit off the helmet or whatever it was, and it goes into the end zone, and Charbonneau, who gets credit for the 2-point conversion, literally just reaches down and picks up the ball. He's not even trying to recover it for a 2-point conversion. You know why? Because the play is dead. Like, right. I mean, the referees are waving their arms. It
wasn't alive. How do you award 2 points on a dead play?
I agree. Like, I don't understand that either. Like, and if they knew it was a live play and they didn't blow it dead, you know damn well the Rams would have been trying to get the ball as well.
Yeah, it would have been the usual rugby scrumble for the ball.
Yeah. So if a whistle incorrectly blows a play dead,
then it's dead.
So
it's dead.
Is it 0 points or is it a do-over?
No, it's dead. It's an inadvertent whistle. They screwed up. Sucks for everybody involved.
Yeah, but unless the whistle wasn't blown. But to me, as I looked at the play, it appeared to me. I swear I saw referees waving their arms above their head. Yeah. What's that?
All the players stopped. There was something that happened that caused 22
which was the
players
whistle.
to stop. Right?
Charbonneau just picked it up as if it was a dollar bill he found on the sidewalk.
Yeah, it was a rando quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was picking up to hand the ball to the ref. Like, here you go, ref. Sorry, it sucks. We didn't get the 2-point conversion. We're going to lose. Oh, wait, timeout. No.
If they're going to assume that, I'm going to assume a Seattle guy picked it up, and then he would have returned it 100 yards. Or a Ram guy.
Ram guy, exactly. Exactly. So it just, I don't know. It again, what makes this league great, but still, man, and Puka sends the tweet out again after he did all the dumb things he did earlier, and it's like, I get it, but and I don't, he's not wrong. I mean, because I think the refs messed that up. Like, I want more clarification, and for whatever reason, I'm not seeing it, as I'm reading like crazy today, and I'm not seeing a lot of people like raising their hand going like, time out, like that ball was dead. So whatever.
Right.
Hell of a game.
And I expect more out of Al Michaels because he's the second best broadcast major to graduate from Arizona State.
Nice. I know. It's good. In the Pat Kinahan wing of the Walter Cronkite building, there's a picture of Al Michaels. Like, they did just put a little picture in there because you allowed it, PK. I think that's awesome.
Sure. We stick together.
Yeah, exactly.
So there should have been 6 minutes left, and it should have been 30-28, and who knows what happens.
Yeah, maybe they still win the game.
But, yeah, exactly. But you know what? That's important, though. 30-28 is different than 30-30. Right. So I mean, come on, whatever.
So you think though that were the preview of the NFC title game?
I think so. I think right now, how do you argue? Yeah, I mean, how do you argue against those two teams right now? I mean, the 49ers are sneaky. Keep an eye on them still. It's just I'm amazed how well they're playing this year with all the loss of personnel. And Green Bay keeps losing games. Denver beat them last week.
Parsons is out. Is that defense going to be tough?
That's why I said and Green Bay.
Well,
I didn't say and Green Bay.
No, I'm with you. Like Green Bay and Philly could pull it off, but there's no way you could rank them 1 and 2 right now.
Oh no,
and
not
San
at all.
Francisco's defense has taken major hits. They lost Bosa. They lost Warner. They gave. I mean, they're playing well, but they also gave up 24 points to Titans last week, who obviously have major issues. Now, they had a big lead when they did it. It'll be intriguing. They're playing the Colts, who clearly have their problems. I think the Niners will beat the – wait, are they playing the Colts? Yeah, they're playing the Colts.
Yep.
Yeah, the Niners defense should handle the Colts and pick up another win. I just don't know if that Niner defense could slow the Rams down at this point. Healthy, they might be able to. I think it's the Rams. I think the Rams beat the Seahawks in the NFC title game. If I had to pick
did you mention Warner?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Warner and Bosa are both out. It's two massive. I mean, that's not just losing 2 starters. That's losing 2 guys who make game-changing plays.
No, I got you.
Yeah. I think that number 1 seed is important, though. If Seattle can hold on to that number 1 seed, and there's no guarantee on that. I think they got Detroit, and I can't remember the next game they have. But if they don't have the 1 seed, I do agree with you 100% that the Rams are the teams, particularly if they get the 1 seed. But if Seattle gets the 1 seed, I mean, I know home field advantage isn't as important, in playoff time, it seems like in the NFL, but still, that's a tough place to play in Seattle. So we'll see.
Seattle is at Carolina this week. Next.
Yep.
I mean, not this weekend, but
Yep.
their next game is at Carolina, and they finish at San Francisco. And I think it comes down to the Ram offense. They throw the ball so well. If you put them at home, on turf, in a dome, in perfect conditions, they're going to be flawless. Whereas if they have to go to Seattle, it could be cold, it could be rainy, it could be windy, it could be a totally different deal. Trying to throw the ball in the wind, good luck with that.
Yeah, well, technically, I don't think SoFi's a dome, but yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's a big tent over a field. It's whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the weather's usually
No,
okay.
but you're right, though. You're right. It's L.A., so you're going to get better weather there, obviously.
You think,
so,
right, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
What, since you have such a strong connection here locally, what'd you think of the Whittingham situation?
I'm taking it from an outside view, okay, used to being on the inside. And obviously you guys are on the inside constantly now. It's weird to me. I mean, it doesn't smell right to me. I get what you were saying, PK, and what you've written and you've talked about he's making this move and he's actually doing it to benefit the program. I kind of look at it and go, man, just common sense. He's the arguably, and I don't know, not even arguably, he is the greatest long-term coach in University of Utah history. Yeah. And you just had a really good season. Yep, you blew 2 big games, but you had a really good season. He's got the program back on track. And yet he steps down, but then still says, well, I may not be done. So then I'm like, well, then you should just why step down? But to your guys' point, and I'm not criticizing Morgan Scally for this. I'm just trying to throw a question out there. Obviously, Morgan used some leverage in the Penn State thing to probably help him out. And so I'm not saying Morgan should be blamed for pushing Whittingham out, but the fact that Morgan Scally, there was people sniffing around him, Kalani in particular, possibly bringing to Penn State, also tells me that I think Scally kind of wanted the job, or at least I think he was getting, again, outside view, just kind of giving my common sense kind of, realist, slightly, in negative
he wants to be a head coach. He wants to be it now.
Yeah. So how much was Morgan involved in this by floating out and by letting, obviously, Utah know, and they found out that, hey, I think I might go to Penn State with Kalani and make a few million a year. And
the only thing is that, I think that, and this is where you being out of the market might be different. If you were in the market, the prospect of Morgan going to Penn State was completely obvious. Now, it didn't get to that point because Kalani didn't take the job, but like when the pieces on the board started moving, if Kalani went, the next piece is going to be, Jay, what's he going to do? Well, we'll never know because it didn't happen, but I'm sure the assumption is 99.9% of the people think Jay Hill's going to be the head coach at BYU. And then, okay, what's Kalani going to do next? 99.999% chance he's going to call Morgan. And, everybody here, the pieces on the board, they hadn't started moving yet because Kalani hadn't taken the job, but there was no doubt where they were going to move without you having a conversation.
Right.
Yeah, but then that piece, obviously that information gets to the athletic director of the University of Utah.
But he can read it like you. He can read it like I can read it. But he knows it sitting in his office with the door closed, not talking to anybody. He can figure it out.
So then, though, but to the point of what you guys are talking about, then obviously there's a discussion with Kyle Whittingham. And you know what? And I agree. Kyle Whittingham, if I take your approach, PK, he's making a decision that he wants this program to continue, and he knows long-term he's not going to be at the University of Utah, so Morgan should be. I get all that, but still he was pushed. I mean, he was put in a position where he had to make that decision, and I don't know, and I give him credit for stepping down on that, but I just find it really curious that he has an inkling to still coach. And yes, if I'm a program, and I follow Michigan very closely, my daughter went there, when you pay money to a school, you become a fan of the school, Michigan should talk to him. Now, he won't get that Michigan job because offensively, he's just not an offensive coach, and you have Bryce Underwood sitting there, one of the top prospects.
I disagree.
I
disagree.
He's the offense so much over the years. That's the only criticism against Whittingham.
Keep moving the pieces on the board now, though.
He brings Jason back.
Yeah.
Bingo.
They lit it up this year.
I mean, 42 points a game, top 5 in the country. I'd have to check and make sure that's
and New Mexico's offense was awesome. And hell, he brings Devin Dampier, too, for that matter.
Fact.
They don't need Devin Damier.
Unless he brings Ficklin, unless he brings both.
No.
Unless he brings both.
That is fair, but it took Whittingham 20 years to finally find an offensive coordinator that
and
he
all
would
the
let run
Michigan
a good
cares.
offense.
All the Michigan cares is that he's got one next year and he can beat Ohio State. That's all they care about. Everything else is blah, 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 yada, yada. They got 47 investigations over here. Best thing I read about this was one of the national people, I don't know who to give credit to, said Michigan acts like they're all high and mighty and they're special in the ivory tower, and the last 5 years tells us they're just like the SEC, and that's
like
why
mothers.
they won a championship.
Yeah, of course.
And there it is.
Yeah.
You
You have to cheat to win a title. And under our scenario, Kevin, you basically have Jason Beck coaching waiting. He's your offensive genius. And he's young.
Yeah, well, there you go.
And his wife is bubbly. She had to get off social media. That was predictable in this market because BYU fans were going to eat her alive. And then you've got that situation. No, I can see it. And the thing that Michigan needs right now, above all, is stability and a man who has no controversy. Boom. He ain't hitting on anybody's secretary or any of that. Kyle Whittingham is about as guileless as any coach I've ever been around. This guy is a simple man. Coach football, go home. Go coach football, and then go home again. And that's it.
But here's the thing. I don't think he's definitely not a top 2 candidate, at least everything you look at. I mean, DeBoer is still sitting there.
Well, I think his age works against him. His age works against him, and the fact he hasn't been in that part of the country. You know, Dillingham is young, and you can see him having some long run, and DeBoer for that matter, too.
Yeah.
But it's also easy to see how both of them, how Dillingham and DeBoer stay put. And then what does Michigan do? I mean, who's to say Michigan's going to get one of their top 2 choices?
He's a short-term deal.
Penn State didn't get one of their top 2 choices.
SC didn't, and they hired Pete Carroll.
Yeah. We'll see. Look, I'm not opposed to it. I know he'll bring stability in Michigan. He'll get the program righted. If Jason Beck goes with him, then yes, I could see that argument. At least you do have an offensive coordinator that Witt trusts and lets run his offense. He'll obviously, the defense at Michigan's always great anyways, and now you put Whittingham in a defensive system where you're getting the best defensive recruits in the country on a regular basis. And oh, by the way, you have an NIL of, Michigan, they have so much money, it's ridiculous. So, it could, I could see all this argument. If the offensive coordinator goes with him, I would say, okay, that's not a bad 3 to 5 year transition plan for Michigan.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. We'll see.
And then he hires me as chief of staff. My wife's family grew up in Michigan. My mother-in-law went to school in Ann Arbor. And I see it happening, KG.
It all comes back to you, PK.
And then you come here and you take my place.
Oh, yeah, right.
Your fourth trip through town.
Nope, you don't follow greatness. You know what? You're not the man to replace the man. You know what I mean? You gotta give a buffer. So
that's good.
Throw Jake in there or something for a little while, and then I'll come back.
You just made Jake the sacrificial lamb. You're just wrecking Jake's career. Yeah, you know who did it? But you know who knew the cliche and who ignored the cliche and said, "I'm going to win." Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah.
Don't follow the man. Follow the man who follows the man. That's the cliche. Yeah. And he looked at Urban like, I'll follow him. 22-2. Show no weakness.
He did all right.
He
right.
did.
Yeah, but in his third year, he was like 500.
Oh, he started 16-13. Early in his third year, he was 16-13.
And then he turned it on.
And then it was go time.
Yeah.
Well, and the Michigan job's perfect for that because you're not following Harbaugh. You're following a dude that apparently slept with the entire Michigan community. So, yeah,
well, that guy gets around.
You're doing a good thing.
Well, on that happy note, Kevin, we got to go. Thanks for that little bit of Christmas cheer.
I know.
Swinging the mistletoe.
All right, you guys have a great time.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
Yeah. Hey,
all right.
You guys have a great weekend. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Kevin Graham joined us here talking football every Friday. DJ and PK, we're joined right now by Chief Mazarin from the Unified Police Department. Chief, good morning.
What I do.
Nothing. Yeah, that's your story, and he's sticking to it. So, people are going to be curious. Wait, the Chief of Police is here supporting the road home. What is the tie? So, my question, what is the tie?
Well, we're just out here. We had essentially a fundraiser and took donations, about 10,000 items had a little friendly competition with all of our precincts, and we're able to gather a lot of things and bring them here and donate them to the road home.
Cool.
Yeah.
And when you say all your precincts, is that departments or just your department, your organization?
Well, it was our organization, but it was 3 of the cities, Midvale, Mill Creek, and Holiday, all worked together and had a competition to see who could.
Okay, so you're the police force for those cities?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Correct.
So I was told an interesting story recently I want to run by you.
Please.
A politician in one of those communities went out with the police when they cleaned up a homeless encampment. And apparently it was abandoned.
Correct.
And so when they went out, he knew the politician knew a little bit, but he also went out because he knew there was a bunch of stuff he didn't know. And the first thing that struck him was how expensive it was because of all the hazmat gear. And then talking with the officers, you're in the hazmat gear, what are you worried about? There could be used needles at this site. We don't know. There's no one to talk to or no one to ask. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know if any drugs were used. There's any residue, apparently meth, contamination. You could touch something later. That could be a problem. And they went on through a list of other things. And so they did the whole cleanup. They saw how many people it took. They saw the time it took. And then they went back and looked at the budget. And then they went back and they're like, what percent of the police budget is used with the after effects of homelessness? And so they got the number, and it was a lot.
Yeah.
And then they went back, isn't an ounce of prevention fiscally much more responsible than what we're having to do right now? To which the answer was yes.
Correct.
Does that whole story and whole scenario make sense to you given your job?
Yes. Yeah, we've had to deal with some of those cleanups, and they can be very hazardous. You mentioned a number of items. For instance, almost all of them have some sort of flammable or propane, things like that. So, yeah, prevention is definitely.
So you're worried about fire and or explosions when you go in there, not knowing
sure.
how stuff is jury rigged.
Correct.
Yeah.
How much easier would it be your job and your department's job if, I don't know that we'll ever eliminate homelessness, but if we got it more under control?
Well, it would make things easier, and obviously that's a very vulnerable population. Not only, they're oftentimes victims of crime, and
right.
So, it takes a lot of resources to try to help those folks, but that's why we're here today. Just try to, like you said, on the front end instead of reactionary.
Right.
Right. It does seem like the other thing is there's got to be a lot more training now about dealing with mental health issues, because you see it in a lot of populations. You certainly see it in the homeless population. You probably see it when you're responding to domestic violence calls, and there's probably a bunch of other situations, but those are just two that come to mind right away.
Yeah, mental health is probably one of the most important things that we're focusing on right now, not only externally and with the people that we're trying to help, but also internally with our own employees. And so mental health is a really sharp focus right now for our department.
The stress of what officers see when they respond to some of these calls.
Yes.
You can't unsee it and you can't unhear it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And training is going along that way?
Yes. Yeah, we do mental health training every year for not only our employees but for other people, and that's where you pull in like de-escalation, some of these things that we're working on recently. That all plays into.
Yeah, I wouldn't want your job.
Oh, yeah. I want your job. Go Utes.
All right, get that in right away.
Yeah, for sure.
The rivalry in all things, including law enforcement now, PK. Add it to the list. I'm curious, when you get into this line of work, do you have any idea, or now you're at this point in your career and you look back and thought, man, I've had to learn some new stuff, I've had to figure some stuff out, and you never really know where life has taken you?
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's changed just in the 30 years I've been doing it. The change that I've seen from when we started to where we're at now is unbelievable. Yeah.
When I was in high school, they had a campus policeman, right? Yeah. And he talked about the ride-along program, and they had to change it because it was called Civilian Ride-Along Program. And if you do the acronym, they didn't think that was good enough, so they had to change it. Civilian Ride-Along Program.
Yeah, I'm glad they changed it.
He has a story for every occasion.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, right. So the people who are listening right now, given your job with Unified Police and your relationship with the people at the road home and the way you interact them, what would you say to encourage people to donate? What are your personal experiences or the experiences of the people in your department that you'd like to share?
Yeah, there's a lot of when you go into the shelter and you meet the people that are there and you listen to their stories, it's a really diverse group of people, and sometimes it's heartbreaking some of the things you hear, but anything people can do to help. All the shelters in the valley here in Salt Lake County and even in the other counties take donations, and so any way you can help. They do a lot of work, and it's not just giving donations. I mean, they really work. They have caseworkers and all sorts of folks that try to help these people get back on their feet, and a lot of them do.
Especially when children are involved.
Yes, and that's the importance of this particular shelters. It's one of the few family shelters that you have to have family, and it's children are involved, so it's unique.
About 200 kids here last night, and about 2,000 kids they served over the last year. With your drive, did you guys work mostly with money, which is obviously useful? Was it blankets, socks? There's other items that are always in high demand here.
Yeah, a lot of practical things, clothing, things that people need for day-to-day living, so that was really the big focus.
Yes, and if you'd like to donate any of those things, you can come by the shelter here in person, the Connie Crosby Family Resource Center, 529 9th Avenue, 7300 South in Midvale, just west of the freeway. Correct. If you don't feel like you're really close to the freeway, you're not in the right place. You got to get closer to the train tracks and close to the freeway, and then you'll find it.
Yep.
Well, Chief, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it, and thanks for your support.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I wonder what the next version of Utah football looks like, because I think that people think that it's going to be a one-to-one comparison between Morgan Scalley and Kyle Whittingham. Why is it not one-to-one, though?
They're not the same person. They're not the same personality.
Scalley's more fun? Is that what you'd say? The funner conversations I've ever had in my life between those two coaches is definitely Morgan Scalley, but he had a lot less on his plate.
Let me tell you about Morgan Scalley. The dude worked hard in the classroom. He worked hard in the field. He worked hard in everything he did. The dude just goes hard with everything he does, and nothing surprises me about where he is today. He's going to attack this job in a way that others don't because of the passion he has for the school and for the program. Morgan is totally 100% invested in Utah succeeding and Utah being great. He loves Utah, is my point. I think you get what I'm talking about. He's a Utah man.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin. This holiday season, you can make a difference. Hercules First Federal Credit Union is raising funds for their Christmas project, bringing joy to foster children in Salt Lake City and supporting the Humane Society of Utah to help pets in need. Your generosity can change lives. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more and donate today to make this season brighter for a child and a pet. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together this holiday season.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Take a deep breath and visualize. It's this weekend. You just won up to $100 instant Kohl's cash just because you were one of the first 100 in-store customers. Plus, you'll save big during the 48-hour holiday savings blitz. Visualize it all happening this weekend at Kohl's. No purchase necessary while supplies last on 12/20/25 and 12/21/25. One card per household. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 21st. See store or kohls.com for details.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz get beat at home. They fall to the Lakers 143-135. Another big game for Keontae George, 34 points, 8 assists. Will Hardy says, no excuses, no explanations. Keontae George is just really good.
Yeah, I think it's time that everybody stops trying to give reasons why Keontae's playing well. Oh, well, he's only playing well because Lowry helps him so much. And, oh, he's only playing well because of this. And, no, he's pretty good. And I think it's time that everybody gives him some respect. And the way he carries himself, the way he works every day, the way he takes coaching, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he's helping Ace. Believe me, there's nobody who's going to be harder on Key than me. But he's pretty freaking good.
Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, time to get you up to date on everything you missed in this show. The Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. The Jazz lose. Seattle beats the Rams. The Seahawks have the best record in the NFC, lead the division by a game. Got back-to-back road games now at Carolina and San Francisco. Those aren't gimmies. Those aren't layups. But they are winnable games. Seattle, the NFC playoffs may run through Seattle. I'm not surprised Seattle's having a big year. At the start of the year, I picked them to win the division. I will say that I did that because with everything we heard in the preseason, I didn't think the Rams had a healthy quarterback. So maybe I'll end up making the right pick for the absolute wrong reason.
Would you want him to throw for 600 yards last night?
Well,
450 or whatever
Stafford
it wasn't good
has
enough?
clearly been healthy, and they were just wrapping him in bubble wrap early on. Stafford has been awesome. If he ends up being the MVP, I don't think anybody should be surprised. He's had a phenomenal season.
Yeah, he reminds me of Aaron Rodgers in his prime.
And if I knew he was going to be this healthy, I'd have picked the Rams to win the division. Now, as it is, he's healthy, and Seattle's now on the verge of winning this division. But they were a 10-win team last year. They were clearly on the way up. They jettisoned some big names, some older players that made money, but the NFL's a league where youth can win. Rookie contracts are a valuable asset, and Seattle appears to have made a bunch of good decisions.
Yeah, but I didn't put that much faith in Darnold.
That I totally agree. And see, when I picked them to win, I'm thinking LA's not going to have a healthy quarterback. And San Francisco's injury issues were already front and center. They were losing skill players. It seemed like that group was on the back end. San Francisco and LA have both overachieved what I expected for them at the start of the year. They're going to be 3 double-digit win teams. You can't have the top 3 seeds in the same division, but they may end up being seeds 1, 1-5-6, which is the most you can have with the 2 best records. And depending on what Philly does and what San Francisco does, maybe they'll have the 3 best records.
Okay.
And I would have never seen that coming. I think San Francisco's overcome the injuries, and I think LA stayed healthier than I expected. But I'm not surprised Seattle's good. But you're right, Darnold in big games makes everybody nervous. They did have a big fourth quarter. Now, having said that, Rashid Shaheed, the former Weber State Wildcat, had a punt return. That wasn't the offense. That was the special teams that got that going. But even in overtime, L.A. scored first. Darnold could have thrown a pick. But he didn't. They went down and scored. And they certainly get.
Oh, he looked great.
3 straight 2-point conversions, and one of them we're all thinking that wasn't a good enough explanation what happened because everybody stopped playing. Everybody saw people stop playing. Even a guy who recovered the fumble didn't really recover the fumble.
I got up and went to the bathroom and came back. What happened?
He picked up a Randall ball that was lying in the end zone.
Yeah. I mean, I had been eating nachos and stuff. I had to go.
Nice. Well, thank you for that vivid detail. Also, the nature of these games and how close they are. A Rams-Niners game was super close earlier. This one, we can try to draw the conclusions we want from the regular season, but the old cliche, it's going to depend on who plays the best in the fourth quarter on that day. Right now, it looks like it's going to be true.
That is the old cliche, and I like new cliches.
Yeah, got a new one for us?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I do. I think it's he's effing good.
New cliche. Thank you. We'll get to the Jazz here in just a second. The NFL picks. You and I made our picks earlier, and Jake has now weighed in. He's taking Buffalo over Cleveland. I've got the 49ers beating the Colts, and you've got New Orleans over the Jets. And New Orleans is coming on a little bit here late in the year.
I know.
And the Jets seem to be floundering, considering that we all have to pick somebody. You can't. You got 18 weeks, and there aren't 18 elite teams. At some point, you got to pick a hot team. Say injuries are going to impact this game, or this mediocre team is going to beat this bad team. At some point, you got to make one of those calls, and you're making one this week.
Yeah. Well, I got to move up in the standings, so I can't pick what you guys are picking.
Right. I got to move up in the standings
So-
too. But we've all got different games, so we'll
Yeah.
see how that goes. All right, your Utah Jazz with a clutch loss to the Lakers. Scored a bunch of points. A bunch of guys had impressive stat lines. I thought Collier did some impressive stuff. Obviously, Keontae had another 30-point game. I thought Ace Bailey quietly did a bunch of good things.
Well, Ace Bailey looks like he belongs. He doesn't look like he's overwhelmed, and that's what we're asking for. And the athletic ability clearly is there. We see it. We've seen it. I watched Rutgers play 20 times last year, and so you've got that going on there. And with Jorge, if he continues to do this, and we're in March, he's a foundation piece. Now I got 3 foundation pieces.
Kessler, Markin, and Keontae George. And then Ace Bailey could be 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you got 4 foundational pieces. Or you don't want to count one of them.
On this team this year.
Because Kessler isn't playing, you weren't
Right.
counting him.
Right.
But assuming he's back next year, and I know his contract and all that out there.
Yeah, I don't know that.
We don't. We've got what we do know is the Jazz left $60 million worth of cap room. Now they don't want to spend it on Kessler. They've obviously got other plans and other designs, and how do they make the pieces fit?
So I asked Locke.
I would count Kessler just because I think if he goes, then the odds of a sign and trade are pretty good, and you're getting a foundational piece back.
You would think.
Right.
And I understand that logic, and I was going to say that, but you already said it for me. I asked Locke, when are the Jazz going to play on Christmas Day? Because clearly you got to be a really good team to play on Christmas Day. And did he go 28-29? It wasn't 29-30. It was 28-29, right?
Yes. Oh, he said 29. No, I think it's 29-30. 4 years. Christmas Day of 29 versus Christmas Day of 25.
Okay, that's another year I got to wait, man. I'm
Well, to his
running out of
point,
patience.
San Antonio, Oklahoma City, the Lakers, the Knicks, 4 of the 10 spots are gone. You're not really competing for 10 spots. There's 6 spots left. And it's going to be, there got to be 2 more Eastern teams. I mean, you're going to figure 6, even if it's 6 in the West, 4 in the East. You got the Lakers.
No, have a 10 o'clock Western game, and then they can get home for Christmas dinner.
Lakers.
They need to rethink that.
Lakers.
Be home by Christmas by 4 o'clock. They'll take that.
Lakers, Thunder, Spurs have 3 of the spots locked up for the foreseeable future.
And when will they get a Christmas home game? That's even better.
Well, that
we'd have to go in the 30s.
That just feels like a flip of the coin. Who knows? I mean,
Well,
whether the game is played.
I think the better team gets it at home, or if you're the Lakers and whatever.
Well, the thing is, if you're going to be a team that's in it repeatedly, LeBron did talk him into why send those teams on the road back-to-back years. You don't have to do that. To which they said, you're right. You don't have to do that. So
See,
they do
if
get
we
home
just
games
go to
where it's in.
LeBron, he'll provide the answers. How long have I been saying that?
He did provide that answer. You got to give him credit. Because SGA's over there like, yeah, we're going to be good for a long time, and I don't want to be on the road every Christmas.
Well, he's from Canada. They don't do Christmas, right?
Actually, they do.
They do?
Yeah, I think it's Thanksgiving you're thinking of, BJ.
Oh, okay. I get
Maybe
those
the
two.
4th of July is also that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
Christmas, yeah, they do. Yeah.
I thought it was
They actually are
I
closer
thought that was
to
a U.S.
Santa.
thing.
They're closer to Santa. He's got to be either early.
Well, it
Canada's
depends on
gotta
what
be-
direction he's coming from.
Yeah, either early on the route or late on the route. You're right.
What a tall tale we sell our children.
Yeah.
So disgraceful. But I was hoping a year or two earlier. But that's probably wishful thinking. But I'm actually going to I'm not going to give that up.
Okay.
Because they'll still be young, but it's more about the level of experience versus the age.
I think that.
And if you're getting a lot of playing time, like Cooper Flagg turns 19 this weekend. Okay, when he's 23, he's still going to be young, but he's going to have 5 years of experience.
And
it's
honestly,
the same thing with Doncic was.
It's not just the best teams, it's the biggest stars. If the Jazz build a good team, but they build it without a top 10 or 15 player, because they have several guys who are between 25 and 50, maybe you don't have on Christmas Day, even if you have a pretty good team.
Okay, Christmas
Maybe
Eve.
Dallas isn't
Christmas
great,
Eve,
but
then.
they don't play on Christmas Eve.
Well, they'll be the first breakthrough.
That I wouldn't rule out. There's probably money to be made. And people were like, you can't play on Christmas Eve?
Sure.
Yeah, they used to think you couldn't play on Christmas
Well,
Day, and look at us now.
Start the game at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I think that, though, they have the possibility of maybe they don't have a top 10, but do they have 3 in the top 20?
No.
No. You just rule that out completely. Top 25. How long? I'll go in 5 spot increments.
I do think as you get to like between 20 and 30, it gets to be much more of a gray area. There isn't as much separation.
Oh, there's not much
It's just
separation
one number to
between
one number.
7 and 8. It's just
No, but I
people's
think
opinions.
it is. But I think the difference between player 5 and player 15
I understand
can be pronounced, whereas from 25 to 35, I don't think it is pronounced. You're looking for the pieces of the puzzle to fit together.
Well, if my guy Jorge continues to play like this, they've got 2 this year.
No, he's pretty good.
That's a drop forever. Save it, Christian. That's pretty useful. I think it's useful year round.
I think that he
Mammoth player gets a hat trick. Boom, Will Hardy.
Will Hardy created a narrative that doesn't exist.
I'd agree with that. My experience, and everybody moves in different circles. In the circles I move, most of the people I see have been rooting wildly for Keontae. He was popular before his talent. I think he does.
Well, there's Jazz players. They're going to be rooting for all of them.
There's that, and he also has just a certain amount of
But what
charisma.
knock has there been on
that some
him?
people about Keontae?
Yeah.
Well, this year, I don't think there have been knocks. I think universally, people I talk to this year are like, "Wow, Keontae's taking a big
Okay, but
step."
even last year and the year before, he was a kid.
Yeah.
So what? He's supposed to have him. He's going to be a perfect player.
Yeah, but
1 year in college. That's never been created.
You're off in La La Land. It's like the world isn't fair. Jazz fans are upset, A, with the rebuild, and B, the pace of the rebuild, and they want what they want now.
So
Now
Hardy
that-
is responding to fans now?
I wouldn't rule it out. I don't know. I mean,
He was responding to the blowback he got when the video was shown in the huddle.
Well, I don't
and
know
George
that-
was on the floor at the time, and he was sitting over to his left.
Well, I don't know that. That is super plausible. That is. I mean, I can't prove that, but it's very plausible.
Oh, that's coaching 101.
And in the play right before the timeout, he's in a fast break, kind of bluffs at the guy with the ball, and then goes to defend the guy in the corner, and the guy with the ball
That's why
gets
it
a dunk,
was.
and that is junior Jazz basketball 101. Stop the ball on the fast break.
And that's fine. Rip your guy, then build him up. You just can't constantly rip, or they tune you out. Now he builds him up publicly, and George has already heard that. I mean, come on. It's clear why he did it, and good on him for doing it.
DJ and PK, your feedback coming up next.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Legend at Utah, the one and only Christian Cox.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. I think he has the funding. Who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive of the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Utah's holiday magic starts here. Now through January 3rd, discover South Jordan's newest holiday tradition at the ballpark at America First Square. Holiday Lights transforms the ballpark into a breathtaking winter wonderland, complete with music, interactive fun, and festive displays the whole family will love. Holiday Lights is proudly presented by Minky Couture. For tickets and details, visit the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable. Celebrate Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday Lights at the ballpark.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive, driven to be the best.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this holiday season? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving Christmas shakes. And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined by Patricia right now. Patricia Byrne joins us from Performance Auto. Patricia, what brings you down on this fine morning when you could be holiday shopping, preparing for friends and family, and Christmas Day, and you're here instead?
I would much rather be here. This is our 5th year with Performance Automotive doing this with you, and we just love it. It's the time to give, and we want to promote it, and anything we can do to help, we want to promote it.
Well, here you are, and what are you doing to promote it? Because we sure appreciate you being down here.
Well, as far as promoting it, we are part of the promotion with your group.
I guess why?
Why? Why? We just love the idea of giving, the idea of promoting community relations, the importance of giving.
Right, but you could do it others. Why this one?
We do more than just this one.
Right.
Well, this is very important this time of year.
Certainly is.
It definitely. It's part of our organization. We give. We give to all organizations, and it's not just this one. This one is a special place in my heart because it's just the time of year, probably.
Especially the time of year.
Yeah.
The fact that they had 200 kids here last night and over 2,000 over the course of the year, as we get more experienced in life,
older,
that too, you see the impact kids, and I was talking earlier this week about a nephew of mine who's gone through some tough times, and you see how it impacts them decades later. And you want to help them get out of it, and you just can't help but think, I wish I could go back and change that moment and make that moment better, and it wouldn't have been all this time and energy helping them overcome that moment.
Exactly.
Which is what, I guess, brings us all down here this morning.
It does, and there's other ways to give. It's just not coming down. If you can't make it down here, there's the roadhome.org, and there's the Amazon wish list, which they're asking for things, and I think it's important. You may not be able to do it today, but come on down, do something. Go online, do something. Clean out your closets. This is the time.
Call 801-819-7300. You can donate cash. They're always looking for blankets. They're always looking for coats, gently used coats, socks. If you're walking through Walmart or Target or wherever you shop, whatever you're doing, Smith's, and you can buy an extra package of socks and drop it off. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, Costco's great for socks,
Costco,
too.
Another great example. Now I feel like I have to mention everywhere.
Well, I've been known.
Sam's Club gets a shout-out.
I've been known to give the socks off my feet.
That a kid, that's...
Oh, wait, shirt off your back.
That's horrific right there. That's a horrible turn of events.
I get those
right
cliches
there.
mixed up.
All right, well, you can, as Patricia says, go online to theroadhome.org/donate, theroadhome.org/donate. Patricia, thanks for stopping by, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We got a lot of people stopping by. It is getting busy around here right now. And joining us right now, Tyler Hurd from Gerber Construction. You're sponsoring this and matching today?
Yep, we're tied to the Huntsman match, and so you can triple your donation this hour.
Excellent. What motivated you to do this?
Gerber Construction, we do heavy civil construction, so we're out in the communities doing water treatment facilities, things like that, and our company purpose is to build a better quality of life for our teams and communities, and the road home just lines up so well with our purpose, and we're just happy to donate and help people that may find themselves in circumstances that they didn't ask for.
Yeah, that's the truth.
When you, I guess, working in construction, the boom-bust cycle. The jobs are here today, they're gone tomorrow. They don't necessarily, it's not a steady flow that keeps everybody. And you can, between a medical event and a construction job coming and going, people can get caught in a tough spot pretty quickly.
Absolutely, they can. And we pride ourselves on, keeping our guys busy all year. We try to do some creative things to keep guys busy so we don't have to lay them off and go through cycles. And
so what do you do? What kind of creative things do you do to keep people working?
We have a concrete restoration side of our business, and the heavy civil construction is interesting because you can work almost year-round building these water treatment facilities and water tanks and all of those types of things. And so we just try to, keep our guys busy and moving around so, they can enjoy the holidays with everyone else without having to worry about their paycheck.
Well, thanks for doing the match. That's going to make a big difference. People who call right now at 801-819-7300, 801-819-7300. Your money will be matched by Gerber and by Huntsman, so that's triple in your cash. $100 becomes $300, 10 becomes 30. Oh, you can do the math.
I got it, yeah.
You got it, yeah.
As long as there's zeros. You start
right.
to get like 56 or something, then no.
You start adding decimals and commas, he gets in trouble, huh?
Right.
56, 168.
No, I would have no idea.
Okay. You can also donate online at theroadhome.org/donate. Theroadhome.org/donate. Over 1,100 people in shelter last night, 110 families, 200 kids. 142 single women. There are a lot of people who could use your help. 801-819-7300. Tyler, thank you, and thanks to Gerber Construction.
You're welcome. It's an absolute pleasure.
DJ and PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are up next. Well, at least one of them is, and one of us is gone. We'll get to the Mix and Match show next, right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ben 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. No Ben today, and the one and only David James, kind enough to stick around. And David, there's a reason, and I was actually just talking to PK about this. There's a reason I wanted you to stick around, or we wanted you to stick around, I should say, because we are at the road home, and this is a huge deal, and it's important to PK too, but this is right up your alley every year. You've been super active. This is in your world. You do a lot of work in the helping department, and you're killing it this morning. So I was hoping we'd keep some of that mojo rolling into this show. So thank you for sticking around.
No worries. Glad to be here. There's a lot of good people here doing a lot of good work, having a lot of impact on people's lives. And I would say, and I know that I was told that this happened.
Okay.
There's, I don't know how much time we have with this, how much you want to go into the Jazz and all that. For a long time, the homeless services on the Wasatch Front, there's been some in Ogden, but mostly they've been in Salt Lake County. Some in South Salt Lake, some in Midvale, a lot in Salt Lake City, obviously, for a long time. And the Davis School District just did a program where they, and it's one specific teacher who's now retired who is at Northridge High. Dave Sider is the guy's name. And he heard about Super Bowl Caring, and he launched Super Bowl Caring and decided we need a pantry at Northridge High. He was a Northridge High history teacher. He's a huge sports fan, by the way.
Oh, cool.
He's a big listener of our station. He's retired and lives in Virginia now.
Oh, wow.
I talk to him periodically, and he listens to all our shows later. And he's like, these Utah and BYU 8:30 games are killing me at 10:30 Eastern time. But he says DJ and PK is much better from 9 to noon. But anyway, so he did the Super Bowl of Caring, raised money, decided he was going to keep doing it week after week, ended up raising $70,000 with the help of a lot of students at Northridge High. They opened a pantry. Then they opened a pantry at Clearfield. That helped them identify kids in need in their school, and there were a lot more than they knew.
Right.
High school students at Northridge and Clearfield. They opened teen centers, and they worked with state legislators, one of whom is here today. I don't know if he's still here. They worked with state legislators, and the thing that really put it over the edge is how bad is the problem? And everyone's got their ideas, right? You watch the news, you got your thoughts, you're wherever you are on the political spectrum, right? But I think the message was sent out, go talk to people in your community. Go to your Thanksgiving extended family reunion or Thanksgiving or Christmas or 4th of July or whatever. Find the teacher, the social worker, the administrator, and this is good advice for all of us. Find those people and say, hey, I've heard this. Tell me what's it really like. Don't hold back, because those teachers, social workers, administrators tend to hold back because nobody wants those stories thrown at them.
Right.
And then they heard, hey, this is real. This isn't a political talking point. This is happening in my community every day at schools that I drive by, and it wasn't my reality, so how would I know? I couldn't imagine this world. I didn't live in this world. Mm-hmm. But this is happening to a lot of kids. And now they've opened some supportive housing for homeless kids in the Davis District. They have made huge progress, major strides forward. And there's no one person to credit. There are a lot of people who have done a lot of good things. And I think it's just incumbent on all of us to find out what's really going on in our lives and our neighborhoods. Stay away from political talking points and talking heads. Talk to people at a neighborhood gathering, at a church gathering, at a family holiday gathering, when you see that person who is a teacher, a social worker, an administrator, because they all have the stories. They know what's going on for kids. And it can be really brutal. And if it wasn't your childhood, how are you supposed to know?
Right.
You can't know. But
Right.
that doesn't mean it isn't happening. And I did a story a few years ago, and then I'll get off the soapbox.
No, you're good.
I went to, they opened pantries at Olympus High and at Orem High and at Brighton High. And I went, and PK knows this principal. The guy who was principal then, I think 2 or 3 principals again. They rotate every few years. But the principal at the time, PK knew him. And he said, this guy's a very trustworthy person. Like when you look him in the eye and you say something, he looks you in the eye, says it back, and that's how it is. This is a guy you can trust. And I went up there, and the photographer, and you've been to Brighton High probably.
Yeah,
They've got the
sure.
new building, right? And I said, there are people watching this story, and they see this brand new shiny school, 30th East, on the bench, high above the little people. How could you have hungry kids in this school? And he looked me right in the eye, as PK said he would. And he said it in a tone that you would never argue with because you know it's the truth when you hear it.
Uh-huh.
He said, hungry kids? I got 50 homeless kids.
Wow.
That's package led with that bite.
Yeah.
Let's just get right to the issue. If you only hear one thing, hear this principal say this about Brighton High. I went back a year later to a follow-up and said, do you remember saying? And he said, and now I have 100.
Wow.
We're seeing apartment complexes. They're lucrative. They're popping up all over the valley. If you build big apartment complexes, somebody in them is in tough times. Not everybody. Some people are in an apartment complex for convenience. It's that stage in their life, whatever. But somebody else is there, and they can't turn on the electricity, and they don't have food. And they may have had a health crisis. They may have gone through a divorce. And their next step is not being able to afford that apartment, and then they're here. And that's why they had 1,100 people here. And so it isn't just this place. And it's why we talked earlier this morning about all the people who collaborate with this place, because there are a lot of people who know what's going on. And I got to say, I moved through my life for a long time, and I didn't know. I thought I knew, but it was way worse than what I thought I knew.
So here's the number, 801-819-7300, 801-819-7300. But the easy way to go might be theroadhome.org, and the donate button is like right in the middle
Use your
of the
credit
page.
card,
Yeah.
get your frequent flyer miles, people.
You can't miss it.
You can do 2 things at once. You can help yourself while you give.
But here's the thing. You and I have been a part of this, well, my entire career. You go back into the
2002 when I got hired at Simmons.
Yep.
Craig Hansen, one of our old bosses.
Indeed.
He was president. This started because his niece, he told me the story, his niece was a student at the U and was studying to be a social worker and found out about the road home and said at a Thanksgiving gathering, Uncle Craig, here's what's going on. We got to do something about it.
Right. And it's grown every single year we've done it, added more stations, more TV stations, bigger participation. We see the support every single year, but you look at the dollar totals, and the only, I'll add, you hit the cause right on the head, but I will add, I'm always inspired by our listeners in particular who are really, really good at this as far as having hearts and contributing where you can. And, of course, we're talking about the dollar amount because we're competitive. And we like to beat the other stations, which, of course, is extraordinarily important. But I've had, friends. We've had great listeners. We've had companies that also get stuff together. I know you talked to the police chief earlier.
Yep.
I heard that, where they had a competition amongst the precincts to get material goods. And we're talking, blankets and clothing and diapers and
coats,
and
socks, diapers, and diaper wipes are huge need.
Well, and
super expensive.
And
Very
we're
expensive.
here at the family shelter, and I'm glad that we are. Because, this is the grassroots, and we're talking about children. And just to add to, what you were saying, if you've ever seen the kids get on the bus here at this shelter or get off the bus and go to school, it really just hammers it home. Like
Celeste is on the show. They've set it up at the school district. So this is on the bus routes. This is the first stop. It's the last stop. So no other kids see these kids getting off at a homeless shelter. There's no stigma there.
So they do amazing work here, and we've seen it. Speaking of Celeste, I think I've known her for the entire 20 whatever years I've done it. She's honestly amazing. So all the people here are 801-819-7300 and the roadhome.org. I'm trying to think of how you put the Jazz game last night when you were doing your review of the stories, but I found it funny. You said something like they pulled out a loss?
Yeah, they pulled out. It was a really good thing. Well, people are paying money to go to the games. They want to be entertained, but the Jazz entertain them. There's a lot of points. A lot of guys made shots. I think there were moments in the game where you could look at Bailey like, that's why they used the 5th pick on him. Look at what he just did, right? There aren't that many people who can do that. I mean, he is far from a finished product, but you just see these flashes and you think, man, he is going to be really good one day, right? What are we going to say about him when he's a third-year guy? Because we saw Kessler in his third year make big strides. Now we're seeing Keontae in his third year make big strides. And I want to say big strides. I don't want to say they are great. I don't want to say they have arrived. The NBA, and you and Ben were talking about this, there's a little cotton candy to all of this. Cotton candy looks good, and it tastes good, and then in your mouth, and then it's gone. Like, what was that?
Well, and
it wasn't really food.
Zero nutrition. Yeah, I was going to
zero nutrition, right? Like, these guys haven't really arrived until they've done it in the playoffs.
Right.
But you got to check all these boxes. You got to walk this path, and we can see them taking steps down the path. And they haven't arrived. You are arriving. You can win the NBA championship, and then, okay, now lots of people won the NBA championship. Do it a second time. Go back to back, right? Put yourself in more select company. Even if you win it all, you haven't arrived.
Right.
It's sports. There's always another thing. So the thing is to go to a game, see the progress, see the effort, see them and think, I am seeing them go down this path. They're making progress. But the Jazz need that pick. They do not want that pick to go to Oklahoma City, and they need to get a little lucky with that pick.
Yeah.
If the Jazz end up with the 5th or 6th worst record and end up drafting 1, 2, or 3, they need top 5, 10, 15 players if they're going to win a championship. And I think right now they've identified a lot of guys. I don't think they picked very many busts. I think they picked guys who were going to be Pace Mannion had a good NBA career. Now, Pace will tell me, I could have had a better one. I should have had a better one. He'll tell you specifically, I should have shot the ball more. I was too selfless. I didn't stand out. And then the next big thing comes along and I get squeezed out. I could have, I would have. He should have taken, But nonetheless, if you stay in the NBA for, I think Pace is in it for 7 years. That's
pretty good. Yeah,
that is something, right?
Good.
Plus, he got to play another decade overseas. These players who play 5 to 7 to 10 years in the NBA, I think there are a lot of guys in the last rebuild. Alec Burks, super popular, right?
Well, he might still be in the league.
I know, right? Now, has he ever been an all-star? No. Is he guy 1, 2, or 3 on an elite team? No. But he's constantly in the rotation of a playoff team. So you're not just in the top 500 players, in the NBA. He's probably in the top 150 or 2. We could argue and split hairs and all that, right? And to stay in the top 100, 150, 200 players, whatever, for that long, to stay in a rotation of a playoff team, that's a heck of an accomplishment. He's a really good player. But they need better players than that to build what they want to build. And maybe Ace Bailey, it's early, it's hard to know. It looks like there's a ton of promise, right? But how many guys they have are top 5, 10, or 15? Can someone Donovan Mitchell size, Keontae size, other players? Iverson's the outlier. He's the guy of that size. And Steph Curry's bigger than Iverson, but he still isn't 6'6". 6'6" to me is kind of the NBA minimum. There aren't going to be many guys who make the NBA under 6'6". And the guys who do will largely play one at a time. Because if you play 2 guys under 6'6", the other team's going to find a matchup to exploit.
Well, we saw that with Donovan and Mike Conley.
Yeah, we did. And I think we see it all the time. I think in any year there's teams who could put 2 guys out under 6'6", and they don't because their coach is like, if we do that, we're going to get our brains kicked in until I sub for one of them.
Wait, who was the salty 2 guard that played next to Allen Iverson that made it possible for AI to play? What was that guy's name? You know who I'm talking about? He couldn't shoot a lick, but he played a ton of D, and he was like 6'6". I want to say like Eric Snow. Does that sound right?
Might be right.
But I'm just to back up your point, the only reason Allen Iverson was feasible, even way back then,
you got to build the right team around him.
You had to pair him with somebody that was going to do the things that he was weak at. And, roster construction. And that's part of the reason the last bit of the Jazz didn't work. But I think they have at least 2 players And thinking about the young, they have at least 2 players that are a slam dunk to be better than that, in my opinion.
Better than what?
Than like your 12-year role player.
Oh, yeah.
So you could
Well,
talk me. You could talk me. You could talk me into more, but they've got 2 for sure. I think Ace Bailey will be way better.
Markkanen and Ace Bailey.
I'm not counting Markkanen. I'm thinking like young players.
Okay.
I still am not convinced that Markkanen is long term going to be on the roster.
I'm not convinced any of these guys are long term going to be on the roster.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a chance to get one of the top 5 or 10 players in the NBA, you're going to need to trade 2 or 3 guys who are top 50.
Yeah.
Right. So. We can love all these guys. Maybe we love them because they're going to play here 15 years. Maybe they are. I don't think so, but maybe they'll be here 10 years. Maybe they'll be here 2 years, but you'll be traded for somebody.
Right.
You know, one of the Jose Ortiz, to go way back for old-time Jazz fans, was he a good draft pick? A lot of people say no. Well, he played. He did some okay stuff. But they traded him for Jeff Malone. How good was Jeff Malone in Jazz history? Well,
awesome.
He was one of the top 3 players when they got to their first Western Conference final.
Yep.
Right? But then they traded Jeff Malone for Jeff Hornacek. So if they don't get Jose Ortiz, they don't get Jeff Hornacek, right? I can make the argument. And it's the same way with these guys. Some of these guys may be here a little while, some fairly long stretch of time, and some may be here a very long time.
Right.
Trades will happen. But they have to be good players, or you're probably not getting good players back for them. So they're assets. Maybe they play for you a long time.
Well, that's the game.
But maybe they help you. Right. So I don't worry so much about that. You know, if Keontae George becomes a player, and now this is 3 straight 30-point games, and he's had a nice stretch here to open the season, you know, people are looking at him different this year than they looked at him last year. Progress has been made. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
But lose a game in the fourth quarter because trying to get a top 5 pick, a top 3 pick, the number 1 pick. And they're trying to hold on to the pick. So it's a clutch loss.
Yeah.
Did I say clutch loss? Is that what got you going?
Yeah. Clutch. That's what it was.
That was a clutch loss.
Loss.
I want to look at defense in that game.
If they're going to keep the pick, it's going to turn in. This season's going to turn into a bloodbath.
They have to sit Keontae and they have to sit Markkanen because those guys can score points in bunches. And if the Jazz are going to win with Kessler out and no rim protection, I mean, Nurkic is big and he rebounds.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's not bouncy. He's not long. He's not a shot blocker. He's not a rim protector. If they trade him and get a good draft pick or a good smaller player back, they can make themselves better in the long run but worse in the short run just because they'd have even less size. And right now, that looks like I-15 going down the middle of the paint. I mean, the number of layups and dunks, and they got an offensive rebound. Lakers got an offensive rebound, and I'm watching the game up in the booth with you and with Tim Lacombe. And as soon as the shot is met, Tim is like, "That's good defense. Get that board." Uh-oh. And after he says, uh-oh, there's a pass, and LeBron slices and dunks. And Tim's like, that always happens. You don't get that rebound, that's what happens. You scramble for the ball, you're out of place, there's space, and a guy like LeBron knows there's space.
He's going to get it done.
He's going to attack.
Yeah.
And you're not in position because you were scrambling for the rebound. You either get the rebound or that happens to you. Yeah.
Board man gets paid, David.
143 points they gave up. There was a lot of that going on.
801-819-7300. That's the number to call to donate to the Road Home. Or simply go to theroadhome.org where they have a donate tab, of course. Say that you're donating and you listen to the Zone because we're competitive and we like to win. But there's we do.
We do. It's all
you
true.
Know what?
It's all true.
The other slobs in the radio industry like to win too. And
they do.
We don't like to give them any sort of satisfaction. So
when we were downtown, there was a huge scoreboard we could all see.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of trash talking. And now in this location, there isn't a scoreboard, and I don't think that's an accident.
All right, joining the show now from Rocky Mountain Power. We're so excited that they are involved. Dick Garlish joins us here on the Jake and Ben Show with DJ kind enough to stick around. Hey, thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. It's exciting to be here.
Now, that is a good-looking hat. Did you see this, David James? Did you see this?
I did not.
Now
nice.
That is a good-looking hat. And might I say you wear it well.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, when you got a face for radio like me, you got to dress up a little bit with a hat.
The self-deprecation starts now.
Yeah, well, I got to get in on this trash talking.
Yeah, right. We can't all be David James either. That's true. Just magic on the camera. I mean,
now the trash talking accelerates. That's a backhanded compliment.
Thank you for being here. First and foremost, David and I were talking about how long we've been involved with the Mediathon and how it's been so cool to see it grow. And that also is in big time, large part to sponsors and people like you guys who jump in with it. So first and foremost, thanks for doing it.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to participate in it. We're at Rocky Mountain Power. We're all about community. We're part of the community. We provide the power, but we live, we work in our communities, and we're all also about helping out and lowering barriers. So at Rocky Mountain Power this year, we proudly gave $50,000 to the road home, and then our employees through our Rocky Mountain Power Foundation gave an additional $15,000 this year.
Shout out to them.
Yeah, so I couldn't be prouder of our company and our team leading into to help in this area, because it's an area that needs help. My understanding is that between 2023 and 2024, there's been a 39% increase in homelessness. I mean, and you just see that in the numbers that the Road Home has put up this year. I mean, they helped 7,500 people, including 2,000 kids in our community just last year. I mean, that's a lot of people that need help and support. And the way that the Road Home does it is I'm personally impressed with. A lot of class, a lot of dignity, and they really provide, in addition to the shelter stuff, a lot of other programs that help support people from moving from a homelessness state or being unhoused to a more secure thing. Like the Finch program is a great example for them. 65% of the folks that participated, families that participated in that program, moved on to permanent sheltering after they finished the program. So just an amazing organization. And for those that are listening out there and thinking about donating and your money, like, I couldn't recommend it more, because the dollars that you put into the Road Home, they go straight to the people that need it. And it's just a great organization. We're proud to support it.
You can go online and look at the 990 and see where the money goes if you're into reading that kind of thing. Some business people are. Other people, their eyes roll into their back of the head. Yeah. But you can also go to Charity Navigator, and they will evaluate. They evaluate and assess a lot of charities across the country, and they rank them 1 to 4 stars. And they've been given the Road Home 4 stars for like 20 years now.
Yeah, so amazing run.
You are welcome to go do your own research online, or you can just believe everything Rocky Mountain Power tells you.
You a sports fan, Dick?
I am, yeah.
Utes, Cougars, Aggies, what are we talking about?
I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball.
All right.
I'm a Montana guy. I grew up in Montana, so this Saturday.
I was going to guess. I saw the beard in the hat. I almost said Wyoming. I was so close.
Yeah. Well,
the Grizz, way better than the Pokes.
Yeah, all right, yeah. The zone is now my favorite.
Exactly.
So Montana or Montana State?
Montana State. We're going to have a grudge match, the duel part 2, the Brawl in the Wild part 2, and the winner goes to the Chipper in the FCS. So excited about that. And
ABC 2 o'clock, not to pub another network, but holy cow, that's a big game.
It's going to be a good game because there's a lot on it, just including the pride. We've been, I think we were on the 150th year of the Montana State game, and my Grizz lost the regular season game, so I want a little revenge, and I want to go to the Chipper.
But if this one wins, you're not gonna mind if you win this one.
I'll feel better about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could say I didn't mind, but I'm gonna feel better.
Okay.
By the way, Missoula, one of the sneaky fun towns in this great country. Missoula is so fun.
Not to sidetrack you too much on the football, but don't you feel like whoever wins that semifinal is going to be a heavy favorite in the title game? Not that there's any locks. 3 turnovers, you can lose any football game.
Yeah.
But these teams are seeded 2-3. Those teams aren't seeded. It feels like it's going to be a heavyweight Cinderella final, regardless of whether Montana or Montana State wins.
Yeah, it's shaping up that way, but you never know in the FCS. I think that's what I love about it. But I'm just happy that a Montana school is gonna win that championship one way or another. That's my take.
But you don't really mean that.
Yeah, I was about to say, if the Grizz lose, then the Bobcats are going to say, we swept you. We won the Big Sky title, and probably they're going to say we won the national title.
I am aware of the downside in this situation.
Yeah, but you know what? You can only have high rewards if you have high stakes.
That's right. That's why we love it this time of year, right? And Missoula is one of the sneaky, fun towns, and if you like football and you like sports, you got to go down and see my pal Bo Anderson at the Missoula Club. That's where you need to go.
Now we get to the real important stuff here. On a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being absolute truth, 0 being total fiction, Kevin Costner, Yellowstone, how close are they getting to the truth when they portray your home state?
Well, I'll tell you, I have a friend who is a fifth-generation rancher in north central Montana, and I asked him that same question, and his response to me was this: Well, the way I sees it, all the people that moved here after they saw a river runs through it are now mad at all the people that moved here after they watched Yellowstone.
That is hilarious.
That is a great line.
Oh, my gosh.
Make sure you pass that along. That is a great line.
Is so funny.
But I will say that Kevin Costner and his character don't bear much in common with my friend Leighton Perry, who runs that ranch. They're very different.
My wife's theory is there aren't that many naked women walking around ranches either. And sex sells,
you could say no comment, Dick. That's all right. You can duck that one.
Well, I'm just trying to keep it a family show.
Yeah, thank you, because David's failing. No, and big thank you to Rocky Mountain Power. You mentioned employees and raising $15K, and pass along our thanks to them too. Thanks for all you guys do. We appreciate it, Dick.
All right, thank you. This has been great. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. All right,
sometime we'll have you back and talk about a Major League Baseball stadium. Near the old headquarters.
I'd love to talk to you about that.
Yeah,
it's getting pretty excited. We're breaking ground and dirt's moving, and it's a pretty exciting time in the Power District. Yep.
All right.
Love it.
Stay tuned. More next. Jacob Ed 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, joining us.
Barring something crazy, I think we all know AJ will be on your team for one season. You see him all around. He's representing BYU every place he goes. I just think that's incredible, and to me, it's a surprise. I'm guessing to you that it probably wasn't.
It's amazing, honestly. It really is. BYU's a worldwide brand in and of itself, but now you tack on what most likely going to be a generational type talent to kind of wave the BYU banner on the heels of what Yegor has done and will do in the NBA. Just a really cool time for BYU on a basketball standpoint to get the brand out there even more and have really awesome young men represent it. It's fun and it's exciting.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Hey, Doug, I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA. Additional discounts applied from Doug Smith Kia. No one knows Kia like Doug.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers joins us. John, the countdown to Christmas is on.
'Tis the season, DJ, and as you know, at J. Brooks Jewelers, every year we work very hard to have the perfect gift for the special people in your life. From the most brilliant diamonds to make it a perfect holiday season for her that she will just never forget, or perhaps an amazing new diamond bracelet or necklace to add to her collection for a memory to last all year. And don't forget our wonderful selection of amazing stacking diamond wedding bands that she has always wanted, an all-time favorite for all of our customers. So no matter what the budget, our all-female buying team understands what the ladies are looking for, and we have things in every budget to make it a perfect holiday season. So stop in person, J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or shop online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Remember, J. Brooks Jewelers, where women know what women want.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Will Hardy on Keontae George's work ethic.
Keontae, the way that he works and carries himself rubs off on a lot of our team, but I do think we have a group of young players that are really hungry to get better. I've never questioned their desire or their work ethic.
Stay tuned for Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. 30 past the hour, every hour at University of Utah Health. Hope is their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live from the road home. It's the Mediathon. We're raising money for an incredible cause. 801-819-7300. People are standing by to take your donations, or simply go to theroadhome.org and hit that donate button. And make sure you tell them you're a Zone listener, because we want to mop the floor with the arrow, for example. Sue Kelly just walked in, and we love Sue 364 days out of the year.
But today she must lose. So please donate. Theroadhome.org, of course, just an amazing cause, and we'll talk about it throughout the show. Let's get to the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Kyle Whittingham says he is at peace with his decision to step down as Utah's head coach.
I'm a free agent. I'm in the transfer portal. so yeah, it's a different feel. But like I said, I'm at peace, and I did not want to be that guy that overstayed his welcome, and people just saying, hey, when's this guy going to leave? That was not my intention ever, and I hope I didn't do that. I'm sure with some people I did do that, but to me the timing is right.
That was Kyle Whittingham from practice yesterday. DJ, I usually get a kick out of telling people how bad their PR is. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you what, Whit put on a masterclass yesterday.
He's good at it.
He absolutely is. He put on a PR masterclass yesterday. And that was, I'll put it this way, that was the classy way to sell it. And I don't think we'll ever know what happened behind closed doors and who encouraged who to do what.
Right.
But that was a classy way to handle it. I thought yesterday at practice, without lying, without being fake. He didn't say anything that was untrue in the slightest. And now he probably didn't. In fact, he definitely didn't tell the whole story, good or bad.
Right.
But the message that he put out yesterday was pretty brilliant. It was a classy way to do it.
We could figure out part of the story. Part of it was out there. and I think we know some of his bigger goals. He wants the program to flourish after he's gone. Most coaches have been there somewhere 20 years and built something or helped build something because Ron McBride built some of it and Urban built some of it, and obviously Kyle's built the last 20 years of this story. So, and he wants that to continue, and so he needs Morgan there, and he realizes guys are getting opportunities. Kalani came close to Penn State. I think we all assumed Jay would have gotten the head coaching job, and then we think we all assumed that the next call Kalani would have made for defensive coordinator would have been to Morgan.
Right.
And Penn State's got gobs of money, and so and whether it's USC or Texas or Penn State or what, there are lots of people who have interest over Morgan over time. He's been a defensive coordinator for a decade now.
And a good one.
Yeah, they've had a bunch of top 20 defenses. He's been in 4 conference title games and 2 Rose Bowls. They don't give up many yards. They don't give many points. Opportunities are going to come. He's got to make way for him. It doesn't mean Kyle wants to go. It doesn't mean maybe there weren't difficult conversations with either Morgan or the AD or the president or some combination of all of them. It doesn't mean he was at peace with every step of the process along the way, but he has arrived at a place where I believe him when he says that. Doesn't mean it wasn't awkward or confrontational or whatever other word you want to throw out there along the way. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. And I've talked to people who are close to him, and they got their opinions, and Kyle has people who are so loyal to him. They are fiercely loyal to him, to the point that while I don't think they lie to me, I know they see the truth from their perspective. And that truth's a big ball. You can't see the whole thing from any one place at the same time. You got to walk around it and talk to different people. And it's not necessarily the AD or president's job to make Kyle feel good.
Nope.
It's to make sure the football program stays good. And the worst scenario, and the one I think they've avoided, is where the coach stays a year or two too long. We've all seen that many times. And the person who should have been the successor has moved on and taken another job. Oops. And we all know that story, and they didn't want it to happen here. Now, along the way, that may have led to awkward or difficult or tense moments.
Have you ever, and we can move on, obviously we're way late. Have you ever overstayed your welcome at a party?
Of course.
You ever look around the living room and realize you're the last person there?
I got to leave.
Nobody wants to be that guy. No.
Company Christmas party and everyone's gone. What am I doing?
What am I doing here?
They're talking to 2 people in the corner. You're talking in the corner. You turn around like everybody's left.
Everybody's gone.
I guess we should go. This party's over.
You're talking to one of the hosts. The other one is already
going
over, off to
go.
get their pajamas on.
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, guys, how good is Keontae George?
No, he's pretty good.
Yeah. We had to send Jamil scrambling for the dumb button on that one.
That drop lives on.
Yeah.
That'll be useful after a Mammoth game, after college football and basketball games. Well done. Thanks for the drop.
There's still more that he needs to do.
There's more that all these guys need to do.
Yeah.
Lowry Markkanen is the most accomplished player on the team, and he's never been in a playoff game. And he's played more regular season games without being in a playoff game than anybody else active in the NBA right now. Everybody on this team still has a lot to prove. But they've also proven some things. And Keontae's clearly been taking major strides in the right direction this year. Clearly.
My favorite play of his last night was hitting a 3 in LeBron's face and then basically baiting him into fouling and making the shot and making it a 4-point play. I bring that up because
that wasn't the kind of play LeBron made in his prime.
No. Well, Keontae acts like he belongs. He plays like he belongs. Yeah. And not in an obnoxious Talon Horton-Tucker kind of way. But
just to throw one specific player under the bus.
Not in an annoying THT kind of way. But actually in a productive and confident manner, which I think is a big part of his deal.
Old school, I would say I like the way that Keontae and Collier attack off the dribble or off the bounce or now put pressure on the rim. But it also
cliche.
It's all the same thing, and the expressions change every few years. But you get the idea. You've got 2 guards now who can have the ball 30 feet from the hoop and can get to the rim in a way that really freaks the defense out. And that's going to create open shots for everybody else.
What's next, Christian?
And number 3, the college football playoff begins tonight.
what are you going to pick, David? TNT or True TV? What are you going to watch? You get your choice. You want the old True TV to watch Oregon at James Madison, or are you going to pick TNT?
TNT.
I just find it funny when they put
the same game on multiple channels.
No, but they put sports on True TV. They do it with the NCAA tournament.
Yeah,
If you looked at
I think they're trying to turn True TV into an all-sports kind of product.
I've heard that too. But if you've seen the banana stuff they have on True TV, and then they sandwich a football game in there is pretty funny. Well, not that I put that much credit into what Vegas has put out there for a line, but Oregon by 20.5. If James Madison has any pride at all, they'll go out and play tough.
The G5s are in a tough spot. And, I mean, I grew up going to San Diego State games. I root for the little guy because I grew up rooting for the Chargers, the Aztecs, and the Padres. And they were all the little guy because right up the freeway 2 hours in L.A., there's the Dodgers winning it all. There's the Lakers winning it all. There's USC football. There's UCLA basketball. That's where Goliath lived, L.A.
Yeah, right.
We were the little guys. We wanted to have a rivalry with Goliath, but they were busy having a rivalry with San Francisco. When they lost to us, they're like, that's amusing.
Right.
We don't even have rivals with you.
They barely even cared.
Yeah. So I'm G5 guy all the way. This is just in my DNA from elementary school. I mean, I can't help it. And having said that, the G5s I always thought could compete. And Utah backed it up when they won the Fiesta Bowl. The Fiesta Bowl. Boise State when they beat Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl. Utah when they won again in the Sugar Bowl. TCU when they beat Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl. Those schools had a bunch of big – UCF has done it, right? But just in these last 3 or 4 years,
it's been ugly.
NIL and transfer. You can't put together 3 classes of 2-star Eric Weddle types and build a team that wins the Sugar Bowl with 6 guys who are going straight to the NFL in a couple months. And maybe more who went, but they were freshmen and sophomores and weren't at their peak yet. But you can't do that because now every year you get rated. The Utes, who've now stepped across the line, rated New Mexico, offensive coordinator, quarterback, receiver, running back. The running back got stuck. He didn't star at this level, but the receiver and the QB did, and the OC did. You can't build at the G5 level the way you used to. I think it's going to get harder and harder for them to compete. And the way they're going to get around acing these guys out, which they clearly want to do because they want to share the money, I think they get rid of automatic bids. Even though that's what happens in basketball, men's and women's, and volleyball and soccer and softball and baseball and blah, blah, blah. I think they're just going to have taken the top 16 teams and then they can go, oh, well, you aren't in the top 16. We're not acing anybody out. There's no automatic bid for the Big Ten or the SEC. We just all know the Big Ten and SEC champs are going to end up 1, 2, 3.
Yep. David, thank you for sticking around today.
No worries.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
You are the best, and thanks for doing it, especially today here at the
Well, then
Roadhouse.
I'll stay a few more minutes.
All right, stay tuned. We're going to talk to our friend Patricia coming up right around the corner. She is a presenting sponsor of our Road Home event, and so we're excited to talk to her. Stay tuned. More next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Western Nut makes corporate and personal gifting stress and worry-free. From Utah's original gift towers, custom packaging, and more. Western Nut, your one-stop gift shop to assist selections, budgeting, wrap, and mailing. Call, click, or visit westernut.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts? I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night coming.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live at the Road Home, 801-819-7300, or go to theroadhome.org to donate. There's a donate tab right there on the homepage. It is so easy. We're very excited. Joining us now, our presenting sponsor here at the Road Home from Performance Automotive. Patricia is back with us, and we were talking before we jumped on. How many years now?
It's 5 years.
Wow.
Going strong. We'll be here next year.
We can't thank you enough. It's really amazing. This is one of the biggest things that we do, obviously, all year long, and so we're certainly excited you're back with us.
Oh, we're thrilled to be a part of it. To give back to the community is what Performance Automotive is all about, and it's very important for us to be here.
When you do this, and there are lots of people, you must have knocks on the door all the time. There's lots of good causes. There's lots of people you could be supporting, but you've chosen this one. So why this one and not all the other people who knock on your door?
This one is especially with the amount of families that show up here on a daily basis and the amount of children. I just was told 200 children last night.
Yep.
That's heartbreaking. And we don't want those children waking up without Christmas presents. We don't want them without clothes. We want their families. It's all about community families. And that's what this Road Home supports, is the family unit. And we cannot help but help them.
I love you could talk about overall philosophy, and we can get into the weeds on exactly how they execute it, but it's all in the name, right? The Road Home. And it's about that process. It's about more than shelter, which of course is part of the story, but I love the mission of bettering lives and putting people on the road home.
Yeah, and they're giving them another start. Just giving them the help that they need to go forward is what it is all about. So
I think it's interesting you say that about we could take a deep dive into this, because once upon a time, probably 15 years ago, I had someone who works with your friend Val, Amber, who said, hey, I've got this company and they're interested in doing it, but they also have a lot of questions. And I'm like, set up a meeting, they should ask all their questions. And I sat in a meeting, and Celeste was the one who ran the meeting.
Right.
And she answered all of the couple's questions for an hour. and they took a very business-oriented perspective. Like, why do you do this? Why do you invest in that? What is the payoff? Why this and not that? And Celeste just walked them through it all. And I knew it was well thought out, but when I heard them have to answer that from a couple that had run their own successful business, they've since sold it. But for a long time, to answer all those questions, it gave me a lot of confidence in how they run things here. Because, it's not like Celeste didn't have notes in it, but she literally had everything at her fingertips. Oh, we've got a thing on that. Let me go get that for you. She comes, walks back, and you can take that home and read it. That's a lot, but you can look it over. And it just gave me a lot of confidence in how well run it was. I don't know if you ever had a specific meeting like that where you sat down with them one time, or if it's something that you learned talking with them over a long period of time, but you're nodding. You probably had that experience.
Well, with Performance Automotive, it's really, we know the business and the community that we need to serve. And it's not what's in it for us.
Yeah.
It's basically us giving back as a business in Bountiful, Utah, that want to give back. And that's what we care about, and we know it's a good one, especially with KSL Bonneville behind it. We're not going wrong. And it's about helping those people, and that's what this is all about. And I encourage everyone who's listening right now, clean out those closets. If you have new clothes, old clothes, within reason, obviously, go down to the stores. I think you mentioned going to your Costco's, your Smiths, all those places. Just help these families get a new start is all we're hoping for. Yep,
And a lot of kids, it makes a big difference. You always want value when you spend your money. If you spend $1, you want to get $1 worth of stuff. But I feel like when you spend here, especially with the kids, you're investing in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You can really change the arc of somebody's life. If you come down and volunteer and serve a dinner, you see kids and you're like, well, they're not scarred by this, at least not now. Now, if they stay in this environment for a long time, then what, right?
Right.
But they're not scarred now, and if somebody, one of us, does something, then they're going to be in a better place going forward.
And they will remember it.
Yep, and you do. So you want to get value today, but you're getting value for weeks, months, and years into the future.
Absolutely. They're our future.
Right.
We got to invest in them.
Yep.
Patricia, thank you. It is great to see you. I think we've got you coming back next hour, too. So hopefully we'll sit down and see you in a few.
All righty. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Patricia.
Call 801-819-7300. 801-819-7300. And you can donate online, or you can donate at theroadhome.org. Theroadhome.org/donate.
We talk a lot about how this whole thing has grown over the years. So cool. Patricia and the good folks at Performance have been with us for 5 years and already said she's going to be back next year. So that's really amazing. Big thanks to her for jumping on with us. And we're going to go from one guest to another. Joining us now, part of the match going on right now from a organization that you and I are very familiar with, DJ. Courtney Hawks is joining us from the Larry H. and Gail Miller Family Foundation. Courtney, great to see you. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Great to see you, too. Thanks for having me.
David and I worked for the Larry H. Miller group for how long, David?
15 years, probably.
A long time. And so I guess what I'm going to say is not a surprise to see you. We know how things work and how important the community and things like the Road Home are.
Yeah, it is really important.
Talk about how it kind of meets with the mission of Larry H. Miller and Gail Foundation.
Yeah, well, at our foundation, we love the word thriving, and we believe that we can thrive together, but that it takes all of us. And we love supporting initiatives that meet people's basic needs: food, shelter, and we love that the Road Home helps with that, but then helps people beyond that with mental health resources and things like that. It's just a great organization to support.
Yeah. You mentioned the mental health. That's a real big piece of the equation. Right. There can be a lot of trauma involved. You never know. Everybody's got a different backstory when they arrive here. They're carrying a lot there. And then being in this situation has its own challenges, too. So you really have to underline that mental health piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, it's a really important piece.
I've talked about it a lot. Our community is, this Mediathon has grown every year and gotten bigger and bigger. But we as Utahns, and of course, the Miller family is a big part of our community. We're really good at this, of digging deep and helping folks that really need it.
Yeah, it's really neat to be here today and see all of the support and all of these foundations and organizations coming together just to help.
Yeah.
It really is a strong community.
Yeah.
Well, Courtney, we can't thank you enough for dropping by the show and thank the foundation for the match. It really goes a long way. It means a lot. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. Thanks for having us.
All right, we'll talk to Steve Bartle coming up right around the corner. That number to call, 801-819-7300 to donate, or simply go to theroadhome.org.
/donate.
You have a great day, DJ. Good to see
I
you.
will.
All
Good
right.
to see you.
Bartle coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah's holiday magic starts here. Now through January 3rd, discover South Jordan's newest holiday tradition at the ballpark at America First Square. Holiday Lights transforms the ballpark into a breathtaking winter wonderland, complete with music, interactive fun, and festive displays the whole family will love. Holiday Lights is proudly presented by Minky Couture. For tickets and details, visit the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable. Celebrate Utah's newest holiday tradition, Holiday Lights at the ballpark. The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, we're all thinking a lot about family over the holidays, and if you have not put serious consideration into the financial well-being in the short and long term of you and your family, well, you might be like me and need a team of good folks on your side to help you best make decisions to set yourself up. And, of course, Trajan wants to be that team for you. And when I say team, I mean it. We're talking very smart, experienced people that are going to help you set the right goals, like when do you want to retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? What decisions do you have to make to get there? Well, sit down with them. Ask them all the questions. 801-210-6800. I've done it. I've gone through the process. They are very nice, and they explain things very well. 801-210-6800. Also go online, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Client-paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What's that? Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered. Time to eat, fellas. You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. 1, 2, 3, move it. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. Well, I don't know if there'll be snow, but have a cup of cheer. Have a holly jolly Christmas. And when you walk down the street, say hello to friends you know and everyone you meet. Ho, ho, the mistletoe.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. We are live at the Road Home. It's the annual Mediathon. We're raising money for a great cause. We're helping families get on the road home. Of course, not just shelter, but opportunities to put the wheels back on, or to get back on their feet, I should say. And we've been doing this for many, many years, going back to the 90s or I guess early 2000s as a station. I believe this is my 23rd year as being a part of it, and it's amazing. And we couldn't do it without the help of all our generous listeners. So theroadhome.org, click on the donate tab, or call 801-819-7600. All right, it's time to talk some University of Utah sports with the man himself. Go ahead, Christian.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else, this is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Howdy, Steve. How are you?
Doing okay, Jake. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great, Steve. We're here at the Road Home, and this is always a highlight of every year, helping folks out, and particularly at this shelter. And I know you have a young family. They help a lot of young families. 200 kids used the shelter last night. So it's always great to see the generosity of our listeners, and hopefully we're making a little bit of a difference. So to specifically answer your question, I'm doing great. But happy holidays to you. How are you? Your family ready for the big event?
Yeah, man. It's always a good time, and you know I've worked the Road Home and that a couple times in my lifetime, and it's really cool to see the generosity of so many people. And I think being here in Utah, it's one of the unique characteristics of our state, and so it's always cool to see that come to light around this time. And so like with my family, we're doing good, man. Miles is now, he's almost 3 and starting to grasp like what is actually going on, and so we're excited. We're pretty excited for this Christmas for sure.
Oh, yeah, when the 3-year-old, they get into the ripping into the presents phase, like really getting after it. That's good times. All right, Steve, I'm just curious for your read on, now we've heard from Coach Witt. We've played some of the sound on the show. I'm curious for your read on the entire situation.
Yeah, obviously, there's still a lot that feels like it's not been answered yet. There's still questions that have not been answered. But, you know, in talking with Coach Whittingham last night at his media availability, you know, he emphasized the point that, you know, now is the right time for a change to happen. And, you know, I believe him. I believe he truly feels that. I believe that, you know, he knows that this is, you know, a really good situation for Morgan to come into and to help him, you know, get off to a good start in his career. You know, but just with the whole entire situation, you know, it feels like there's a lot of uncertainties, a lot of things that, you know, like I said, things haven't been answered. And, you know, with Kyle Whittingham, you know, we're talking about a living legend, right? Like, that's the thing we're talking about with him is we're one of the top 10 coaches in the country, you know, when he's on duty. And, you know, for it to be, you know, a Friday evening news dump with, you know, the news of him stepping down and all of that, it just feels like there's a lot not being done to really send off a living legend the right way. And so, like, I'm sure that we'll get more over the next couple of weeks. We know that we're going to have a January 6th press conference to introduce Morgan Scally, but I really hope that Utah takes the time to send Kyle Whittingham off the right way, and I'm sure that they will do that. I'm sure that they're putting together things, but yeah, certainly an interesting time. And, you know, it's interesting. I've had a lot of conversations with people that have, you know, been on the beat and that, and the belief coming off of the Kansas game was that, you know, this was retirement. This was it. Like, we were all convinced that he was set to retire, and then, you know, as we got into the off season, obviously that all changed a week after or so the season ended. Everything started to shift towards, you know, Kyle wants to run it back now. And so I'm of the thinking that Kyle, you know, doesn't fully know exactly what he wants to do just yet. And I think for him to step down, and he mentioned this last night, you know, to step down, to step away, and to take time to fully, you know, come to terms with, you know, whatever route he wants to go, I think is going to be the smart move for him. So that's going to be his plan over the next month, is taking time to just digest, you know, his future and what it looks like. So we got some answers on some things, but still a lot to be answered with this whole situation.
Well, that is true. And I said this earlier in the show. I thought Whit put on a PR masterclass yesterday. I thought all his comments were super classy. I thought he told the story without, you know, I'm sure he did not want to get into the details. I'm sure Utah didn't want him to get into the details either. And he was able to get the message out there and answer questions basically without lying, which I get frustrated with. Like, I get it. You can't tell us every little thing, but that doesn't mean you have to lie about it, right? And he was honest. But one question, and you're talking about questions that didn't get answered, you know, I still am not convinced that if Coach Whit alone were to make this decision, that this was the decision they would arrive at. Do you have any take on that? If it really was Whit and Whit's decision alone, whether or not this would be the outcome that we're at?
Yeah, you know, I think, again, it gets back to doing, you know, what Kyle Whittingham has said time and time again, is doing what's best for the university. And the only person that will, let's just say this, Kyle Whittingham is the most powerful person up there, you know, at the University of Utah, right? With what he's done over the last 21 years, you know, the economic benefit that he's provided the university because of the success of his football program, nobody in their right mind is going to tell Kyle Whittingham to leave. Right? I don't think, anyways. That's my take on it. But I do think, you know, there was probably some indications. There was probably talk about, hey, Morgan Scally, you know, there's a real possibility that if we all run it back, that, you know, Morgan, you know, in his career, he wants to take that next step. He wants to be a head coach. You know, he's already, he's a year older than Kyle Whittingham was when Kyle took over the Utah job from Urban. You know, Morgan is 46. Kyle was 45 when he took over. So the clock is ticking for Morgan, and you don't blame Morgan for wanting to ascend to that job, to that role. And I think ultimately that this was the decision. Was Kyle, completely ready to let go? I don't know, but I think at the end of the day, I think Kyle doing what's best for the program and handing the reins over to Morgan Scally is ultimately what influenced his decision more than anything else. And whether he was forced into that, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. But ultimately, I think that is at the core of what this whole decision and what this whole situation is about.
What do you think Morgan will do differently than Witt?
It's for the bulk of how this program operates, for the majority of how things go and what they do, it's going to look the same. I wouldn't be surprised if there are tweaks with, the offense and sort of the mindset and what they look to accomplish on a week-in, week-out basis. From what I've gathered, I know that Morgan believes in, having I don't want to say a high-octane offense, but certainly an offense that is more willing to throw the ball around because it benefits, you on the recruiting trail. Players, regardless of whether you're offense or defense, they like to see an offense that can move the ball effectively. And so I think that is going to be an interesting stamp on the offense when he takes over. Is that what we actually see? I think I don't want to say maybe the biggest difference, but I do know that, he's a big focus of him is going to be beefing up the recruiting and making sure that they have a lot of people contributing to the recruiting efforts up there at the University of Utah. I think that's going to be a big priority for him. And so, for the most part, it's going to remain the same, the day in, day out operation. But I do think there are going to be things that we see that we notice over the course of time that will reflect on Scally and this being his program when it comes to recruiting, when it comes to the offense, when it comes to some of these other things. I do think we'll see little differences here and there as he begins to take over here.
Any idea who the next defensive coordinator is going to be?
Man, he's got 4 great options, right now serving under him on that defensive side of the ball with Colton Swan, Sharif Shaw, Lewis Powell, Luther Ellis. You really can't go wrong with any one of those guys. If I had to pick, a favorite where I was leaning on who would be the guy to emerge from that 4, I'd probably lean Colton Swan. I think he's the guy that, he's done a fantastic job recruiting to that linebacker position. He has experience as a defensive coordinator, in his time up at Weber State under Jay Hill. And, I know that Colton Swan has gotten a lot of interest from programs outside of Utah as well. So I would look at Swan first, but, man, I would be – if Shaw is up for it, if he wants to take that role, I think Shaw would be tremendous as a defensive coordinator. And Lewis Powell as well, with just what he does recruiting and all that he does there for Utah. Again, he's got 4 great options in the building already. And that's going to be a tough call, but I would lean towards Swan emerging as the guy to become defensive coordinator.
Granted, it would be speculation, Steve, but do you have any idea how much dough Utah spent on the football team this year, NIL and from the university?
What was it? About $18 million.
Okay.
Altogether, $18 million.
How much do they want that to go up? Or how much does that have the ability to go up, do you think, if the private equity thing works out?
Yeah, it's going to go up. It's going to go up pretty significantly. I would anticipate it getting up to 25, 26, 27 million, just kind of depending on, when this private equity deal is first completed. And, with that private equity deal, I think it's important for people to understand, that all of that money is not necessarily going to NIL, right? That serves a much larger cause for the University of Utah than just, equipping your rosters with good players. That's going to be a big thing. But I do think what it does is, It's going to free up and create opportunities because you're partnering with Otro Capital, who is going to help you set up these corporate sponsorships, which potentially increases your NIL opportunities. And I think that's where kind of the real interesting part of that PE deal comes, is the partnership with Otro and what it means for that. So I think Utah's, what they'll be able to do, funding the roster, I think it's going to see a significant boost once they get that deal completed and move forward with everything in place.
So they're not quite to the 20 yet, and they'll get to the 20 with this deal now.
Yeah, so they had the full $20.5 million, but not all $20.5 million went to football. It's split up between, men's basketball and all the other sports. So I think when it comes to the rev share portion, they fulfilled that full $20.5, but only, I think it was like $14 million went to football, and then the rest was covered by NIL.
Okay. All right. Well, it's an interesting world where we find ourselves, Steve. Any other news we need to know getting ready for the Vegas Bowl?
Man, just, more to come, obviously. It'll be interesting to get down to Vegas to get a feel for where the team is at. The team players are going to go home for Christmas, and then they'll fly directly to Las Vegas and get ready for the bowl game down there. But outside of that, we've got Utah basketball tomorrow night. Alex Jensen and the running Utes taking on Eastern Washington. Obviously, with the loss last week to Mississippi State, Utah looking to get back in the win column tomorrow night. But man, that's about it on the Utah front. Pretty quiet month of December so far.
Yeah, right. I mean, you've hardly worked at all. I'm jealous.
Barely.
He is Steve Bartle. He covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He's been very busy, and you should follow all of his work to stay up to date on the latest with all the Bartle bombs that have been dropping. You got to be following Steve. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate all you do.
Appreciate you, Jake.
There you go. Steve Bartle covers the Utes for KSLSports.com, and he's kind enough to jump on with us on Fridays. We are live at the Road Home today, 801-819-7300, 801-819-7300, or simply go online to theroadhome.org and hit on that Donate tab. Joining us now, he is Andrew Allman from Chick-fil-A, and we're excited you guys are back, Andrew, and you very much have improved the aroma. I mean, not that it was bad before, but man, that smells delicious. I'm so hungry.
It's amazing what happens when you show up with some chicken and how people perk up and get excited. And yeah, it smells good in here. It smells great.
Well, we'll talk about the Road Home, but I'll tell you, people are passionate about their chicken from Chick-fil-A. I do the Jazz pre-half and post-game on the radio, so I'm at every home game. And I'll tell you what, it rarely gets louder in the fourth quarter than when someone misses the front end.
All of a sudden, that arena gets so excited. It actually activated last night as well. So everybody in the state got free chicken with our Jazz promotion. But it is such a fun promotion. The Jazz could be down 40 or up 40. But when that first free throw misses, it is amazing what happens to the crowd. People love their free chicken. So that's been a fun promotion to partner with the Jazz on that one.
People are passionate. I'll tell you
they
what.
Are.
People are passionate.
And the cool part, too, is watching some of the players get involved in it, too. You see some of the guys on the bench, they start, waving their towels and stuff and getting the crowd hyped up, and they love it as, too. Yeah. So even though they're making millions of dollars playing for the Jazz, they still love their free chicken.
It's pretty cool. Well, let's talk about why you guys are here and participating. And, of course, we love the Road Home, and we love that you're a part of it.
This is such a cool event, and we've worked with the Road Home for a number of years. In our restaurants, oftentimes we'll have some surplus food, some surplus chicken. So all of our restaurants, we partner with a group called Shared Table, who collects our surplus food and then brings it to places like the Road Home to be able to feed folks here. And so we love that we're able to give back in that sense, that we're not wasting food. It's not going to the garbage. It is going to people who actually need it. What a great partnership to work with the Road Home for all these years from all of our Chick-fil-A restaurants here in Utah.
Oh, that is amazing, and especially here at this particular shelter where we're talking about families. We're talking about 200 kids were in the shelter just last night, 2,000 over the last year. I mean, God, nothing's more important than that.
That's exactly right. Chick-fil-A, yes, we serve chicken, right? But our long-term goal is we want to become the world's most caring company. And people often ask, well, how do you do that selling chicken sandwiches? Well, it's like this. It's being able to show care inside of our restaurants. It's being able to show care to folks who maybe are outside of our restaurants who aren't able to come and eat with us like a traditional customer. But we love that we can get our food into the mouths of many people here in the state of Utah and get back that way.
And maybe I could make that plea to those, Jazz fans or sports fans that are oh so passionate about Chick-fil-A to maybe get some of that passion down here and donate. What do you think?
Come and donate. We'll take it any way. You can come and scan a QR code. You can donate online. But, yes, please. Road Home does such amazing things for so many families, as you mentioned earlier. Folks who are unhoused, it's a real issue. And it's kids, it's families. And especially this time of year, dig down deep. We have to say it's better to give than to receive. What a great opportunity to get back here today.
TheRoadHome.org, and I personally want to thank you guys because sometimes I get distracted during the game. You're on your computer or whatever. I always know when the front end of 2 foul shots are missed. I always know. I don't even have to watch. I go, oh, he just missed that.
He just missed
one.
Let's
he just
go.
missed that.
Everybody on your feet. Let's miss the second one.
Andrew, thank you. Thank you for all your support. Thanks for bringing lunch. We appreciate everything you do. Thank you very much.
Hey, it's an absolute pleasure.
All right, that's Andrew Allman from Chick-fil-A. Call 801-819-7300 or go to theroadhome.org. We'll have an update with how much we've raised coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of the Utah State Aggies.
This is the time of season where you're looking at roster retention and also recruiting. What are your thoughts on having to do all that at a time when the most important thing is charged to win the next game?
It's a really unique landscape. There's tampering, no question. It's against the rules, but the rules aren't enforced. We've got 3 more games left, but players have been reached out to. There's some phantom hotline that you're supposed to be able to call where something happens, which that's just nonsense.
Phantom hotline?
Telling it like it is, as usual.
Phantom hotline.
The reality is programs with as much money as they have will take who they want in the manner that's supposed to be legal, but not. Most are smart enough to stay one step away from a true family member. But, yeah, it happens.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Make your holidays magical at The Roof. Enjoy holiday lights and festive flavors with the all-new a la carte menu, entrees, and delectable desserts. Downtown at The Roof. Visit theroofslc.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Will Hardy saying no more excuses. That Keontae George fella is quite good.
Yeah, I think it's time that everybody stops trying to give reasons why Keontae's playing well. Oh, well, he's only playing well because Lowry helps him so much. And, oh, he's only playing well because of this. And, no, he's pretty good. And I think it's time that everybody gives him some respect. And the way he carries himself, the way he works every day, the way he takes coaching, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he's helping Ace. Believe me, there's nobody who's going to be harder on Key than me, but he's pretty freaking good.
Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by our friends at University of Utah Health. For you, for life, University of Utah Health.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I love those J-I-N-G-L-E bells. Oh, those holiday J-I-N-G-L-E bells. Oh, those happy J-I-N-G-L-E-B-E-double-L.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, no Ben today, but we are live from the road home. Call and donate, 801-819-7300. 801-819-7300. Or you can go online to theroadhome.org and click on the donate tab and help us out. Help us help families. And we love the Road Home. We've been doing this for a very, very long time. If you're looking for a really grassroots right there, donating to folks who are solving the problem, the Road Home is just an unbelievable cause. And we appreciate all our listeners who have donated so far. Christian, we are currently in third place of all the radio stations and TV stations for that matter. We are currently in third. Our listeners have donated $54,939 thus far, which is a great, great number that we can do better because we are not far behind our friends at FM 100. And I'll be darned if I'm going to let Rusty Keys brag about raising more money than the Zone listeners all year long. So we need you. We've got to move past FM 100, and then we can focus our eyes on X96 and bringing them in. So donate now, 801-819-7300, or simply go online to theroadhome.org/donate and help us out. Theroadhome.org/donate, or really just theroadhome.org, and then on the top of the page there's a donate tab. You just hit on that thing and it makes it super easy. And honestly, if you go to the overall scoreboard, the amount raised for the Mediathon so far, they have a rotating banner of shout outs for donations. So thanks to everybody who's donating. Theroadhome.org overall, with matches and the amount raised and all the stations and TV and everything there, we've raised so far a total of $669,000 which is what an amazing number. And we can still do more. So help, please, 801-819-7300 or theroadhome.org to donate. The Jazz, Christian, how did DJ put it earlier? A clutch loss. They lose to the Lakers, 143 to 135. Give me your overall take on that game.
No, he's pretty good.
You're going with Keontae. That's the
pretty
headliner
much.
for you?
I mean, the Lakers were without Austin Reeves, right? The Jazz were without Lauri Markkanen. But I do like the way DJ put it. Clutch loss. That's what you want to see this year as far as threading the needle of trying and losing. You want to see these competitive games, but if you want them to keep the pick, the L is ultimately what matters at the end of the day, I guess. But it's 3 straight games now for Keontae George with over 30 points, and it looks like he's the real deal. You've got Will Hardy making all the producers scramble for the dump button in his post-game press conferences, and it's clear that he's taken a big step forward, and I think the big one last night is he did it without Lowry, right?
Well, I think he's having a great year, and honestly, he does it so often that it's almost not the big story, right? And that's the big thing with him is consistency. And certainly nobody on this show is surprised that he had 34 and 8 last night. So I like the direction you went with Keontae being the story last night. I also thought Ace Bailey was really good, even though statistically he was not the headliner. He still does stuff every game that's like, okay, I can see what he's all about. But I'm glad you talked about the Jazz because my whole takeaway last night really had to do with the Lakers. And how just happy I am that I don't have to watch the Lakers every single night. I mean, I'm just grateful. The whining and complaining and Luka Doncic, I don't know. I know I'm in the minority here, but I do not like watching him play basketball. I don't like the baiting. I don't like the dribbling. I don't like the stupid shots. I mean, just shameless stuff. What was he from 3 to last night? I know you look at his stat sheet and you're like, whoa, 45 points. But took 12 threes, made 4 of them, which is no right. But took 28 shots. He's taken 28 shots on a team with LeBron James, which is hilarious. I know people look at the assist numbers, but it's the same thing with Russell Westbrook and James Harden. They've turned the assist into a selfish stat. And I just cannot stand watching Luka Doncic play. And as a result, cannot stand watching the Lakers play. And honestly, LeBron, who had 28 and 10 last night, you look at his stat sheet and you go, okay, that's all right. Except for he did most of that damage when Luka was off the floor. So he's been relegated to the role of, okay, when Luka's not playing, I can finally play again. And he's shooting so poorly from 3. The Jazz didn't even guard him. Did you notice that, Christian?
Yeah, they were backing off of him.
They didn't even guard him. They didn't guard him for a foul line shot, which he actually made. But I was thinking, like, wow, I mean, that is taking gapping
Finished
LeBron.
0 of 5.
Yeah, that's taking gapping LeBron to a new extreme. But I don't know. I have a hard time with that brand of basketball. They don't play any defense. And you know what's hilarious is the counter argument to that, like, oh, the Lakers don't play any defense. Well, they were without DeAndre Ayton last night, which is hilarious.
And Austin Reeves, right? They're 2 best defenders.
Yeah,
right?
Which is so sad. No, there's no way that Austin Reeves
I'm being sarcastic.
Okay,
this is funny, though, because, filling in on DJ and PK, I do the What is Trending segment looking for stories every morning. There was a story that ESPN put out that J.J. Redick had a big team meeting with the players about how they need to all play better defensively, and Luka took it as, a calling for the star players to lead the charge and play better defensively. And then the Jazz just scored the most points on the Lakers that anybody has all season. So clearly the meeting didn't do anything.
No, I mean, would you expect it to do anything? I mean, I don't think the sommelier knows what he's doing. I don't think J.J. Redick is any sort of master. Let me put it this way: he's no Phil Jackson, and Luka's a little more motivated this year. There's no doubt. He's not the slimmest player I've ever seen in my life, but he's not bloated Luka like we saw last year. But still, if you look at the MO of him and his behavior in Dallas, Luka's not going to do anything different. Luka's going to do his own thing. I mean, Dallas couldn't even get him to lay off the vape. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to sit him down and say, hey, we need more defensively, and he's going to go out there like Donovan Mitchell always used to and say, wow, it's really up to us to send a defensive message to the rest of the team. The star players, they have to set it up. And then what happens? The same stuff. I mean,
You think that'll change in playoffs at all or no?
No. Why would it? Luka. First of all, Luka is really skilled. There's no doubt about it. He is a super skilled player, but he's not good. He's not elite because of his athleticism. I mean, did you see him? Whose shot did he try to block last night, Christian? I don't know if you remember. It was in the first half, and it ended up being a foul because he did not foul. Somebody else fouled, but Luka jumped to kind of try and challenge the shot.
Like 4 inches off the ground.
Maybe 4 inches off the ground. I mean, I tell you what, that was like watching David James jump. No offense, David James, but I was watching the game with him, and we were making jokes about that. He is not athletic, right? So if he's going to play defense, that's going to require something, Christian, effort. And I don't think Luka really is effort guy. I don't. I mean, even his offensive skill is not effort offensive skill. He's not, he can get heavy and still be an all-star because he's not really reliant on being more athletic than the guy across the way from him. LeBron has always been reliant on being the size of Carl, moves like John. That's LeBron and his advantage in the NBA, and to his credit, he's stayed healthy and kept that physical advantage for his entire career. But Nikola Jokic, Christian, is that guy dominating the NBA because he's some sort of superb athlete? No, it's because he's super skilled. I'd put Luka in the category of Jokic. So for either of those players, really, but especially Luka, if he's going to be have any sort of effect defensively, he's going to have to pour it on with effort, and I just don't see that. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah,
do you think it'll happen?
No, I just wonder because you wonder if it's going to click, and they talk about having these meetings, right? But then when you get in such a habit of a long 82-game season, I know Luka's obviously not going to play all 82 games. Nobody does, right? But when you get into such a habit of not playing defense in the regular season, I do have a hard time thinking that that's just a switch that can flip for the playoffs. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I do think that the Lakers Luka is going to be a little bit different than what we saw in Dallas. I'd like to think so. I don't know.
They won't. Well, the problem is entitlement, and
it hasn't been, I guess, and it's already been almost a year. So
yeah, it's you're on your best behavior when you first get the job, and then it's all downhill from there. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, you're taking a nap in the office. Luka's at is most motivated right now, and he's still not playing defense. I remember the media day and for the Jazz, and this would have to be Donovan's, I don't know, like 4th year. And he sits down in front of us, and he's like, oh, man, all offseason I've gotten in shape. I'm going to play defense. We're really going to set a defensive tone. I'm going to be I want to take the other team's best player, all this stuff. And then guess how long that lasted?
Like 2 or 3 games, probably.
Not even 2 or 3 games. First game of the year. I mean, and it's in my opinion, an entitlement thing, and that's really hard to reel back in. And probably a big part of the reason why Will Hardy wants to get Keontae George really grinding before Keontae develops those bad habits. I know all that stuff sounds super cliche, but it's a real thing. It's a deal. You don't want those bad habits. Absolutely not. So, yeah, good for Keontae George. For pouring it on defensively, and I don't see that changing anytime soon from Luka Doncic. So call now, live at the Road Home, 801-819-7300. Also, theroadhome.org, 801-819-7300, or go to the roadhome.org and hit that donate tab. Our friend Patricia joins us again from Performance Automotive. They're our presenting sponsor to our Road Home event today, and we are extremely grateful for them. And Patricia, I thought we'd do a little scoreboard update.
Okay,
all right?
I like it.
Okay, we've the Zone listeners, we're up to $55,498, which is a huge number, and we're like $1,000 behind FM 100. So I think we can move by.
You've got this.
Yeah, we've got it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so 801-819-7300 or theroadhome.org. and click on that donate tab. Well, Patricia, let's start here with Performance Automotive. We talked about it. This is your 5th year back as presenting sponsor, which is unbelievable. But talk about why the Road Home and this partnership and this cause fits so well with you guys and your mission.
Oh, yeah. Performance Automotive, we care about the community. And a part of why we do this mainly is because of what they do for the families. Hearing about how they had 200 children last night. And it's a step up. Is what we're trying to do. Road Home is trying to do.
Totally.
They're not trying to just live here. They want them to move on and help them get jobs and help them move on. And these donations just help these people. And it's a great time of year to do that.
You know what I love about it, you talk about community and that, is this is the ground level. If you donate to charity, you worry about the bureaucracy or where it's going or, does it eventually end up where I want it to be. Mm-hmm. Here, you can come see it. You can come down. It's here, the shelter. In fact, I would encourage everybody to do so and bring some hard goods while you're at it to donate. But you can see that what you contribute goes right to helping the people who really need it.
They do, and we're very conscious of administration costs. So, and this center is amazing what they do. And you can bring your clothes up, you can bring your bags up, and you don't even have to get out of your car. It's seamless. And if you can't bring stuff today, you still can go online. You can go on the roadhome.com, roadhome.org/donations.
Donate, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And still give that way. And they have Amazon gift ideas where you can help them with, whether it be towels, robes, socks, shoes, whatever they need. So I beg you everyone to help us.
And you mentioned administrative costs. You've been doing this with us for 5 years now. You've gotten to know the folks who make it happen and make the magic happen. These are the most selfless people you've ever met. I mean, down just working countless hours and to make a real impact.
They are amazing. They are.
It's
hands down.
It does your heart good to see it.
It
that
does.
There are people out there who are like that.
Yeah.
And like yourself, Patricia, thank you so much for helping. This is, honestly, I told you off the air, but this is really one of the highlights of our entire year, and it's so great to have you a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. That's our friend Patricia from Performance Automotive. We'll wrap things up from the Road Home. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible.
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on the Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules Local Business Spotlight this holiday season is Ty the Window Guy. What started in 1998 as a small side job cleaning windows has grown into a trusted local business built on quality service and long-lasting relationships. More than 27 years later, Ty still serves many of his first clients with the same dependable care that built his reputation. To learn more or schedule your next window cleaning, visit TyTheWindowGuy.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Wrap up the year sales event at Doug Smith Jeep, now through January 2nd. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this holiday season? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving Christmas shakes. And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made drinks and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment is brought to you by our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows. We are here. We are at the Road Home. We're raising money for a great cause today. We're here every year. It's a great pleasure and honor to be a part of it once again this year. 801-819-7300 is the number to call. Operators are standing by for you. Or if you want to just go online, theroadhome.org, and there's a donate tab at the top of the website, theroadhome.org, and donate that way. A quick update on the scoreboard, and shout out to the good folks who have donated. We jumped about $1,000 in the last 10 minutes, so wow, amazing stuff. We're up to $56,500 raised for the Road Home. So big thanks to everybody who's already donated. Thank you very much for your generosity. And those of you who will donate, we thank you as well. So theroadhome.org or 801-819-7300. And we've had a great time today talking to all of the great partners that make this event go. So far, the event in total, counting matches and everything, we're up to $685,000, which is amazing. And joining the show now from Diamond Rental, Victoria Nackstedt?
Yes.
How did I do? Was
good.
that all right?
You did good, yes.
Okay. I take it we have you to thank for these wonderful accommodations
Absolutely.
that we are currently finding ourselves in.
Yes.
Which is amazing. This is it's a great thing, and I especially love it that it allows us to be here because I think it helps us communicate the need a little bit better when we can really see it and see what all the effort is going towards.
Absolutely, yeah. When you could be on site, see it in person, see it in action, I think that's really important too.
So tell us why this Diamond wants to be involved and is so involved in this great event.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just especially, I think the timing being around the holidays is also so important. All of the work that they're doing with families and individuals, helping find homes and then providing the resources, food, clothing. It's just, I think the holidays kind of brings it all into focus of, part of the reason why it's so important that the work that that they do. And so it was one of the reasons why, obviously we help out with the tent every year, but then we also kind of look to our team to help with donations ourselves and to really, participate in giving back.
Oh, tell us more about that. All hands on deck?
It was, yes. Yeah, we put out a call to our teams, our warehouse, our drivers, our crew, our sales team. We just had our donation boxes in our showroom. And we all just kind of dug in, cleaned out our closets, cleaned out our food shelves, and brought the box truck by today to drop everything off.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. That is so cool. And what a better way to bring an organization together for a good thing. And people are so generous. I mean, it's amazing. I'm sure that was inspiring to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's one thing for us to, put up a tent. It's something we certainly do that quite a bit throughout the year. But to be able to personally give back and be a part of what they're doing as well was really special.
In Utah, how many tents do you think you guys put up every year?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know if I can guess. Hundreds, easily.
Easily, right?
Easily.
Oh, man.
Between festivals, between weddings, lots of tents.
I see you guys everywhere.
Yes.
And yes, you probably bailed me out a time or two with when I'm in need too.
It's possible,
you guys,
yeah.
you guys are great.
Tents, tables, chairs, linens, we've got it all.
Well, we can't thank you enough for being here and helping out with this great cause. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming on with us.
Of course, we're honored to be here. Thank you.
All right, there you go. That is Victoria from Diamond Rental. Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. One last plea, donate if you can, 801-819-7300 or theroadhome.org. Hans and Scotty are next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth hosts the New Jersey Devils tonight, 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU hosts Abilene Christian at 7:30 on 102.7 FM. Tomorrow, the Aggies host Colorado State at noon on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Magic at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville. 12.
Cozy we are, closer than far, sounds of forever still around, lovers in love, just like we were, 'cause being apart's a lonely sound, and when people ask how we stay together, I say,
should we just let this go for a bit?
Papa knows what I need.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Let's go.
Greatest Christmas album all time.
Really?
Yes. Well, I got it number 2. I hate to admit it, I got it number 2. I've got the Neil Diamond Christmas album just behind the Johnny Mathis Christmas album.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't kick the oldies and goodies. And it's the ones when you still had the magic.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about,
yep.
Scotty?
Oh, yeah.
Those songs and that album, my parents had it on vinyl, and we had this sweet vinyl player with a speaker in our first little house off West First down in Weiser, Idaho.
Yeah.
And you had the Christmas tree up, and Johnny Mathis is over there singing White Christmas, and I'll Be Home for Christmas, and that's the ones. Now, Neil was there too.
Yeah.
But Johnny was always better.
Kind of a Nat King Cole guy too.
Are you a Nat King Cole? All right. That's a really good Christmas album. But, you know, it's always tough. You come out to this amazing radiothon, and it's exciting. You know, you love to be a part of it. You love raising money. And it's always tough because you're like, not everybody's got it good.
No.
People are dealing with tough things.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I think is really important about what we are able to be a part of every year is just because, you know, it's about raising money. Like I was just talking to Sue Kelly over there from the Arrow, and I told her, like, back in the day when we take this thing so seriously in terms of, like, they would have this board up and you would see exactly how much money you raised, and it was, Lloyd remembers this very well, it was our mission every year to embarrass everybody.
Yeah.
And we did a lot. I mean, we would raise hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it was super competitive for us. And Sue was like, yeah, I didn't like that because we're all here for one reason. And I'm like, yeah, to embarrass each other.
To win.
Yeah, to win.
To win.
We're here to win. And she's like, yeah, but, you know, raise money. I'm like, yeah, that too. But no, you know, it's really awesome to see a bunch of stations, a bunch of people, even stations that compete against each other, come here and all for one common goal, and that's to raise money here for the road home because there's so many people, unfortunately, that this is a rough time of year for them. They've got kids, and they're like, we can't afford a thing. We can't even afford a roof over your head. So I always look at it from a standpoint of the kids because, you know, adults can do things and can make a lot of self-inflicted mistakes that can get them in this situation. The kids did nothing to deserve this. Absolutely nothing to deserve this. And, you know, wherever you stand on homelessness or how much should be provided for those that are in this situation, the kids, they had nothing to do with this.
Kids should have warmth. They should have good coats. They should have all the food that they need. They should have all the help that they need. And, Scotty, at this time of year, they should have toys.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, at some point for kids, it's not just about what they need.
Yeah.
It's about what they want.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, these little kids, they need those toys, man, those things that spark creativity in their minds and get them excited to get up and go to school, and I'm going to get back and I'm going to grab my BB gun and I'm going to go out and shoot a bird. was about the only thing that got me through school for about 5 years.
Go shooting birds off that telephone wire.
Get to go home, get my BB gun, and go raise hell.
Yep. God bless America.
And I'm sure that gun cost my parents more worry and more issues.
Let's go kill some birds. I'm psyched.
I shot out some city lights, and look, they were bright. I didn't like them, so I shot them out.
Yeah, I mean, you were doing a community service.
Well, who would have known that they would have found a way to track it back to me?
Oh, man, that's no good.
I also shot out a window in a car.
Oh, wow, while it was driving.
Nope, while it was parked. And
I don't think this is the day to be completely honest with everybody.
No.
Is
we
this
are
the
in
day?
Is this the airing of grievances? Is this
dude, I wish if I knew that my mom and dad weren't entertainers and wouldn't tear me apart, I'd put them on and just ask them about all the trouble I caused them with that BB gun.
Hey, I tried once with your mom, and you shut that down real fast.
Well, yeah, because that didn't go well. You know that. It didn't go well. And I wish that my poor dad, somebody knocks on the door. So there was a kid kind of propped outside of your garage shooting a BB gun at our car.
Hey, is there a certain price of a donation for the station that would get to the road home that would get you to bring her on?
No, there's not. Nope. I'd like to be charitable, but not this time.
There's a line.
Okay. All right.
You wouldn't even let Jessica come on yesterday.
Oh, I know.
No, I didn't tell her anything. She could have came on. She absolutely. I said you could have went on. She's like, no. I'm
you
okay.
would have thrown a fit.
Absolutely not. I would have been fine with it.
She said last
She's
time
welcome.
She said last time she came on, you didn't talk to her for 2 weeks.
That's not true. That is not true. She was welcome on the show.
She felt neglected and embarrassed.
Yeah. And she's like, and I was the one sleeping on the couch, not even Lloyd.
She did say you guys were a little mean last time.
Oh, what? To you, maybe?
To you?
No, to her.
Oh, no. Okay, now you're making stuff up.
You're lying now, buddy.
All right, so we got a busy show for you. We are here at the Road Home, so we're going to talk to a lot of people throughout the show that certainly have given a lot of time and effort and raising money for the Road Home. So keep it locked here, as we'll give you plenty of opportunities to get involved with the Road Home. Please make a donation. All you have to do is call 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. You can also go to theroadhome.org/donate, and you can donate right there on the spot. All right, but let's get to it. Starting the lineup, Kyle has spoken right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The head coach of the University of Utah for about another week addressed the media yesterday. And, I said earlier in the week I didn't want this to be the way that Kyle Whittingham addressed the media for the first time at a bowl practice, because you could tell he was like, hey, I want to talk about my guys. Let's talk about our guys. And everybody's like, no, we want to talk about you. And we want to see what you have to say about the situation where Kyle Whittingham has stepped down. Hans and I, we've got some thoughts on this, but we'll let you hear everything. Lloyd has not edited any of this. We're going to present it to you, and then we'll comment after, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Business as usual. We're just going through the paces and getting ready for the bowl game. And players have got a great attitude. What have we had, 5 practices now? Every one of them has been really good. So just got to keep going. We'll another one tomorrow, another one Monday. Give the time off for Christmas. Fly them down to the bowl site and get going again.
Kyle, what for you? What was the reason to kind of ultimately do it at this point?
Well, the program's in a good place right now. As I've said many times, after last season, just didn't sit right with anybody, particularly me, and so came back and fortunately we were able to get the ship righted and everything's on track. Program, like I said, is in a good spot. Got good coaches. Coach Scally will come in and do a great job. Got new players, so now is the time.
Is coaching out of your system?
I don't know if it's ever out of your system. I mean, it's in your blood, and so I don't know about that. Not that being said, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but it's when you got the the coaching in your blood, it just doesn't go away.
So to clarify, is this not a retirement?
Well, who knows? We'll see. I guess stepping down and step away and reevaluate things and see where we're at.
I guess what does that process look like for you if you want to decide whether to pursue opportunities or move in your role at the U?
What's the process look like?
Yeah.
If my phone rings, I answer it. If I like who's calling, then we'll see. Yeah, that's pretty much the process.
You've been under contract for a long time in your adult life. This is the first time you're kind of a free agent.
I'm a free agent. I'm in the transfer portal. So yeah, it's a different feel. But like I said, I'm at peace, and I did not want to be that guy that overstayed his welcome and people just saying, hey, when's this guy going to leave? That was not my intention ever, and I hope I didn't do that. I'm sure with some people I did do that, but to me, the timing is right.
So you never felt that from anybody?
Well, let's talk about our guys. Let's talk about our players. The time is right for me. I just felt like, that's my best answer.
Yeah. What did it mean for you to coach one last game? And when Urban stepped down, you guys were co-head coaches, but you wanted one last game with this team.
Well, this team has been one of my favorite years. The team attitude, the leadership, the work ethic, just the personality and the feel, the vibe of the team is outstanding, and having the chance to be around these guys one more month and go to battle one more time with them was something I wanted to do.
Do you have a number of guys? Do you have a number on how many opt-outs you'll have for this bowl game?
Well, right now it's just 3, our 2 tackles and Logan Farnham. And so I would assume, you never know for sure, but I assume that we're in place now, and going forward, those will be there. We've had a few walk-ons, scout team players that have decided to move on and are not with us. We've also got a handful of guys that are going to go in the portal that are still practicing with us. So as far as not playing in the game, I think that what we have right now is what we'll go into the game with. I hope so.
Looking at Nebraska, what stands out about them?
Big Ten team. I mean, they're a typical Big Ten team. Got some really good athletes in certain spots, and just exactly what you'd expect from a Nebraska football team. They're physical. Traditionally they're very physical and old school and smash mouth, and that's what we expect.
You're right here, Kyle. If part of you still wanted to coach and be kind of competitive in football, why not do it at Utah?
Well, like I said, I don't want to overstay my welcome. Somebody once told me that every year that goes by you're a coach, 10% of the fan base starts to hate you. And so after 20 years, they all, plus their kids and grandkids, probably hate me. So anyway, but it was a good run. It was a good run. And I'll say it one more time. I didn't want to be that hanger-oner that just kept, people just got sick of.
Who would have gotten sick of you, Kyle?
You, for one.
I mean, seriously.
I don't know, but I just feel that I didn't want to just be that guy. I don't know how else to put it.
You said the program is in great hands. You said the program is going to be in great hands. What is it about Morgan Scally that's going to make a great head coach?
Well, he's organized. He's really good with X's and O's. He's really good at connecting with players. His culture ideas, my culture ideas align perfectly. We both have a lot of the same recruiting strategies and thoughts, evaluation-wise, how you navigate the portal, all that stuff. It's very consistent, and I think that there's going to be far more similarities than change. Now, he'll put his own stamp on the program, make no mistake. But way back when I took over for Urban, if it's not broke, don't fix it. We hung on to a lot of the stuff that Urban did here. But Coach has been here a lot of years. He's a Utah man through and through, and so I think it's going to be a good situation.
How much has the time off helped guys that have nagging injuries and stuff as you guys enter this bowl game?
That's been big, and I'm sure it's been the same for Nebraska. I know they got some guys that were beat up, and so that has really benefited. And even the guys that aren't beat up, they're just worn down physically and mentally. That's helped them rejuvenate. So it's been positive.
So there you go. That's Kyle Whittingham. His first comments since stepping down. To me, when a coach says, I'm a free agent, I'm in the transfer portal, and he doesn't lead with that, he gets to that midway through, and, of course, in a joking fashion. But that, to me, Hans, does not sound like a guy who is ready just to spend the rest of his years at a golf course or hanging out with grandkids. I mean, I think he can do that, and I think he's willing to do that, but he doesn't sound like a guy that that's his sole purpose right now.
No. I've always felt like he's got more in the tank. And hearing him say, I didn't want to be the guy that wore out my welcome.
Yeah.
Makes me sick.
Said it multiple times, at least 4 times.
It makes me sick. Honestly. I'm going to give you the way I view it.
Yep.
I view it as if we're all visitors to Kyle Whittingham's football.
Yeah, great way.
We're the ones that will wear our welcome out. He'll stay as long as he wants. It's his home. It's his house. It's his product. We're wearing out our welcome. As a media member, I've worn out mine. As fans, you've worn out yours. But the one person that will never wear out his welcome is the one that built the program. It's his home. Why would he ever worry about wearing out his welcome? Who put that seed in his head? Where did that term and that comment even come from? What, because there's a couple of idiot Twitters out there that started a Fire Kyle account when he was winning Pac-12 championships? When he was going through quarterback changes and moving offensive coordinators to try to figure out an offense that fits his defense so that they can win another Pac-12 championship? When he had a multi-million-dollar quarterback sit out on him, fail through a year, he plummets a couple of years, he rebounds and gets himself to a 10-2. What, like, those accounts are meaningless. They're a bunch of no-name, no power, no angle type of individuals. So who else is saying it? It's not me.
Nope.
I promise you that.
Nope.
Because to me, that's his program for as long as he wants it.
I am sick to my stomach at the thought that we're going to cover a Utah team next year that does not have Kyle Whittingham roaming the sidelines.
That sucks.
It sucks.
And people need to know how much you and I respect and love Morgan Scally.
Yes.
And he's going to be a great head coach. But to hear Kyle say, I'm a free agent, I'm not done. But I didn't want to wear my welcome. What?
I didn't want to be that guy.
This is your home.
Yeah. A lot of people are going home for the holidays. You're going to go see your parents. You haven't seen them in a while. On my way up to Idaho, I'm going to go see my mom and dad. I haven't seen them in a few months. And I'm going to walk into that home, and I'm going to give my dad a big hug, even though he's not a hugger. I'm going to give him a big hug. I'm going to give my mom a big hug. And I'm going to say, thank you for letting me come into your home.
Yeah.
Because it's their home. They own it. It's their place. I'm a guest in their home. I grew up in that home, but it was never my home. It was their home.
Yeah.
And it's Kyle Whittingham with the University of Utah. He's allowed us to be in his home. He doesn't wear out a welcome. Nope. That's his house. He gets to be there as long as he wants.
Yeah.
And if somebody up there or somebody around the program or somebody just as a fan of the program made Kyle Whittingham feel as if he was wearing out his welcome, shame on you.
Yeah, it's a bummer. And I don't know if anybody has.
Nope.
I don't know what's been done. But what I can tell you is if Kyle is telling me that he's not done coaching,
yes,
there's only one place Kyle should be coaching.
Ann Arbor.
Well, University of Utah.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, like going forward, yeah. I'm sorry.
But if he's telling me he's not done coaching,
yes,
there's only one place he should be coaching.
If Kyle Whittingham has gas in the tank, he should be coaching at Utah.
He should be coaching at Utah.
He shouldn't be looking for – he shouldn't be, well, if the phone rings and I like what I'm hearing, I'll keep listening. No. It should be, hey, Kyle, we want you as long as you want to be here. That's the phone call. And he's like, okay, let's run it back for another year.
Somebody might ask, okay, at the risk of losing Morgan, if Kyle stays and you're at risk of losing Morgan, you'll get him back.
You'll get him back.
If you want to get him back, you'll get him back. But this is Kyle Whittingham's program.
And you and I love Morgan Scally like a brother.
Yes. And we want to see him have this opportunity.
Yes. Yep.
But this is not about Morgan Scally.
Nope.
This is about Kyle Whittingham. This is a man that earned his roses. Hey, and by the way, if it's sounding a little bit personal for me, it's because it is personal. And I'm trying to remove certain aspects of that. But I can take the personal away from it, and I can just show you a resume and say, no, this is his home. He doesn't wear out a welcome at his house. I can just show you a resume. It's like, what, to hear him say, I didn't want to wear out my welcome, and hear Gordon Monson say,
who would in their right mind think that?
Who would think that? And great reply by Kyle. You. He points at Gordon and says, you would. And it's like, Scotty, it's just crazy. And, this time of year is always tough because this is always a memorable time of year for the 19 years that I've been covering these teams and covering Kyle Whittingham, because it always kind of culminates to the road home, and you're sitting here and you're reflecting. And I'm thinking back on the 19 seasons I've covered him and how gracious he's been to me. And how good he's been to the media, how good he's been to the fans, how good he's been for that university.
Yeah. Has there been a single member of the media, and I'm not talking about Joe Schmuckatelli on a website, I'm talking about credentialed members of the media. Has there been anybody in the media who's even hinted at the fact that it's time for Kyle to walk away? I can't think of one. And if there was one, they were sorely mistaken. But there's a reason why everybody that's covered the University of Utah, been around the University of Utah, knows that Kyle Whittingham should be the head coach at the University of Utah for as long as he wants.
As long as he wants. Without question, and without a year put on it. And it's not, hey, Kyle, are you thinking about doing this again? It's, hey, Kyle, here's money. Come do it again.
Yep. What do you need?
Hey, Kyle, here's money. Come do it again. I think that people have a bit of confusion out there, Scotty, on maybe what your stance is or what my stance is. This is my stance on this whole situation. I want to make sure Kyle Whittingham gets his roses. I want to make sure that Kyle Whittingham is paraded around, is somehow memorialized, and is as much a face and name of the University of Utah as anybody else. And there's ways to do that. I just want to make sure that happens. I'm bummed that I have to hear Coach Whittingham in a presser or in a scrum say, I didn't want to overstay my welcome. That is just mind-blowing to me. It's unacceptable to me.
Yeah. He didn't say that, I don't have the same fire, I don't have the same intensity, I don't feel like I'm doing the job that my players deserve, or I don't feel like I'm as committed as I once was. I feel like I'm getting, to a point in my life I want to do other things or travel. He didn't say any of that. He just said, I don't want to be the guy who wears out my welcome, so I'm a free agent. I'm in the transfer portal. Meaning, yes, I still want to coach. I want to coach in the right situation. And I want to coach at a place that, frankly, I can go win at. And if somebody calls and offers me a spot, I'm going to listen. That's not what you want to hear from your coach who's been your legend. If he's got gas in the tank, he gets to be the head coach at the University of Utah. And he should never feel or have any kind of thought whatsoever that somebody, whether it's fans, administrators, anybody, thinks that, oh, man, he's worn out his welcome. We really need to move on.
Or any assistants.
Yes. Yep.
So, DJ and PK had a lot of good points and a lot of good thoughts on the coaching carousel and the coaching possibilities and what Kalani was doing and what Morgan was doing. And, they had a really good conversation back and forth. And I can't say enough good things about Morgan. It's not Morgan's program. It's not. And I know you don't want to lose Morgan. I get it. Nobody does. The state doesn't. And Morgan is kind of the Phil Johnson to Jerry Sloan.
Yeah.
Like, Morgan is that guy that is always there, willing, eager, and excited, and I know he deserves a chance. Well, that chance will come after the king is dead. Like, that chance will come after the owner sells. but not any time before it. So I just look at it and I'm thinking, all right, at this point, I hope Coach Witt does get the call.
I do too.
At this point,
yeah, I do too.
I hope that Coach Witt finds an organization that will give him the money to get the players, the resources to hire the coaches, and the ability to go win at the level he's won at.
Yeah.
Because, and by the way, Kyle's a competitor. He's a competitor. He's a raw meat fed competitor. But he's not a, flip the bird at you type of dude.
No. Classy.
He's not the Joe Glenn kind of guy.
No.
Kyle will just go do it to add to his resume. In the meantime, that's going to be sending a gigantic message. Like, you could have had this. Not that he would want to say that. That's not, but it would be a big old beep you.
Yeah.
And I just want to see Kyle continue to succeed. If he wants to coach, then let him coach for as long as that man wants to coach.
The only thing that bums me out, if that man wants to coach, the only thing that makes me sad about that is that I'm not an athletic director at a university that has the resources to go out and hire him right now.
I know. Could you
imagine? Because I would hire him tomorrow.
Imagine what you'd get out of him for 7 to 8 years.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, but I'm putting myself in his shoes. I would be headed out into the great wide open with a big chip on my shoulder.
Yep.
I'm ready to grind. I'm ready to kind of rebuild my brand and just continue to establish my name as one of the legendary college coaches in the history of NCAA football.
This isn't Bill Belichick going on without Tom Brady. He's Tom Brady. Kyle Whittingham's Tom Brady. And if he needs to go to Tampa to win another Super Bowl to show the rest of the world, hey, guess what? I still had it. Then go do it.
Yeah.
Go do it. All right, we're live here at the Road Home. Amy Johnson's joining us, Grandeur Peak Global Advisors. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. It's good to have you on.
Thanks for having me.
You ready to talk some sports?
Absolutely. Can I say I cheer for every team in Utah?
Oh, yeah, just right down the line.
Very diplomatic.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You know what? But here's the thing. There's a lot of people out here supporting the Road Home. Let's talk about your organization and why this is important to you.
Well, Grandeur Peak, since its inception, we're a global small-cap investment firm, and we have set aside 2% of our revenues to give back to charities, both local and global. And so the Road Home has been a recipient on our list since the inception of our firm 15 years ago.
Wow.
As employees, we get to vote. We get to have our own causes, and we vote on how that money is allocated. And so the Road Home, we just feel honored that we can support the great work that they're doing.
That's really interesting, and really it shows you how much this hits home with a lot of people at various stages in their life. But if you're in the community and you're listening right now, why should people why is it so important to your employees, and why should it be important to the community?
Well, we really appreciate the work the Road Home does. Is that they solve an immediate need when people need shelter for temporary needs, but they also have the skills to transition people into intermediate housing and then resolve the issue of homelessness. And so we appreciate all the things that the Road Home offers.
I think that's really important too, because a lot of people are like, okay, they're going to give them some food and a place to sleep, but no, they're going to give them life skills to try to make sure that they don't need the Road Home. Their purpose is like, we don't want you to need our services anymore.
We know there are so many causes for homelessness, and yet the Road Home can address those and help from the beginning and through the whole process. So.
Well, Amy, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you for all your work.
That's Amy Johnson, Grandeur Peak Global Advisors, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, we continue to get you ready for bowl season and a big weekend coming up right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I wonder what the next version of Utah football looks like, because I think that people think that it's going to be a one-to-one comparison between Morgan Scalley and Kyle Whittingham. Why is it not one-to-one, though?
They're not the same person. They're not the same personality.
Scalley's more fun? Is that what you'd say? The funner conversations I've ever had in my life between those two coaches is definitely Morgan Scalley, but he had a lot less on his plate.
Let me tell you about Morgan Scalley. The dude worked hard in the classroom. He worked hard in the field. He worked hard in everything he did. The dude just goes hard with everything he does, and nothing surprises me about where he is today. He's going to attack this job in a way that others don't because of the passion he has for the school and for the program. Morgan is totally 100% invested in Utah succeeding and Utah being great. He loves Utah is my point. I think you get what I'm talking about. He's a Utah man.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty, so you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love these comments from Will Hardy. We keep talking about Keontae Georgian. Why is he so good? What's he doing? Is it Larry Markkinen? Is it this? Is it this? How about this? According to Will Hardy, how about Keontae Georgian is just a really good player?
Yeah, I think it's time that everybody stops trying to give reasons why Keontae's playing well. Oh, well, he's only playing well because Lowry helps him so much. And, oh, he's only playing well because of this. And, oh, like, no, he's pretty good. And I think it's time that everybody gives him some respect. And the way he carries himself, the way he works every day, the way he takes coaching, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he's helping Ace. Believe me, there's nobody who's going to be harder on Key than me. But he's pretty freaking good.
He's pretty freaking good indeed. That is your Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is our yearly radiothon here at the Road Home, raising money for those in need. Please call right now, whatever you have, $5, $20, $100, whatever the case is. Lloyd, $5,000, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. In fact, the next three people that call and donate, Lloyd will match them dollar for dollar.
Oh wait, dude! I'm gonna donate $100. Gonna cost. Did you say 3-1?
Oh, 3-1 match.
What a generous thing to throw out there.
It's like that one time where you gave away a guy's iPad on the air.
It was his iPod.
Or iPod.
It was an iPod with the
iPad
headset.
wasn't out yet.
Oh, okay.
and somebody stopped by and he's like, "What?" I'm like, "Oh, he's coming for your iPod and your headset." He's like, "Well, I just give it to
him. No excuses. Just give it to him."
Oh, that was fun. So, Scotty, last night I'm watching the Jazz game, and I've got Twitter open, and I'm seeing people comment, "This is a great game." And I'm like, "Yeah, this is a good game." "Oh, it's such a great game. This is amazing." It's a really good game. And then I saw somebody like, "That's a no-look pass." And I'm like, "Oh, they've been talking about Thursday Night Football." I didn't even know Thursday Night Football was rocking and rolling, man. I was going Jazz-Lakers all night long.
I was doing the back and forth, but you're right. Thursday Night Football was a hell of a game, and we'll get to that coming up here in a bit. But the Jazz and the Lakers go right down to the wire. Jazz unable to get it done, but no Larry Markkanen, no problem, at least for the Jazz from an offensive standpoint, because Keontae George just continues to play well game after game. We've talked to Danny Ainge about it. And it's almost – and Will Hardy, we played this in the Jazz at 30 update. We're going to play it again because sometimes – maybe we're having a hard time believing that Keontae George is this good, so we're like making excuses as to why he's scoring and why he's doing this and this. And, Will Hardy's had enough of that.
Yeah, I think it's time that everybody stops trying to give reasons why Keontae's playing well. Oh, well, he's only playing well because Lowry helps him so much. And, oh, he's only playing well because of this. And, no, he's pretty good. And I think it's time that everybody gives him some respect. And the way he carries himself, the way he works every day, the way he takes coaching, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he's helping Ace. Believe me, there's nobody who's going to be harder on Key than me, but he's pretty freaking good.
I think it's well said by the coach. And, watching Keontae George last night, seeing how fluid he is, seeing how he gets his teammates involved, and doing it against the Lakers, who obviously have a ton of fanfare, just helped you remember that Keontae George is a baller.
Yes.
And it's taken until about 10 to 12 games into this season for me to start to believe in Keontae. But I've started to believe into him about 10, maybe 12 games into this season, really started to believe in him. Like, I think this guy might be really good, and it's nice to hear Coach kind of endorse that.
I had a conversation. It was a media day, and I had a conversation with somebody from the Jazz organization, and we were talking about Keontae George, and he said, watch out for him this year. And, we saw him play really well as a rookie, and then last year kind of took a step back a little bit of a sophomore slump. And I kept thinking to myself, are you sure? And he's like, yes, because of the work that he did in the offseason. He said that he has addressed so many aspects of his life, not just on the court and the workout and the physicality part, but really took a long, hard look at his mental approach to the game, who he's surrounding himself with, and really took stock in his life because he knew he was at a crossroads in his NBA career. Like, all right, it's time to take off. If you're going to take off, it's got to be now, or you're just going to be a dude hanging around and trying to get a couple of year-to-year contracts here and there and scrape out a living for the next 2 or 3 years. Or are you going to take that next step and take this seriously and really make that jump? And he did that. And the Jazz were as impressed with the work that he put in off the court as much as he was on the court. And so in my mind, I was like, okay, let's see if that pays dividends, and it certainly has.
It has, and last night was really good. He ended up with 34 points, 8 assists, and was a lightning rod. And people might be listening to this and like, what? Yeah, but they lost. They did. They lost to the Lakers 143-135, but if you watch the game, it was extremely competitive. The Jazz led all the way till, maybe 8-10 minutes left in the fourth?
Yeah.
And then the Lakers kind of took the lead, and they didn't really run away with it. Hachimura hit a dagger three that was just a nightmare. I watched Yusuf Nurkic come down, and it was kind of an unforced turnover off an assist attempt. He was just being a little bit too loose with the ball. I love Nurk, and I love just his overall strong, tough guy style. I love it. But there's times where I'm like, man, don't get so loose with the ball. Not just Nurk. Everybody's like, and I'm not asking you to tighten up, but just make sure that these passes are crisp, because I can't remember who it was stepped in the passing lane, intercepted it, and took it the other way for the Lakers. There were a couple of missteps that I didn't like. I was listening to Coach Hardy afterwards. He was talking about the weak side defense really needing to strengthen up. He said there were times, but it needs to get better. I would totally agree with that. But for the most part, I watched this team and I'm like, no, they got it, man. They got a lot of gusto.
If this team gets through January playing, if they go through starting now through January and they have a 500 record in that stretch, they're going to be a play-in team. Yeah. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that you're, buckle up, because I think you're in for a little bit of a rough stretch with that schedule that's coming up. But if they're able to withstand that and just play 500 basketball through the next 5 weeks, then there's no reason why this team can't be a play-in game team or play-in game.
Was Dallas the play-in the year they got the 1 seed or the number 1 overall pick?
Yes. Yep.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So they gave their fans a play-in shot.
Yep.
Missed the play-in, hit the lottery,
yeah.
Get the number 1 pick. That's right?
Check, and check.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, that'd be nice to see something like that for the Jazz. I just want it to be a top 8 protected pick. I don't want them to convey. It's just this is the last year that I feel that way, and I shouldn't feel that way, but I do. A couple of other things I wanted to mention just from watching the game last night. Bryce Sensabaugh, when he's on, he's got such a beautiful stroke. He has such a beautiful shot, and he's got great accuracy on the outside when he's on. He went 3 of 6 from 3 last night, and a couple of the threes that he hit in the first half were just beautiful. Gorgeous transition, really nice touch. And then I want to mention Taylor Hendricks.
Yeah.
Taylor Hendricks had 23 minutes on the court last night. He only had 4 points, but it was the points that he did have. He went 1 of 1 from 3, and it was really nice. He had a beautiful drive, a nice power drive to the rim. It showed his size and his explosion. He did get rejected a couple times at the rim. He'll continue to grow. Remember, this is really only his second year on the court. It's 3rd year in the league.
Yeah.
Only the 2nd year in court. So I'm giving him a little bit of leeway, but I like things that I see from Hendricks as well. There's a lot of good. And then Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey had a beautiful steal and dunk that was just gorgeous. There's things we're seeing that are really good staples for the Jazz, the up-and-coming Jazz. After last night's game, I know they lost. I was more encouraged after last night's game.
Same.
Than I have been in a long time.
Yeah. All right, Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is our annual Road Home Radio Mediathon where we get a chance to raise money. And what's really great about all of this is not just the fact that we get we get our listeners involved, but we get such important, integral parts of our communities and business owners and businesses that get involved in this as well. And Patricia is so kind to hang out with us. Performance Automotive in Bountiful is once again presenting sponsor and doing such great work. And look, I live in Bountiful. I know that Performance Automotive is such a huge staple of that community, and you do so much great work in the community. What is it about the Road Home that really attracts Performance Automotive here?
Well, the Road Home, this is our 5th year, and it's just the concept of it. It's being able to help families. It's being understanding that the children that came here last night, 200 of them, I was told, it's sad. And we just want to help them make the next step so they can move on and get their life better, get their life back on track, whether it be a sickness, an illness, money problems. It's all about helping the community, and that's what Performance Automotive is all about.
I was telling Hans this, whatever opinions you have or views you have, there's a lot of maybe self-inflicted mistakes that could lead somebody to be in here. But the kids made no choices. They had nothing to do with them trying to find a place to sleep or a warm bed or a place to do their homework or things along those lines. So when you think of the road home, as you mentioned, let's think about the 200 kids that no choices of their own have led them to be here, but they need as much help as anybody.
They do, and then they're going to remember it. They're going to remember what they received, and they're our future. That's what we need to work for and help them, and that's what we're all about here today.
Performance Automotive in Bountiful, again, a staple in that community, and your 5th year being a part of this, and we can't thank you enough. Again, all you have to do is call right now, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. You go to theroadhome.org/donate as well. But Performance Automotive, again, when I moved to Bountiful, everybody's like, you got to go there. If you need a vehicle, that's where you go.
Love to hear it.
Yeah.
Hey,
thanks, Patricia. We appreciate it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, what you may have missed right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, joining us.
Barring something crazy, I think we all know AJ will be on your team for one season. You see him all around. He's representing BYU every place he goes. I just think that's incredible, and to me, it's a surprise. I'm guessing to you that it probably wasn't.
It's amazing, honestly. It really is. BYU's a worldwide brand in and of itself, but now you tack on what most likely going to be a generational type talent to kind of wave the BYU banner on the heels of what Yegor has done and will do in the NBA. Just a really cool time for BYU on a basketball standpoint to get the brand out there even more and have really awesome young men represent it. It's fun and it's exciting.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The University of Utah Health can help you get back to good health. What are you dealing with? Maybe it's rheumatoid arthritis. Maybe you're dealing with migraines. Maybe you've just torn your ACL or dislocated your shoulder. Well, University of Utah Health, they've got you covered. It's comprehensive. Everything from primary care down to orthopedic specialists and everything in between. I love the University of Utah Health medical team. They're just great people. And I know from personal experience, from kids, from family members, I send my friends. I always give a shout-out to Dr. Travis Mack. Dr. Travis Mack has been a staple in this community. And, by the way, when I'm talking about these physicians, they're the ones that are helping Keontae George. They're the ones that are helping Taylor Hendricks. They're the ones that are helping J.J. Paterka off the Mammoth. These are the specialists that are taking care of our professional athletes. Believe me, if they're good enough to take care of them, I promise you, they're good enough to take care of you, and they will. You have access to these men and women. They're fantastic at what they do. You can find them all at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. You can search by need or by physician at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive.
Driven to be the best.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed right here on the Zone. All right, so I was talking to some people with Utah State. Next time you and I are on the air, we will be in Boise. You've got the national broadcast. I've got the local broadcast of Utah State and Washington State. But there's the see how much beef you can eat. There's all do players actually enjoy that stuff?
Yeah. Yeah,
like
you have fun with it.
All right, how much steak you can eat, the eating competitions and stuff like that.
You definitely have fun with that. I've heard that they're trying to move away from the two-team activities.
Yeah, it's getting a little...
I always like the two-team activities.
I do too, because I think it really starts to build the momentum going into the game.
Yeah, I always thought it was fun, man, just getting to work, getting to kind of know your opponent and get the... whether you're bowling against them or you're eating more steak than them, it's just fun stuff.
Was there ever a moment where it got a little maybe out of hand? Because, I mean, you got a bunch of alphas. And I see it when we're at like a Big 12 Media Day or a Mountain West Media Day when I see like guys are kind of like they're sizing each other up all the time.
All the time.
All the time. They're like, all right.
I don't think it gets out of hand. No, I've never seen it get out of hand. The only one that I thought was getting a little chippy was when BYU and Utah met up in the Vegas Bowl.
Yes, yeah.
You could feel there was some
don't start nothing. There won't be nothing.
And you had a punter take
and
the
then Tom
mic.
Hackett goes scorched her.
You had a punter take the mic and talk trash. If I'm BYU, I'm like, is that your punter with the Australian accent that's tearing me apart?
The punter?
I didn't mind it when the defensive tackle stood up, and I can't remember who it was.
I know.
Was it Penasini?
No,
it was Penasini?
Yeah.
Gosh, I pulled that one out of the back recesses of my mind. But I just remember laughing my butt off. That was funny. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I think that's about as close as it gets. But, Scotty, for the most part, everybody's out there to have a good time, for the most part. And, I really think that these bowl games can do a lot of good for a lot of people, and I'm just hoping that we keep them. And as far as the Idaho Potato Bowl goes, I'm beyond excited. I can't wait. And by the way, I saw your tweet, kind of nonchalant, hinting, wink, wink, I want that shirt. That shirt's sweet.
I know, right?
For those of you that haven't seen some of the specialty items that Utah State is putting out there for the Potato Bowl, they're going the extra mile.
Yes. So there's a low.
I want that shirt.
Okay. You want a 2 or a 1?
A 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're just an X now.
Yeah, bro. I'm Xing up right now. But I'm trying to keep it tight on the arms. Amanda's feeling good about my triceps.
Your arms do that on their own. You don't really need to try.
Just give me the XL. I don't want to hear about it. Just show me the XL.
Just give you an XL. I'm on it.
Yeah, hopefully it'll fit like it should. But the gear that they're putting out.
Yeah.
And it's great, because Scotty being a part of the Utah State broadcast and me being a part of the BYU broadcast last year. Did you see the BYU broadcast bag or the gear?
The broadcast bag?
Did I show you all the broadcast gear?
No, don't. It's just
for the Alamo Bowl.
Oh yeah. That's right,
bro. It had to have been $1,500 worth of gear. It's like some of the highest, and it came with shoes, and I was like, it was the biggest surprise, and it was cool. You know, Greg. I know Greg does such a great job, and Greg's done such a great job with the broadcast that I know the team feels good about the broadcast team. So it was a big bag of goodies. That's all logoed up with Alamo Bowl, but it's the nicest of the nice Nike equipment. I'm like, all right, let's see what they got for the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
And meanwhile, I'm on Twitter begging for a shirt.
Whatever, dude. They're going to take care of you.
I know they will. Michelle Flynn, kind enough to join us, Chief Executive Officer here at the Road Home. Michelle, thanks for letting us hang out. You got a lot of media people. You got a lot of like Sue Kelly is like the picture of class, and then you got to slum it with us, and we apologize. But thanks for letting us be a part of this.
It's so good to see you guys. Thanks for being here.
Hey, as a CEO of this and the Road Home, you see a lot of things. You're involved in a lot of decisions. What makes the Road Home so near and dear to your heart?
Wow. I'm going to get emotional. I've been working at the Road Home for 30 years.
Wow.
And the reason I do is because of my colleagues. I'm proud to work beside them. The individuals who are working right now behind the front desk of this family shelter, who will be working tonight at 2 in the morning and who will be working here where I'm at home having Christmas dinner with my family. And they're here to help, to welcome people with a smile, to make them feel safe, and to let them know that we're going to be here and help them along their entire journey to get the support they need to move into housing and to stay there.
What's it like for you to see a family that comes in that is really in need, and to see those smiles and to feel that warmth? Just kind of paint that picture for our listeners as we're trying to get their pocketbooks out of their pocket and donate a little bit of money. What does it mean to those families when they see that warmth and those smiles?
I mean, I saw a family just this week who came up looking for some help and just ran into one of our maintenance staff people in the parking lot. And they said, "Are you here for shelter?" And they said, "We need a place to stay." And they said, "Come on in." And they accompanied them right into the front desk, and the front desk staff were there and said, "Welcome in. Let's sit down and talk, and see what it is we can do to help you." And then later that day, I saw that family all coming in, so they found a place to stay here. They felt welcomed enough to come back with their whole family and stay here.
That's great.
And our team is working with them right now.
And when you say your team is working with them, because you are an operation that does not want to be needed, meaning that if you need a place to stay, that's great. We're going to help you. We're going to get some warm food to your kids, and we're going to make sure, but we're also going to get you on the path to getting out and having permanent housing, because ultimately that's what you want. And so it's not just, it's a warm bed and food and shelter, but it's also services to get you back on your feet.
Absolutely. That's why we're called the Road Home. We want to help people along that journey. We know that being in a shelter isn't good for anyone. We're glad to be here, but we don't want people to be here for very long. And you're right, we don't want to build more shelter. We want to be a partner with the community to keep people in their homes. The majority of the families that come to us for the first time. And it's like crisis. It's, they didn't have a lot of support network, and they had a big expense, often is the case, and they just couldn't make it work that month, and they ended up coming here. So we're helping the folks that come here, and we're partners in the community so that we all can do more to keep people in their own homes as well.
When you talk about expenses, like medical, like what are some of the things that people run into?
Medical, car breaks down, can't get to work, you lose your job, lots of those kinds of things. When you're living on the edge like that, especially our lower income families, those incomes haven't risen nearly as fast as the cost of rent and the cost of food and all those other things.
Over the years, Scotty and I have seen how quickly $5 and $10 donations can add up. We've seen it in all kinds of charitable acts. We're not asking you for $5,000. We're not asking you for $500. We're just asking for anything that you feel like you can give. And we know it's tight.
Yep.
We know everybody's tight this time of season. But every little penny helps you guys.
Every dollar helps, and we take every dollar seriously. We want to put it to the best effect and have the most impact. And we appreciate a dollar donation as much as $100 or $1,000 donation.
How much does a $10 donation go, or a $50 donation?
Yeah, I mean, a $50 donation will actually pay for a family to stay here tonight.
Yeah. I mean, that's $50. I know that's for some of our listeners, that may be a significant amount of money. Then 10, 20, that's great too. But if you can donate, and I know it's Christmas, you got a lot of bills out there, but just call, and whatever you have, they will put it to such good use, because you know when you call the Road Home and you donate money, they know exactly how to use that money properly, and it's going to the right place, and it's going to be used to respect you and your dollar. 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could... There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made-in-America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Attention, Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single-game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Celebrate the season at the Roof, 10 floors up with stunning city views and a menu that elevates Utah classics.
From Limehouse rolls, elevated funeral potatoes, delicious entrees, and indulgent desserts that make you jingle all the way. Reservations and menu at theroofslc.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Merry Christmas, everybody. You and I will be on the air on Monday calling games, and then we'll be off the rest of the week.
Which is like a Christmas present for us.
Yes, and a Christmas present for our listeners, too.
One more go with Greg Wrubell at the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Love my time with Greg. Love my time with Mitch. By the way, just a shout-out to BYU fans, Cougar Nation. Thank you for taking me in.
Wow. Yeah,
and thanks for being so kind.
Yeah, they've treated you like gold.
Oh.
And just even because I'm remotely close to you, like, I'm getting, like, positive strays coming my way from BYU fans. Like, hey, you know what? I listen to Hans because he's on the broadcast, and you don't suck that much anymore.
Oh, that's not true. That is not.
And I'm like, hey, we'll take that.
Nobody's ever said that. I've been riding your coattails for 12 years. But I got to tell you, man, I love being a part of that broadcast, love calling these games with Greg Wrubell, and he treats me good, man.
Yeah.
He treats me good. Like, every trip is laid out. It's like, just don't screw it up, Hans. Everything is set up for this to be a great broadcast. Just don't mumble, you moron. That's all they're asking me to do, Scotty.
Shehan J. Raja, one of our favorites, CBS Sports, kind enough to join us. Shehan, how are you, man?
Hey, Sean.
I'm doing well. Yeah, another tip for broadcasting, make sure that you know when the mic is still rolling. It sounds like our friends out in Philly might not have noticed.
Oh. Wait, I haven't heard the story on this.
I have not heard this either. I'm sorry. We've been running it. We're at the road home raising money here at the homeless shelter, and so we're kind of out of the loop. What's going down?
Just after this is over, after you guys are done broadcasting, look up Philadelphia Flyers broadcaster. It is something else.
Oh, no. Shehan, Scotty and I have been doing this for a better part of 20 years now, and each of us have had our little fun in the sun. And
with open mics, yep.
But I got to tell you, I got to give a shout-out to my boss and my producer, but more importantly, my boss, who's back in the booth. He has never. Not one time in 17 years on air together, almost 18, Shehan, Lloyd Cole has never made a mistake. So big shout out to my boss.
Yeah. I love it. It's the best.
Yeah, that gives me the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it, though, for sure. Because we always say that we're going to mind our P's and Q's off the air, and we never do. We say some stuff, and I'm like, so help me if that mic is live. Well, anyway. Yeah. All right, so what bowl games really have you fired up? Like, what's your 2 or 3 bowl games you look at, non-playoff related, that you're like, you know what, I can get behind that one?
Ooh, that's a good question. Honestly, I mean, first of all, like this has definitely been a weird bowl season. Like, I feel like I'm like less aware than I've been in previous years. But you know, there's a couple that come to mind. I'm really excited for that TCU versus USC game in the Alamo Bowl. You know, obviously TCU now will be without their quarterback, which obviously is a little unfortunate, but I still think that has the potential to be a really important game for both these programs. Obviously, Lincoln Riley going back up against another Big 12 team, opportunity, I believe, to get to 10 wins. That would, I think, be a pretty good moment for them. Same. I'm really interested to see how Houston handles themselves against LSU in the Texas Bowl as well. I promise I'm not just picking Texas teams, but that one's going to, I think, be a big one. Oh, but actually, I will admit, I glanced at the schedule just to remind myself. The Pop-Tarts Bowl between BYU and Georgia Tech is going to be so much fun. These are two programs that I just love covering. Two quarterbacks in Bear Bachmeier and Haynes King who are just fantastic to watch. And by the way, two coaches. So I am excited to see the content of the two of them together. That is going to be, I think, a lot of fun.
Yeah, I got to say this about Shehan, Scotty, because I bumped into him around the food during the Big 12 championship game.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if there's anybody out there that loves his job more than Shehan.
And by the way, I would imagine he was dressed to the nines.
Oh,
too.
yeah. All the duds look fantastic. But you love what you do, Shehan. You can just hear it in your voice. Is this a dream job for you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's funny. People ask me if this is a dream job. This is a job that's so cool. I couldn't have even dreamed that it existed. It's just getting to hang out, watch college football, talk with people nationally. I mean, how cool is it, right? I get to jump on the radio in Salt Lake City when I'm sitting here in Dallas and talk to good folks, man. It's a cool job. It's a cool opportunity, and I always say it's better than having a real job.
Yeah. The first time I ever talked to Shehan is when Matt Wells got hired at Texas Tech, and you were hosting a podcast and then also doing writing for it's the Football Institute.
Dave Campbell, Texas football.
Dave Campbell, Texas football, which is like the football Bible in Texas. And so I've known Shehan ever since. So it's been kind of fun to sit back and watch your growth in the industry as well, where you're going to these games and covering them. And we talk about this BYU Georgia Tech game, and there's a lot of BYU fans out there that were really hoping for a college football playoff. That didn't happen. Then they were hoping, all right, well, let's play Notre Dame in a bowl game. Well, that didn't happen. And so Georgia Tech seems like, it's Miss Congeniality Award, when in reality Georgia Tech could put it on you if you're not careful, and if you're not on your game, it could get ugly in a hurry.
No, absolutely. The big thing, right, for BYU was I was definitely frustrated when Notre Dame dropped out because I was really hoping that they'd get an opportunity against a big brand, right? An opportunity to kind of prove themselves, that everybody would be watching. But if you want to talk about pure football games, this one is going to be one for the ages, right? Because you've got two teams that are very physical, love to run the ball, have quarterbacks who are fearless, have coaching staffs who are fearless. There's a reason that Georgia Tech was on the cusp of the ACC title game for most of the season. And you even look at the way that they handled Georgia, not just this year, but last year, going to, 8 overtimes, 9 overtimes. This is a team that does not back down. And I think that actually they're going to find that about each other, right? Both these teams are going to throw some shots. They're going to throw some punches. And absolutely, I mean, if they don't come with their A game, this could be a long day.
Shehan, I'm thinking that JMU, Tulane, and Miami might end up changing the course of how we put together the 12-team playoffs. Do you see any of those three competing at all? I'm worried Miami might be the biggest blowout.
Really? I actually think that Miami's going to hang pretty well. I actually think that could be a potentially really, really interesting game. Because the big thing about it is that, I think you could make the case that these are two of the top 3 or 4 trench teams in the playoff this year. Miami's offensive line, I would make the case is probably the best trench team in the playoff. And then defensively, Ruben Bay and Akeem Mesidor. Then on the other side, you got Trey Zune at left tackle. You got Armaj Reed Adams, Cassius Howell at pass rush. These are two really, really good trench teams. And I think that if Miami's able to protect, which is no guarantee, this is a really, really good Texas A&M defense. They have the playmakers outside to cause some issues for this Texas A&M defense. Texas A&M is a lot better in the front 7 than they are in the secondary, I would argue. And then, the other way, right, too. If they can get to Marcel Reed and they can make mistakes, I think this game has a chance to be a really, really good one.
Ooh, I like it, Shehan. I like it. And I'm feeling like there's got to be an itemized, first in line at the buffet next time we see each other. Put on this game. Okay, so I'm just looking it up. The line right now is Texas A&M -3. Will you give me the -3, and then when we get to the buffet line, you got to let me go first?
Sounds like a plan. Now, I will say I did pick Texas A&M to win and cover, but I'll at least grant you this privilege.
Okay, awesome,
nice.
Because I would love it. I'd love to be like, oh, excuse me, Shehan. I'll be getting the dry turkey first.
Yes, let me get that hot dog before you. Shehan, what's the best stadium or the best home stadium, not bowl game, but a home game you've been to? What's been the best one that served the best pregame meal?
Best pregame meal. So it was at Kyle Field, actually, which is probably the best. So I've primarily been around, sort of Texas, Oklahoma, most of those stadiums, right? And Kyle Field is definitely like the most fun environment also that I've covered. But
Agreed.
I covered, I believe it was actually the year of the 7 overtime Texas A&M LSU game, and that was a Black Friday game, and they actually had a full Thanksgiving spread, like turkey and pie and like everything. So I've never had anything that touches that.
Yeah, we were when Utah State played at Texas A&M this year. We were, we're looking around. We're like, oh, we're not in the Mountain West anymore. This is they're playing. They brought their A game on this one.
It's a different world.
Oh
man.
yeah.
Hey, Shehan, we were talking about teams that have got punked a little bit, and I think one of the worst matchups that we're seeing, and maybe one of the teams that got the most punked, would be the University of Utah at 10-2, getting a Nebraska team that I feel is completely disassembled and is going to really struggle in this game. Tell me what you thought about the 10-2 Utah Utes, and give me a thought on Nebraska, and try to pump me up so I feel like showing up to this game, because Scotty and I are thinking about making a road trip to Vegas for this one.
Well, I mean, look, first of all, I think that getting to be there for the final game of the Kyle Whittingham era, like, that's a pretty special thing, regardless of what ultimately happens. I mean, if they win that game and he goes out with 11 wins, like that I think is a cool moment regardless. The other thing, too, though, is that I think that this Nebraska team is, like, obviously they're down so many of their top players is the tough part, but they've got that freshman quarterback from California who's a little bit interesting. TJ Latif, I think is the kid's name. And, like, he's got a little something. I think that he could potentially be a sort of future face of this Nebraska program. And, of course, they're a defense-led program. I think that they're going to have a good game plan schemed up. I think that they're going to be ready for this matchup. But, if you had to ask me, I think that it probably is a Utah plus, 10-plus point victory.
So Kyle Whittingham stepping down at the University of Utah, but said yesterday that he, if somebody calls and he's interested and they make a good pitch, he's open. And if Michigan were to call, I'm sure he would take a long, hard look at that. So what's the market like for Kyle Whittingham, who's in his 60s but brings a tremendous resume to the table? If you're an AD, are you giving Kyle Whittingham a call?
So I think that this probably ends up being a Michigan or bust situation. And the reason that I say that is, one, it's the only power conference job open at this point. I don't think that he would take sort of I guess you could call it a second-tier opportunity. Two, I mean, I think that his skill set, obviously, as a culture builder, as a program builder, is so strong. But, if you are a program in a normal situation, let's call it, I don't know that you want to try and guarantee yourself, hey, is Kyle Whittingham still going to want to do this in 3, 4, 5 years, right? Like, I think that is a complicated situation. Now, if you're Michigan and you're trying to just get through a period of time and you want somebody to stabilize and elevate and get you back into national contention, I think that this is something that can make a lot of sense. But, if I was let's just say, for example, that Jed Fish leaves Washington to become the head coach over there at Michigan, and that job's open. I think it's worth having a conversation with Kyle Whittingham to see, can you establish some of what Utah's had over there. But I also, would also want to evaluate other candidates that are obviously less qualified to see, look, is this somebody who I think will still be the face of our program in 5 years? Because I don't know that Kyle Whittingham would be.
Shehan, how deep is the trouble there in Michigan? Because I've heard that some of the delay in hiring and interest and noise is there may be a few more firings in the front office. So how bad are things there at Michigan?
Well, they've publicly said that Ward Manuel, their athletic director, is going to make the hire. And I think that that's a big first step because certainly there's been a lot swirling around him throughout this whole process. But I think that the other thing too is, like, there are active investigations going on in this athletic department from independent reviews, and we'll see if there's more criminal wrongdoing as well. And like, if you are a good coach in a good situation, I don't know that you want to step into this, right? Like, I don't know that you want to leave a good situation to step into what should still be a really good job. And I think that, honestly, Michigan in this moment where money is kind of everything, like this is a good job. But, like, do you want to be the guy who has to deal with this? I think that that's, for example, to go back to it, why the Whittingham thing makes some sense, because it's like you don't have to compete with his situation because obviously he doesn't have one right now. And also, like, this could be a short-term thing to get you through a difficult time in your program. So it's tough. I mean, I think that, again, there was the Kalen DeBoer smoke at Alabama. I mean, we've heard in the past that Kalen DeBoer really does love the Michigan job, but he's also got one of the great jobs in college football. Obviously the Jed Fish thing we've talked about. But the list of coaches that make obvious sense is kind of short, honestly, in this moment.
It is. I think about this too, Shehan. I can bring Kyle Whittingham in, and he's already shown that he can groom a head coach and that he surrounds himself with great personnel, because he was obviously handing the throne now to Morgan Scalley, who he essentially raised. Not only that, I think that his body, his mind is in great health. I also think he's probably got a bit of a chip on his shoulder that he wants to show, I can do what I did anywhere. I just think for Michigan, and to throw in the fact, there's no buyout. I mean, how many times in your life as a hire are where you're bringing in a prominent name that has got to be in the top 15, top 20 all-time college coaching conversation, to be able to bring him in without a buyout? I just think it's a no-brainer, Shehan. I'm hopeful that Michigan will take a good look at him.
Yeah, no, I think that, it's mixed, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of listeners out there who are like, I don't want to see him in another shirt. I don't want to see him leading the University of Michigan. But, I think that also for him, there has to be that piece of, well, what would it be like to have elite level resource, right? To have a blue blood program behind you. I mean, Utah is obviously a program that, from 2000 to today is one of the fastest rising programs in the history of college football, right? Like, to see, going from sort of a middle tier Mountain West program to where Urban Meyer took them, to where Kyle Whittingham took them, to then the Pac-12, then to the Big 12, it's pretty unbelievable. But Michigan is one of those programs that was doing this thing in 1917, right? This is one of those programs that is the winningest program in the history of this sport and has unlimited money available. I don't know. I mean, if I was Kyle Whittingham, I'd be pretty intrigued by the possibility of at least getting to try this as a coda to my career.
So up until about 17 years ago, or up until about last 3 years ago, I've been doing this for about 20 years. And so for 17 years, the running joke was that BYU was sitting on a treasure trove of money, but never did anything with it, and that they ran things so cheap, and that they were all about being as frugal as they possibly could. And now that NIL's upon us and they can spend, they're spending like crazy. So how much does it resonate across the world of college football when Penn State comes from a coach and BYU says, no, yeah, we're going to keep him, and we're going to pay him what he's worth and what market value is, and we're going to give him what he needs. And he says, no, I'm going to stay at BYU. Everything I can get here financially at Penn State, I can do at BYU.
Well, this one is so fascinating, right? It's for so many reasons. And, obviously people out there, would sort of know the culture of it. But it's like, for a long time, like you said, I mean, Kalani Sitake was one of the lower paid coaches in this conference, despite all the success that he's had. And I think that there are a lot of moments where an athletic department needs sort of a kick in the rear to say, if you want to be serious about this, this is your moment to prove it. And I think that hiring Kevin Young as a basketball coach was one of those moments. And then retaining Kalani Sitake was kind of that final moment for the football program. Because, again, my colleague Richard Johnson over at CBS, he reported that the entire roster this year only cost $10 million, which is a crazy low amount of money. Now, I've heard some disputing of that, but, like, point is this was not a very expensive roster to be going 11 wins and playing for a Big 12 title. And so I think that this has kind of been like a long-term growth, right, of like, look, we understand what football has done for BYU. We understand the stages that it's gotten us to, and we understand how important it is that Kalani Sitake has been at the front of that. So I think that this is kind of that moment now where it's like, okay, this is actually happening. We're actually committing to this.
Shayan, hope you have a great holidays. Look forward to catching up with you again here very soon.
Yeah, have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thanks as always for having me.
Thanks, Sean.
You got it. Shahan Jayaraja from CBS Sports right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wow. Look who it is.
I know. So we've been talking about how weird it's going to be to watch Utah play football and not see Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah.
It will be weird if there ever comes a year where we do the Radio Home Mediathon and Celeste isn't with us.
Celeste, how are you?
Celeste is one of the nicest, most well-intentioned human beings on the planet, and we could not be more excited to be here with you.
You guys are far, far, far too kind. Thank you for being here. It is such a big deal to have you guys here. All the funds that we raise this time of year, we make them last all year long, so thank you for being here.
I know you say that to Rebecca, and you mean it with her, and you don't mean it with us, but that's totally cool. We'll take it.
I know you just said that to Rusty Keys
and
to Sue. But you know,
I love all of you guys, and you all feel like family.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, I was away for 8 years. I was in Texas, and I just came back this year, and it never felt like Christmas in Texas. But being here at the Holiday Mediathon, it feels like coming home.
Hey, just so you know, Scotty and I were still here through the 8 years.
I am so excited about that.
Yeah, we were still here. How far does this go back for you, Celeste? When was your first year with the Radio Mediathon?
Oh, I think it was in 1991. I was 2.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, just starting. as a
we
second,
were all
us too.
Yeah.
A young second grader trying to get.
Yep. Just trying to raise some money for the shelter.
You know, when you come back here to help out, what does this? I mean, this is your life. It's in your blood. It's in your DNA. The road home. You've seen some rough things. You've seen some great success stories. But just if you can, just what does this place mean to you personally?
When I came back to Utah, there was no question in my mind that the only organization that I wanted to be a part of was the road home again. It is an incredible organization. The work they do is life-changing. I see people change their lives every single day, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to work here.
Since you left and you've come back, how much dire has the need gotten? Has it changed a lot?
The need has certainly grown, and certainly I would say different segments of the population have changed. So, for example, families are one of the biggest growing populations, segments of the homeless population, which is heartbreaking. We had 200 kids last night sleeping in our shelters here at the road home. The good news is most of those families will only stay for 90 days or less. They'll get back on their feet, and they'll never, ever experience homelessness again. But it's sad that they have to experience homelessness even that single time.
So David James and I, back in our old K-Fan days, I can't even remember the details of it, but we did a fundraiser, and it was straight cash. And so DJ and I come to Celeste's office, and I've got this thick envelope just full of cash.
Oh, geez.
And she's like, "Hey, Tony Soprano, what are you doing?"
So man. Great.
It was. I mean, Celeste, it's just so great to see you here, and it's just so great to see you be a part of this, because we know it feels like Christmas when we have a chance to chat with you.
We're just so grateful, and it means the world to us that you come every year. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you to your listeners who are supporting us. You can still make financial contributions, in-kind contributions. Every little bit helps.
If you're doing an in-kind, like socks, like things that, like anything would be beneficial, right?
Socks, underwear, coats, and they don't have to be new. The underwear does.
Yeah.
But if you've got kids grow out of clothes really quickly. Bring them down to the shelter.
Lightly used coats, lightly used shoes, those kinds of things. You can absolutely use them. And Celeste, I just think about the kids. I think about how much they need the warmth, they need the stability, and I know you've seen a lot of come and go.
Yeah.
And you've probably seen a lot of kids just need this place and need some help in that moment. I want people, whether you're thinking of the family or you're thinking about individuals that are just truly in need, as you're pulling out your wallet and getting out your credit card or sending your Venmo or firing out a payment for the road home, just remember the money is maxed out. Every dollar is pinched down to the penny.
Yes.
And that's something you've talked a lot about in the past, Celeste. Every dollar is really stretched as far as it can go. It's not headed out to administrative costs.
No.
You don't get 75% that's scraped off the top.
I like how you laugh on that.
Sorry.
It does not go to administrative costs.
No, but one of the things that is so important about this event is it is our biggest fundraiser of the year. And so we do have to make that money that comes in stretch and last all year. We're very lucky that we get a lot of in-kind items donated so that we don't have to purchase those items, which is huge for us. But the money makes a big difference.
Celeste, you're the best. Thank you.
You
so
guys
much.
are the best. Thank you for being here so much.
Don't leave us again.
801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Whatever you have would be well appreciated right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth hosts the New Jersey Devils tonight, 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU hosts Abilene Christian at 7:30 on 102.7 FM. Tomorrow, the Aggies host Colorado State at noon on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Magic at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Ready for unbeatable deals?
Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Keontae George continues to play well, and while the Jazz may have lost to the Lakers, he's starting to settle in and figure out what it's like to be a good player in this league.
I mean, yeah, the maintenance work is the most important. You know, I'm starting to realize that the work you put in the summer is the work, and then you're just touching up everything else throughout the whole year.
This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Hans, it's time for another edition of, well, you did play Sports Roulette.
It's fine. We can do whatever we want.
It's the good, the bad, the ugly.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Lloyd was making a Ron Burgundy joke in the break, and I guess apparently I'm Ron Burgundy because you could just play whatever. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Sports Roulette. Let's
go. We go.
Yeah, spin that wheel.
We got a good for you today because there's so much controversy surrounding the Nakuas.
Oh, well.
Well, people don't even know where to start with Puka. They're like upset at him for some anti-Semitic action, or they're upset at him for attacking an officiating crew, or they want to use some words that he said the boss man was upset. Well, it all came out after the game, the Rams' victory last night. The media goes after Sean McVay, the head coach of the Rams. They start with a question that Sean doesn't like. And Scotty, we talked about this. We talked about how great the SIDs are in this market.
Yes.
Some of the best.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, everybody from Paul Kirk to
Doug Hoffman,
who's great at Utah State,
and
to our boy Brett
Yep.
down at BYU, and everybody in between. They're great. The one thing they don't want is to be caught off guard.
Yeah.
Same with head coaches. They don't want to be caught off guard. And it sounds like Sean was caught off guard here in some of those comments, Scotty.
Because Puka Nacua went right on Twitter. Apparently, they timed it out about a minute after the game was over. So he got right to his phone and sent out a tweet about his comments that he made previous about the officials and said, "Was I wrong? Those boys in stripes did it again."
Oh, I didn't even see the tweet.
Yeah, so he tweeted, he doubled down on the original tweet. And so
the original
one going
audio.
after not the tweet, but the audio of him going after officials. And so the game's over. He hops on Twitter about a minute after the game's over and said, "Hey, was I wrong? The boys in stripes did it again."
Okay, so that's what they're hitting Sean with.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here's Sean McVay getting caught off guard.
Something out, kind of taking like a veiled shot there to the refs. I mean,
what are you talking about?
You just put something out on Twitter a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, so what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
What conversations have you had with Puka about his live stream this week?
Yeah, he was very apologetic. I don't think he understood the totality of some of the things. I think he issued that apology. I know this guy's heart, and for anybody that was offended, terribly sorry about that. I know he feels that same exact way. He's a young guy that's a great kid that's continuing to learn about, just the platform that he has. I love him. We're going to continue to put our arm around him and help him learn and grow. But we never want to do things that ever offend anybody, and I know he feels that same way.
How about those guys coming onto your property at the facility in a short week as you're preparing for the biggest game?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that stuff. They came on our property?
They outside the parking lot.
Because he said on the live stream that you were mad.
I was? I don't think, no. Did he say my name?
He said, boss man. I assume that was you.
It wasn't me. Yeah.
Did it feel like a distraction this week?
No, it wasn't a distraction at all. Did you think his play showed that he was distracted? I didn't think so either. He went off today. He didn't. And you know what? And I apologize for. You know what? I love this team. And man, when you put out as much as our group does, and you care so much about something, and you come up short, it's incredibly disappointing. But as it relates to just the things that you're asking, we always want to make sure that we handle ourselves with class, learn from it. I'll put my arm around him and continue to educate our guys. I love this team. I love his heart. I think he's going to continue to grow and mature. And I'm going to be there right there with him to continue to help do that.
It really was. The thing is, he had no idea that Puka went on Twitter afterwards. And I don't think anybody knew outside of the media members that had their phones with him and like, oh, geez, he just went off. And then here comes Sean McVay and like, hey, your guy just went after the officials. But the thing is, Puka Nacua, he had, 212 yards receiving. And what appeared to be at the time the game-winning touchdown until Seattle goes the length of the field, scores a touchdown, and then goes for two and wins the game, essentially on the final game of final play, or in overtime, excuse me. And so it just, you had such a crazy back-and-forth game, but you can't put anything on the loss on Puka because he was just incredible.
He's incredible. Because the Nacuas have been in the news so much, I do want to say, and there's a lot of people I won't attach my name to, but, and look, the Nacuas aren't perfect. I'm sure. None of us are.
No.
But every time I've been around the Nacuas, oh, man, that's taking it next level holiday right there. Oh, man.
Wow. My guy.
Holy cow. He's the one that saw me at D's.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. So, everybody's got their skeletons, I'm sure. I will say, every time I've been around the Nacuas, every time I've interacted with them, and Coach McVay mentioned this, their hearts are in the right place. These guys are full of love. Now, they're full of energy, and they're crazy, but everybody from Kai to Samson to Puka and to Tay, who I've covered this year with Brigham Young University, a wide receiver at BYU right now. Tay Nacua is going to be something special. I see their hearts, man. They've got great hearts. And this is coming from a guy that was one of the dumbest human beings on earth in that demo.
Yeah.
There's reasons I beg you not to ask Ryan Leaf questions, or beg you not to ask Kalani Sitake questions, or beg you. I was dumb. Did a lot of dumb things. And it's like, but their heart is there. Sean's right. Their heart is in a great place. Puka's a good dude, man. I don't know. Have you ever had a chance to talk to him?
Yeah.
He's a great dude.
Yeah.
It's just, make sure you're hanging out with the right people.
Yes.
Why are you letting some streamers pull you into something stupid?
Yep.
Like multiple stupid things.
Yes. Yeah.
Just put the right people around you, and then you do got to recognize you've got a massive platform.
Yeah. And that, I know you've talked to youth groups and athletes. I've done the same as well. And it's like, hey, look, when you come on the air with me, or you come on the air with Hans, or you come on, you're doing a TV interview or whatever, talking to newspapers, you wouldn't say that. So why do you think you can say it on Twitter, where you can actually reach people a lot quicker on Twitter than you would on traditional media? But yet you get a little loose on Twitter, but you'd never say that to anybody in a press conference. So why would you do it on Twitter? And, all it does is just cause problems for you, or a live stream, or whatever the case might be. Like, you got to be on your guard 24/7.
But then there's a part of me that loves it.
Well,
I love hearing him just tear apart the officials. But you're right, because it's going to be a big fine.
He's going to get a fine, and then he's going to get it's going to increase another 50 or 60 based on the tweet last night.
Or more. Maybe a suspension. I don't know.
Yeah, because if you're Roger Goodell, you're already red-hot mad about the first one, the live stream. Now he doubles down on it. You're like, all right, we got to send a message to this guy.
I kind of love it. But I get it.
I do too. As a media member, I love it. Yeah, absolutely. You want your guys to be honest and upfront, but you also know that they're going to come with a cost.
That dude is getting bigger than the game. Like, Puka is becoming a massive deal.
Yes.
A huge deal. Like, they're talking about him as a potential MVP.
Yeah. The only thing that's keeping him from being an MVP is that the quarterback that's throwing to him is probably going to end up being the MVP.
Yeah.
All right, Hans and Scotty, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
All right, big thanks to Shehan Jayaraja for cueing us in on this. This is the Philadelphia 76er, or not 76ers, the Philadelphia Flyers broadcast, the NHL broadcast. And he said, just Google it, listen to the audio. Well, we have the audio. We had got to beep it a little bit, but this is what the play-by-play guy said during what he thought was a commercial break.
Sometimes the Flyers get a sense of urgency when they're playing from behind. Now they're going to take the TV timeout. We'll take it as well. 7 gone in the third. It's 3-2 Buffalo on the Philadelphia Flyers broadcast network. Pump it up, it up, it up, it up. While you're down there, would you mind me?
I think we're still on the air, Tim. No, we're not, are we?
Oh, it makes me so uncomfortable and scared.
Hello, Edward. Ron, I've got to fire you. Well, I've got to fire you. Bing, bong, bong.
Oh.
You got poop in your mouth. You poop mouth.
Oh, it gives me...
Garth, if I gave you money out of my own wallet, would you forgive me?
It just makes me sick. Now, he's been suspended for 2 games. Fortunately, he did not lose his job, because I hate guys getting fired for stuff like that.
Yeah, me too.
But he is being suspended for 2 games and will be on very, very thin ice going forward, I'm sure.
Yeah, man. It's it's crazy during the broadcast, especially during games. Things get really loud and really confusing, and you're especially for Greg or for you who's running play-by-play, and you've got to do ins and outs, and you've got all kinds of reads, and everybody's got these paid advertisement parts, and you're trying to be professional. You're trying to get through, and it's like you wrap up your read, and you go to break, and it's like, okay, finally, I can disconnect my brain for a minute. And sometimes you can get lost in it.
Yeah, and you got a crew of people around. You want to, make them laugh a little bit.
Yeah, you're just having
crack
fun.
a joke. And the other thing, too, like when we're in studio and we're looking at Lloyd, like we got the glass and we're looking at Lloyd and we can see, him doing his thing. And so we know we're at break.
And we got a button that goes from green to red.
Yeah,
right in front of us.
But when you're at a game in an arena, you're sending that signal back to a studio. So you have no eye-to-eye contact with the producer that's back in studio doing the thing, and so you're just kind of at their mercy.
Yeah.
And you hope that they're doing the right thing, but you don't have a light saying you're on the air or off the air, and you just got to say, well, it's the Flyer Radio Network, and then you go to break. Because a lot of us, you and I, are the same way. We don't like hearing the commercials in our ear because we want to have a conversation. We want to talk about what we're doing next segment or whatever the case might be. And so we just assume that we're at commercial break because we're not listening because we don't want to hear the commercials in our ear while we're prepping for the next segment. And so we're used to not having that sound of the commercials coming back through us. And so we wouldn't know. Lloyd could gore us very quickly, and we would have no idea.
Yeah. Yep. But Lloyd would never do that.
Lloyd would never do that.
Because he's our trusted compadre.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Plus, if he did, we wouldn't be saying anything anyways.
No,
you guys are always really good.
Yeah, we're pretty tame. Everybody likes to think that we're crazy behind the mic, but we're not.
Oh,
we're
man.
talking about what deals we got at a, on garbage bins at Home Depot.
Deals.
Deals.
We're talking about getting a s'more Pop-Tart for $1.75.
Yep.
For you, ma'am.
That's about as raucous as it gets.
$1.75.
Yep.
Connor, why are you shaking your head, Connor? Come on, man.
Connor.
Connor, you can endorse this,
Just
right?
know what you're walking into here.
Listen, I think we can all agree s'more is not the best.
Oh, that's what he's going. I thought we all agree that you guys are off.
I've had conversations with my coworkers. I go, what do you guys think about the s'more, right?
It's
Brant?
the best.
I can live without it. I said, I'm right there with you,
With the
Brant.
s'more?
With the s'more.
Brant.
What was Brandt's Pop-Tart of choice?
I think cinnamon, brown sugar, brown sugar cinnamon.
No, man, that's in the top 5, but that doesn't.
Yeah.
Come
No,
close.
not even.
Man, and this is tough, too, because this is coming from dudes that
I respect these guys.
smash Pop-Tarts daily.
Oh, yeah. These guys have the metabolism where they could go through 2 boxes and not even blink an eye.
Well, because I love Brant Connor, I'm going to bring him back a box of the brown sugar Pop-Tarts from the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Let's go.
Be a special Pop-Tart day for you.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm telling you, whoever's in charge of the Pop-Tart Bowl, you better have free Pop-Tarts for my guy because he's fully planning on smashing Pop-Tarts right and left.
And eating them in the lazy river with the head coach of BYU.
If you do not provide Pop-Tarts at the Pop-Tart Bowl, there's going to be a situation. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are out and about today. We are live here at the road home, and Mike's going to join us here in just a second, but it's another edition of Whole World News.
Yeah, we got a quick one for you today, but this is a story of major bah humbug. It's HOAs, it's bad neighbors, and it's a bunch of crybabies, man. Yeah. If somebody's trying to put up Christmas, let them put up Christmas. Here's the story.
Our mics are live, though. Okay.
Don't say anything.
All right, you know what? Let's talk with Mike.
Yeah, we'll talk with Mike. We'll come back to the story.
Mike Young, Deputy Director of Crisis Services. All right, so what's a day in the life like for you here?
Ooh, man, I've got the best job in the world. I wish I didn't need this job.
Yeah.
You know, I wish we didn't need the shelter programs that we run, but every single day we've got close to 1,200 people staying in our emergency shelter programs.
Incredible.
Across Salt Lake County. Last night alone, about 1,170-ish.
And about 200 kids, from what I've heard, too.
200 kids, that's right. Yeah, last year we served 500 families throughout the year, so the need is greater than ever right now.
So I know we're asking people to get their checkbooks out, send us a little bit of money, and that's great. But help people understand just how far this goes. Like, what does this money go to specifically?
It goes to hope. And I don't mean to sound cliche with that, but that is what we're trying to provide, right, is hope in getting back into the community, getting back on your feet, getting your kids stable again. And the 2 fastest growing demographics we're seeing right now are families and then seniors as well. Folks 64 and older increased by 42%
really?
In our shelter program.
Is there over the year to year?
Over the year.
Is there something you can point to as to why that's happening? Or?
That's a heavy increase.
Yeah, the increase in rental costs and mortgages and rates. A lot of folks on fixed incomes that have never experienced homelessness in their lives just get priced out by those minimal increases year after year after year.
So you're telling me there might be somebody that's 72 show up at your door?
Absolutely.
Oh,
right now
man.
We've got plenty of folks 80 and older staying in some of our shelter programs.
Do you turn anybody away?
We don't. Well, I'll say if we're full, we do have to. We have strict capacity limits. In our singles programs, we're turning about 20 to 30 people away each day. Our family shelters are open. They've got beds available. If you need help, just come on down.
So if you got a family, you're open?
Yes. Absolutely.
See, Scotty, that's it, man.
Yeah.
That's why we do this. Scotty and I have a deep passion and love for this. Most of it comes for the kids. You know, we just understand kids, they don't deserve it. They didn't make the decisions. A lot of it comes for women because a lot of these women are trying to escape abuse and they're trying to get away from harm. And so we got a real deep love for that. But if you're a family out there, you're suffering, please come in. We can help you. And anybody that's listening, understand your money is going to help those people. That's what I love.
It sure will. We provide everything you need in our shelter programs to get you back on your feet. Case management, therapy, connections to services, all of it.
And I think that's really important for people to know, too, because the warm bed is certainly important. The food, the shelter, but also a path. As you mentioned, you would like to have a different job. You'd like for your job not to be needed, but it is. But part of your job is also like, all right, so what do we got to do to get you back on your feet? What can we do to get you employed, get you into housing, and things along those lines, because you want your service not to be needed at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and most folks that come through our doors just need a point in the right direction. They just need a safe place to stay for a couple of nights, maybe a few weeks, a month or two, to put the pieces back together, get a couple of paychecks in their pocket. We just opened a new family shelter in South Salt Lake earlier this year, and of the families that have left that program since we opened our doors, 65% moved into permanent housing and have not returned.
Oh, that's a great number.
That just tells you what type of work the Road Home is doing. It's not just, hey, we're going to give you as long as we need to give you. It's, we're going to give you and we're going to help you get back to what you are used to. And that's a significant number. That's higher than I would have thought.
It's a lot, yeah. And again, people just need to point in the right direction, right? And we can't do it without the community support. There's a number of different ways you can give. 801-819-7300 is the number to call. A lot of people prefer online, theroadhome.org. There's a banner on the website you can click and navigate to a donation page, or Venmo and PayPal. We accept that as well, at The Road Home in those apps.
801-819-7300, theroadhome.org as well. Let's go, whatever you have, $5, $20, $50, $100, whatever you can spare. We understand it's Christmas. You got a lot on your plate, but understand the people that the Road Home is serving are going through the worst moments of their lives, and you can help out in a small, small way. 801-819-7300. Mike, thanks for your time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi, with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight. Walking in the winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Friday. What do you get?
Do you ever spell something so bad, like Twitter or sending a text, that even your phone is like, what the hell are you trying to write?
Daily.
Trying to spell itinerary? Is there two is there two T's in this? What? Huh? Oh.
Yeah, when spell check's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It's looking at me like, Are you doing okay? Are you having a stroke?
Getting some of the grandpa's cough syrup?
Oh, my gosh, that's funny. Okay, I think I got it with Connor's help. He's right. There's a silent E on it. So it's E-itinerary.
Yes, that's it. I-E-T. The thing is when it switches to something that is not good, and it just does it without, it's like, no, we're not even giving you the option. I think you mean this.
Oh,
and it'll switch it. And
that got a Denver announcer fired.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that's the one that makes me nervous, is that no, I meant to write duck. Like, I don't know why you did that, but
I don't know how it corrected that way.
Yeah. No, it was.
You must say it a lot. You must text that a lot.
I said the Oregon Ducks.
Yeah, I don't know. What are you doing? No, I was on a boat out in the water, and I saw another ship. I don't know what happened. Like, yeah.
Yep.
Not good.
But we got it corrected.
Oh, that's good. So you're off, Sunday, heading to Boise? That's when I'm going up there.
Headed out to Boise Sunday. Sunday evening.
Yeah.
I think I've got Sister Olsen convinced to come with me. So I think Mandy's going to be making the trip.
Nice.
Maybe a little ice skating, late evening ice skating there in the quad. Might go hit the hills and grab a tube, do a little sledding.
Wow.
And then we got a nice little steak dinner planned.
Okay, that
downtown.
same place?
Yeah, downtown Boise.
I might sneak over there with you.
Come on over.
Yeah.
Always an empty chair. But I think that the Idaho Potato Bowl is an absolute blast.
Oh, I do too.
I think it's a blast, man. And I'm worried, Scotty, that we're going to start losing more and more of these bowls.
Yes. Yep.
We just saw your L.A. Bowl go away. And
that's gone.
You got to go call it L.A. Bowl.
Yep. The very first one where the Jimmy Kimmel had some donkey mascot puking into a river. And you're like, wow, I wonder why this bowl is going bankrupt.
What? He had what?
Yeah. Oh, you remember that, don't you?
No.
Oh, hold on. I got to find the footage of that.
Was it Uncle?
Yeah.
Was it Guillermo?
No. It was some guy dressed up in a. They created their own mascot for it.
And it was a donkey?
Yeah.
And they had him vomiting into a river?
Bull donkey.
How is that going to bring positivity to the LA Bowl?
Yeah, it was a rough one.
You know, Lloyd and I went and watched during the All-Star weekend that came to Utah. We went and watched the celebrity game.
Yeah.
It was at Huntsman's.
Yep.
And Lloyd and I watched Guillermo ball it up. He is not a hooper. He acted like he was, but he was not a hooper. He was terrible.
Well, I mean, the guy's like 5'2".
Yeah, he is.
I can't imagine he would be that. Yeah.
But I think he was the best part of the show. He had us dying laughing. He was trying like crossovers and go-betweens, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
Then they pulled him off the court, put him on the bench, and he sat there with his arms in the air like, whoa.
And
After all I did?
They gave him a mic and said, here, you just do this.
Yeah.
He was good, don't you think, Lloyd? He was kind of funny.
Yeah, he was funny.
I actually thought that the celebrity game was one of the best parts of the All-Star weekend.
So there was a race between mascots.
Oh, no.
And it was the Jimmy Kimmel Camel. And won the race. And so Laura Rutledge, of all, has to go over there. And then there's this moment.
Hold on now. That's funny. The camel got winded.
Yeah, and started throwing up.
He lost one of his humps worth of liquid into the river.
I don't know what river it is, but whatever.
Was that on TV?
Yeah, that was on TV. That was all part of the festivities there at the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl.
Well, that bowl's going away.
And that bowl's going away. For some reason, that bowl can't make it.
So I just am getting nervous, man. We're seeing bowls start to shake at the knees a little bit.
Yeah.
And we're watching the Pop-Tarts Bowl. They found a way to make this a marquee bowl, a great event, a memorable event by putting a human in a toaster that's put in a Pop-Tart outfit and by cooking full man-sized Pop-Tarts and letting teams break chunks off. They've done some fun things.
Yeah. I mean, you got the Mayo Bowl where guys are the winning coach gets dunked in mayo. Sadly, that's about the things you have to do to survive.
The Potato Bowl, they fill an entire Gatorade bucket with French fries.
Yeah.
And they dump a Gatorade bucket of French fries on Coach, and they have a bunch of potatoes every.
Scalding potatoes?
Hot scalding. It's still in the oil.
French fry potatoes.
They don't actually.
It'd be funny if it was a Gatorade thing full of big old russets, and they dump it on there and like thump, 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 thump. And just knock out the coach.
From the top rope.
Yeah.
But man, every year we've been out to the bowl game, that Potato Bowl. And I was reminiscing with a former Utah State Aggie that was a part of the first Idaho Potato Bowl in Miami, Ohio. They played Miami, Ohio.
Yeah, back in 2012. I mean, the bowl game's actually been around since the mid-'90s. A bowl game in Boise.
Yeah, and it used to be called a humanitarian.
Humanitarian, yeah.
But I was talking to an individual that was a part of that first
that 2012 team
run, and he was like, it was so much fun. It was fun with the team. We were excited to play again. They ended up losing that one, and then
winning the next year
against Toledo.
Toledo, yep.
So, you and I were calling a game where BYU was involved for the national broadcast. It was BYU and
one of the directional Michigans, Central Michigan, Northern Michigan,
Eastern?
Western Michigan, one of them. Yeah,
Western Michigan. It was Western
Okay.
Michigan. And BYU gets the win, and the stadium announcer gets up, some lady
Yeah, the ESPN announcer.
said, "Let's hear it for the BYU Tigers." And it was like, what? What? The what?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
that
think
happened.
I think Zach Wilson was up on that podium.
That's the one where he went like perfect, like 21 of 21 or something like that.
Yeah, he threw a perfect game. And she's like, "Let's hear it for the BYU Tigers." And Scotty and I are in the booth looking at each other like,
Oh, no, she didn't.
"Oh, that's gonna hurt."
Yeah.
But
Congratulations to your leaders, BYU Tigers.
Nice pull, Lloyd.
what that would have been, what, 5 or 6 years ago?
Yeah, that was
6 years ago, maybe?
19. It was pre-COVID.
These bowl games bring memories, man.
Yeah, they do.
And I just hope that they can find a way to stabilize these bowls and make them fun and make them important. If you want my 2 cents on it, the way you stabilize a bowl is instead of giving them gifts, give each kid $2,400.
Yeah.
Come play in our bowl game. You get $2,400. That's going to get you a little bit of money that you can get a nice gift for mom and dad. You can, grab yourself a flight, and you and a partner can head out to Bermuda. Like whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Here's $2,400.
Instead of getting, because some of the gifts they give are just dumb.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you know what? And more often than not, you're probably just going to go on eBay or wherever and just try or sell it to somebody, a roommate or something like that. So you're just going to try to make money off the dumb gift. So why not just give them straight cash?
Well, I will tell you, just from being kind of on the inside and the BYU perspective and how they've treated me and how they treat individuals going to the Pop-Tarts Bowl or the Alamo Bowl. I've only been a part of the broadcast for 3 years. They definitely treat it like this is your award. This is for all the hard work and all the great things you've done, and they do that. Now, there is a definite intention to win the bowl, but I do see them placing a heavy emphasis on what do you need, how can we help. It is so generous. I just can't even say enough about how BYU handles it. It's just so generous, and I know Utah State does the same.
Yeah. I mean,
and it's so fun, and I would hate to see
Yeah.
the bowls be limited only to the 24 teams that are going to be participating in the CFP, and everything else is eliminated. I don't know how it's going to play out, but that's my worry.
It's my worry as well. But, the one thing I think people were starting to get concerned when they see Notre Dame and a handful of teams out of the Big 12 that turn down the invitation to bowl games.
Yes.
But here's
that
the
is
thing.
a bad one, yeah.
Utah State will never turn down an invitation to a bowl game. You will have your G5 schools be like, hey, we'll go. Now, that may not be the matchups that you may not see nationally. You may not get like a good one like BYU and Georgia Tech. But there will always be teams that will go to these bowl games. You will always have teams that somewhere will say yes. But the problem is that upper tier Power 4 team like a Notre Dame or somebody that's like, no, we're done.
Texas.
Like a Texas. We're taking our ball and going home. No.
Sarkisian said he's going to participate and needs it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Those teams that were right there on the edge that feel all cranky because they got left at home and they're not part of the playoffs and they're like, no, we don't want to play. Guess what? There's a lot of those kids at Notre Dame that have come out and said, no, we want to keep playing. We want to play another game.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's probably some of them that are like, we got BYU puffing out their chest over there saying we're scared of them. No, we'll go. I want to go. I want to play another game. I want to get another get snaps of film.
Hey, in the world of D1 FCS, is there anything other than the 2014 playoff?
No.
So there's no bowl. There's nothing.
Nope.
See, I was kind of going through the process because you got Montana State.
Oh, which I would give anything to be at that game.
That's going to be a great game.
Yeah.
That's playing tomorrow. And by the way, I sent out the slate of the weekend starting tonight with Oklahoma, Alabama, and Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. Like, there's great. And then Saturday is just complete insanity in the world of sports. Hopefully everybody's going to be tuning in because it's going to be a great sports weekend. But I was going through it because Montana State, they kick off tomorrow in the FCS semis.
Yeah.
And you never hear anybody complain about the way the FCS works its way to a champion.
Nope.
And it's a 24-team playoff. They've got certain buys and they've got certain structure to get to the 24. And I know that the noise isn't as loud as it would be for the FBS, but you don't really hear about FCS teams throwing a big rowdy fit, and it does mean something to them because it is money. It's money that pours into them. They're averaging nearly 2 million viewers per semifinal game over the last few years. It's like 1.6 or 1.8 million. So, you're trying to get the eyes, you're trying to get the money, you're trying to get the championship. It means something at the FCS level. But the way they do it, it's 24 teams, it's single elimination, and I've always felt like the FCS playoffs are a pretty good indicator. And I know that the FBS doesn't want to stoop to the level of our lesser partner, the FCS, but sometimes good is good.
Yeah. Well, this is what, I fully anticipate we're going to see here very quickly in the next 3, 4, or 5 years. Kyle Whittingham's been telling us this forever, on and off the air. I think you're going to see a group of about 60 teams that will carve themselves out, and they'll have their league. And then you'll have the teams that are left behind in the G5s. They'll have their other league. And so you'll have 2 divisions. Yeah. You'll have, Division 1,
FLDS.
Sure. Yeah, there you go.
And then Division
and then
1
reorganized.
FBS.
Yep.
And then Division 1 FCS.
Correct. And so that's probably where we're headed. Now, what that means for the long term of bowl games, I don't know. Because I could see that G5 having their own playoff. I don't know how.
Oh, where they don't even let the FBS or the FCS in.
So you have 3 different college football playoffs.
Yeah, I could see that coming. That would destroy the bowl program.
Yeah, bowls would be toast after that.
Unless you could work a deal where it's like, hey, man, that's why relegation would be awesome.
I know.
If you could work relegation from FLDS, FBS, and FCS, it'd be like, if you can win, you get to bump into.
And get that TV money. Absolutely.
Yeah, because maybe you get a Montana State that's like, this is our moneymaker.
Yeah.
Here's $22 million from some big-time donator. Go get yourself a roster and make this program gigantic. Giving them an opportunity to get in with the big boys. That would be nice.
That would be awesome.
Because look at what BYU's done. I think you mentioned it in a tweet. They were just playing in the West Coast Conference in bad battles with Pacific, thinking, oh, boy, and a loss I think you tweeted out.
2022, they lost at Pacific.
And a loss, and now it's like, they're like, this is cute. What a cute little scrimmage you've brought to our arena.
And our walking bags of cash just annihilated you.
Somebody might get some money and want to go compete.
Yeah.
I think they should have an opportunity to compete. But I do think that the powers are going to continue to separate themselves. And in the meantime, a lot of these great bowl games, I think, are in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Potential to be eliminated.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Brad Chris, kind enough to join us, board member here at the Road Home. Brad, how you doing?
Hey, Brad.
Great. Hans, Scotty, thanks for having me.
Oh, we're fired up, man, to chat with you. What prompted you to want to get on the board and help out here?
Well, my wife and I feel very strongly about the work that the Road Home does. We're actually the matching sponsor this hour as well through my company, Tech Tac. We just love the program, the Road Home, and all the work they do. Oftentimes people think about it as a homeless shelter. It's actually so much more than a homeless shelter. They really are a pathway for people to self-reliance and independence and getting back on their feet when they experience homelessness.
So it's such a vital part of our community, and I'm glad you brought that up because there's 2 things that I really want people to hit home on this. Number one, think of that you're helping out 200 kids that were in these shelters last night. And then the second, you're providing services so that great people here at the Road Home can help people get back on their feet. Not just the shelters you mentioned, but also services and helping with the resume, contacts, things along those lines to make sure that people can get back on their feet and get into permanent housing on their own. Because the goal here is not to keep you here. The goal is to get you somewhere else.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you mentioned the kids, because I think that's one thing that's really unique about the Road Home. Oftentimes when we think of homeless shelters, we think of these huge rooms with cots. One thing that is so unique about what the Road Home's been able to do is they have these smaller rooms where families can stay intact as a family. So children can go to school, they can come home to a mom and a dad, and they can, do their homework. Their parents can help them with their homework, and then they're not living in a big room on a cot. I love that about the work that the Road Home does. And to your point about helping people, I believe the statistic is roughly 80% of those that come through the doors of the Road Home and experience homelessness within 6 months are back on their own feet and never experience homelessness again.
See, I just don't know. I feel like there's such a negative perception of what homeless means or what homeless is, and people see somebody in a park who's addicted to drugs and they're like, oh well, homeless, schmomeless. Look, there is a population of homeless that it's unintended, it's a terrible misplaced expense, it's a bad lot, losing a job at a very crucial moment. It is a mom and a dad, it is a few kids that need the warmth and the comfort. Don't have this perception of, well, homeless, man, dude, just get a job. That isn't what this is, and I guarantee you see that. These are people that just need a 30-day break or a 60-day break, and we'll get you going again.
Absolutely, Hans. And I think, I like to think of the Road Home as a safety net, not a hammock for people, and it really, truly does help those people. Like you said, they maybe lost a job at an inopportune time. Maybe somebody got sick and couldn't go to work for several weeks. And we all know how expensive housing is now in the Valley. And it's so hard if you're without wages for a month or so, and people just don't know where to go. And people live in cars or, who knows where. And the Road Home really does give people that pathway to get back on their own 2 feet.
Tell us a little bit about TechTac.
Well, I'll be surprised if I have any customers listening. We work in the oil field. We manufacture specialty equipment for the oil field. So maybe I have a few friends in eastern Utah listening. But for the most part, my wife and I we love to give back to the community because we love the work that they do here at the Road Home. Michelle and her team are amazing. They make every dollar stretch so far. And so it's more about giving to the community than really advertising.
Oh, for sure. A lot of these, we've heard and we know where they're coming from and stuff like that. TechTac was one that wasn't on my radar, but that's cool to find out what you guys do and what you're about.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having us, and appreciate you guys being here. I know it's sacrificing your time as well being here, and it's so great what you and your listeners are doing.
Well, we know how important the individual listener donation is. $5, $10, $20, $50, whatever it is. But the corporate sponsorships and the corporate dollars really help keep these people warm on these cold winter nights. So we really do appreciate you. God bless you and your family. God bless your business for being willing and able to donate the way you do, and we're just grateful. Scotty and I are so grateful to be a part of this and see great men and women like yourself give their hard-earned money to a great cause.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. And I'm glad you brought up the corporate side, because I know a lot of times people don't want to give because they're like, it just goes to people or overhead or administration. The great thing about the Road Home is with the corporate sponsors that they have, every dollar your listeners donate goes directly to help those families in need.
And when you're looking at, I'm sure as a business, when you're looking at charitable opportunities, you're looking at, administrative costs. How much percentage is actually going to go right back into it? And the Road Home, and talking to Celeste all these years and everybody else here, they run such a tight, organized budget to make sure that if you give $1, they're giving the majority of that right back in and making sure that it gets to where it needs to go.
Absolutely.
Brad, appreciate it. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for having me.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Legend at Utah, the one and only Christian Cox.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. I think he has the funding. Who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Doug, I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA. Additional discounts applied from Doug Smith Kia. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Isaiah Collier also keeping a close eye on Keontae George.
I think everybody sees the work he put in. He's a great leader for us as a team. The work, that he's put in, this offseason. We all seen it, the work he's still putting in now. So, it's contagious for sure.
It is your Jazz at 30 update brought to you by U of U Health. Go to uofuhealth.org.
and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so okay, you know what? This Sports Roulette, we take some of this big headlines, we put it on a roulette wheel, we spin it, wherever it lands is what we talk about. So, Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Chiefs suck.
Hey. All right, so if you've been listening to this show for a while, just know we only say bad things about the people we love.
Yeah, that's right.
And we talk about the in-house Chiefs fan. It is Rusty Keys. I've known Rusty for probably, 20 years now.
Yeah, pretty close.
He's the go-to radio around here. Everybody knows
it really is.
And it's really sad that I'm going to have to ask the two of you to step outside.
Oh! I don't know, Rusty. I just got some squats in this morning.
Did you?
Yeah, but
okay.
I hit bench early. I'm a little sore.
Well, notice I didn't say I was stepping outside.
Yeah. So Rusty's been a radio legend here in Salt Lake City, but he is also our resident Kansas City Chiefs fan. And for a decade, he has done nothing but puff out his chest, walking up and down the hallways. Oh. Hey, well, another AFC Championship game, another Super Bowl. What are you going to do?
And he's got a Kansas City Letterman's jacket, a Kansas City lanyard. That lanyard is always around his neck. So he's always parading around the KC brand.
And now that the Chiefs have been officially eliminated from playoff contention, we're bringing him on the air.
Yeah, now you are. Now you are, sure.
We're going to let you have time to talk about your Chiefs.
Yeah, so let's talk about the Chiefs, shall we?
First off, I got to tell you that my wife, she's she works in surgery with a cosmetic surgeon here in town. And one of her jobs is she orders all of the stuff, for everything. And her rep for this one was in the other day and said, "Oh, did Rusty hear?"
Oh, no.
What's that? Well, I was listening, and it was you guys.
Oh, it was Scotty.
And
it was Scotty. It's Lloyd. I never do it.
From what I understand, you were not kind. You were not nice.
I have no. It was something Hans said, and I have no recollection of it whatsoever.
Oh, Rusty, I remember the conversation well.
I'm sure you do.
And it was deep belly laughs. And it just feels like you and Kansas City always take cheap shots between the Broncos fan and the Raiders
wait a second.
fan.
I have never taken a cheap shot. They were all truth. They were all truth.
Well, here's the deal. This is an outsider explaining my observation.
Okay.
It sounds like Scotty and Lloyd have been feeding you lunches off bets for the last 5 years, and they're just done with it.
Yeah, Lloyd definitely has lost.
Yeah.
Oh, bless Lloyd's
Rusty,
heart.
when you come to me with a bet and the Chiefs are favored by like 15, I say, "Wait, how about you give me some points?" You're just coming to me for a lunch. Is all you're coming to me for.
That's all I'm doing. Yeah, and I'm not going to do points. Either you believe in your team or you don't. You don't. I do.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are you a fan or are you not a fan?
That's what I do.
Okay, now hold on. I am actually going to Vegas. I will be in Vegas for the Raiders-Kansas City game January 4th. So I'll be watching that game live. Can we get a bet? Now that you guys are eliminated and the Raiders...
Well, Raiders won't wake up every season eliminated.
Well, they were eliminated week 2.
Yeah.
I think it was week 2.
Yeah.
Actually, I think they were eliminated as soon as they signed their quarterback.
Yeah.
I think, and hired their 85-year-old geriatric coach.
And you guys think I'm mean?
Wow.
Well, Hans is a Raiders fan.
He only,
lifelong. So he's about to put a bet on this with you.
I actually walked away from my Raiders fandom.
No, you didn't.
And
it's still down there deep.
Who did I glom on?
You're a Rams fan now.
And I am now a Rams fan.
Yeah.
But, okay, so I'll be at that game. Can we get a Rusty Keys Lloyd Cole bet?
Don't you bring me into this.
I'm just saying, can we get a bet
No.
between two good friends, and I'd like to join a side of one or the other.
Wow. And you'll let them know what side you joined after the game is over.
After the game is over, I'll let them know who I bet on. But is there any bet here, Lloyd? Are you betting that your Raiders...
not. I need them to lose. Why would I bet? I need them to lose. We need the number one pick. I don't
so you
want
can
them
screw
to
up
win.
another. Yeah. Is there another Jamarcus Russell
shut
in the
your
draft?
mouth.
we do have Minshew starting, so you know what? Your odds would be pretty good.
That's right. Mahomes is down.
Minshew magic did not last long last week.
No, that didn't last very long.
I can't wait till your guy Bo Nix tears an ACL.
Whoa!
Wow.
Jeez.
Lloyd.
That's a low blow.
Lloyd, we don't cheer for injuries.
Can we all
Come on
admit
now.
that Rusty is the nicest guy in the entire building? And can we please be a little bit kinder than that, Lloyd? Connor's a good one, too.
Yeah, we need to respect Rusty. I mean, the guy's a legend, and he's been with his Chiefs for, a
Since
lifelong fan from about
5 years old.
2015 on.
Yeah, no.
You can't do that.
Actually,
You can't do
I
that.
was 5 years old. Boy, this is going to make me sound old. I was 5 years old when they won the first Super Bowl in 1970.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah.
You were 5 in 1970?
Yeah, that makes me years old now.
Yeah, but what sucks is you look younger than Scotty and I.
I know, right?
I do what I can.
All right, so Lloyd and Rusty, a lunch bet.
Yeah.
For January 4th.
I'm in. Sandwich.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Lloyd, you're in for a sandwich.
No. What are you talking about?
Hey, he
no,
says
I'm not just
but-
donating sandwiches.
Can we please just make Lloyd do this?
Yes,
No, you
yeah,
can't
we can
make me do anything.
Yeah, we can.
And guess what? I'm on Rusty's side.
Yeah.
So you're going to
Yes.
be buying 2 sandwiches.
Yes,
and
excellent.
A shocker. My guys are on somebody else's side.
You know
That's
what,
weird.
Lloyd? I'll be on your side.
Nah,
Guess
get out of
what?
here. I don't want you on my side.
So
Get
it's
outta
2
here.
for 2 sandwiches.
Because Denver will be at that point. They'll have the division. They'll have the number 1 seed, and so they'll be resting everybody. So I don't have anything to watch
here
on
we
January
go.
4th anyway.
Wow.
So
Here we go. See, Rusty, Scotty does act like he's just had the worst of the worst being a Broncos fan.
it's been a rough.
But
rough stretch.
you went through about a 20-year stretch where it was all Broncos.
I actually went to games when I was in college where we'd just drive up on a Sunday, walk in, say, just give us the worst tickets you got. You'd walk into the deal, and there on the concourse, the guy'd say, let me see your tickets, and literally said to us, just go sit in the lower bowl. It'll look better for TV. That's how bad it was.
Arrowhead Stadium was not packed.
No.
the old Dave Craig years.
Elway stinks.
Lloyd.
Football team stinks. You stink.
Boy, Scotty's had some down moments. He doesn't. He misses 2 postseasons, and it's like, woe's me. My Denver Broncos, everything goes against them.
That was a good 6-7 year stretch.
I do feel bad for Lloyd though, because
I don't.
when have the Raiders been decent?
Oh, not in my lifetime.
Not for a really long time.
Not in your lifetime.
The last time
Shut
I remember it being halfway good, Rich Gannon was thrown to Doug Jolly, and that was about it.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I forgot you were born in 2001.
And they only had 2 Hall of Fame receivers on that. Didn't they have Tim Brown?
Oh, Tim Brown and Jerry Rice. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, and they get blasted by the Buccaneers.
They were both
in the Super
45
Bowl.
years old.
Oh, that's the worst. Okay, so I got to ask you, Rusty. Now, are you the type of Chiefs fan that now you're rooting for the divisional champion to go on and win the Super Bowl?
No, it's the Broncos.
Come on, we got plenty of room.
I'm rooting for another Broncos
chance.
Super Bowl
No.
blowout.
It
of
looks good for
themselves.
the whole division when somebody does well from the division.
Only if it's the Chiefs.
You worried about the long-term health of Mahomes?
Yeah, you got to be. And this whole year, I kept thinking it's not if he gets hurt, it's when he gets hurt, and hopefully it's not bad. And unfortunately, it was last week, and it was really bad.
Do Chiefs fans look at Taylor Swift like Yoko Ono?
No, I don't think so. Everybody else does, but I don't think Chief fans do.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can't believe they're already trying to run their head coach out. One season they missed the postseason.
How stupid is that?
And they're trying to run their head coach out.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. That's just dumb.
Okay, so you're not on that wagon.
Oh, heck no. No, I do think they need to revamp some things.
Yeah.
But Andy Reid is not one of those things.
Andy Reid's king.
Yeah.
There you go.
Come on, Chiefs fans. Don't get down on Andy.
No,
we can miss
come on.
one postseason.
One postseason. You'll be fine. You'll be back at it next year.
And by revamping things, you're saying move Travis Kelce on.
Come on, that was a rough stretch there.
That's
you know
a
what,
hard
though?
one.
The downside is he's number 2 as tight ends in drops this year.
Yeah.
That's the bad thing.
Oh, I didn't
And he's
know that.
had bad drops. But the good side is, you know who the number 2 receiving tight end is in the league with almost 800 yards? Travis Kelce.
So he got
statistically, he's having a good year.
Yeah.
But he had those back-to-back drops where he dropped one and then the other one was dropped and turned into an interception that ended the game.
Yeah,
and
well, the one turned into a touchdown, but I'm not going to talk about that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I already did.
Rusty is straight up Chiefs Kingdom.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So when you wear the lanyard and you wear the Letterman's jacket, I got your back in the office from now on, Rusty. I got your back.
I do too. I had nothing but love and respect. I don't remember any conversation getting sideways.
I will be honest. I am kind of a pain in the butt.
Well,
I don't lie about that. I know I'm being mouthy. I'm okay with that.
There may have been some Mondays over the last 10 years where it's like, oh, Rusty's over there. I'm going to go the other way.
Hey, and to the physician that told on Scotty and I.
Hey, shame on you.
Come on, man.
Come on.
We got to be able to have private conversations amongst our listeners.
I got friends who text me, too. You're not going to believe what.
We got sideways on a podcast once, and that got.
Yes, that got to me, too.
That was you.
Here's the bad thing. If we end up getting on Rusty's bad side, he really could go crazy on us. I mean,
oh yeah, he could smash us into
oblivion.
He's
got loyalist listeners that will slash our tires.
Yeah, I mean, look, one thing you don't mess with is that women 35 to 45-year-old demo.
That's right.
You get sideways with them, you're in trouble.
I'll send my wife to talk to you guys next. You don't want that.
Sorry, Mrs. Keys.
Everybody thinks Rebecca is all nice and stuff. She will stab you. She will cut you if you get sideways with her. I'm kidding. Rebecca's awesome. Hey, thanks so much, and thanks for putting up with us. We
My
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Love you guys, and have a great day, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well.
Rusty. Thank you.
We're down here at the Mediathon. All you have to do is call 801-819-7300, the roadhome.org as well. That's Rusty Keys. And he is
you just got
FM1.
Oh, bro, you got keyed. Hey, and by the way, I remember the conversation, and it was that dope.
I didn't say that dope.
You absolutely did.
Dope Chiefs fan
you
that
called him
rubs
a dope.
it in our face in this studio, and I was like, oh, no. And somehow
you didn't. You laughed.
I don't remember how I handled it.
I call a lot of people dopes. That's just it's a term of endearment.
It's loving.
Yeah.
That was fun.
All right.
Great to hear from Rusty.
Rusty's awesome. All right, Hans and Scotty, we'll wrap up this bad boy next right here on The Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Kyle Whittingham steps down, and Morgan Scalley has been elevated as the next head coach of the University of Utah.
I was a little confused by the steps down and not retired aspect of it, and I don't want to imply that Whit was pushed out, but certainly there was some interesting verbiage immediately after the Athletic was reporting that he would look at other jobs potentially if they became available to him. So if he wanted to keep coaching, why not just keep coaching at Utah?
Which is really strange.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the whole story.
I think it's as simple as he would listen. I think it's that simple. Honestly, do I expect Whit to take another head coaching job? I really don't.
No, he'll obviously listen, but why? Why isn't he listening to other jobs while employed at the University of Utah?
That was what was strange for me. Why now? Who made this decision? Was it Whit? Was it somebody else? I do think that is the huge question.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one.
Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over 20% off, making it our lowest prices of the year. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no prepackaged meals, no injections or surgery. The secret is our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good. To learn how our clients on average lowered their metabolic age by 17 years, go to slcfatloss.com now to schedule your free consultation and learn why your metabolism may be sabotaging your weight loss goals. Go to slcfatloss.com and save now only through December 31st.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. Take advantage of this huge holiday sale with the lowest prices of the year now through December 31st. You can start the program now or after the holidays, but you need to call now to lock in the huge discount. Go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Results may vary.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. And the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Hans, I got the best email you could possibly get from Bar W Beef. A shipment has been delivered.
Oh, then life is good.
I'm going to be eating good in the Girard house.
I am ordering a Christmas ribeye.
Nice.
Or, sorry, a Christmas prime rib from them.
Okay.
So we'll be eating some Bar W Beef prime rib in no time.
Yeah. You do the reverse here on that thing?
On the prime rib, we do. Yes. On the prime rib, yes. Yeah. Yes, we'll smoke it for about 2.5 hours. And then I actually turn up the oven broiler as hot as it gets.
Yeah.
And throw it on a broiling rack. Put it in until its internal is 1.
You go really rare on those, right?
115, 116.
Nice.
The internal will get up to about 122.
On the residual cook?
Yep. But I do like a really nice interior rare. But Bar W Beef, you can go to barwbeef.com and you can get the Bar W Beef prime rib sent to your house.
Oh, yeah.
And you can cook that up yourself, save a ton of money, feed your entire family, and have the best beef you've ever tasted.
Bart was saying you have until about the 21st. If you get an order in before the 21st, you'll have it before Christmas.
The 21st.
Yeah.
Coming quick.
BarWbeef.com.
Hey, I do want to mention, because I've had Twitter open through the show, Michigan fans are now getting a hold of this Kyle Whittingham thing.
Oh, I got to imagine they're in love with that.
I mean, look at this. This is a big Michigan fan, got quite a few thousand followers, and he just said, urgent and breaking. Kyle Whittingham has emerged as a possible candidate And he said, how does everybody feel about this? He said, I personally think he's a great coach. I've always been a big fan of him. And the way his Utah teams played, biggest thing is he's 66. Could we get a solid 5 years out of him? The answer to that is yes.
Yep.
Look at how he's built. The dude is built for another 15 years of good quality life. He is a walking machine.
Yeah.
And I think he is going to be motivated. I think he would love to restore a Michigan Wolverine culture. I think he'd do an incredible job.
And by the way, if you're Michigan and it's a little bit like Utah State. There was that dark cloud above Utah State, and they're like, what can we do to fix this? Oh, Bronco Mendenhall. And Bronco is exactly what Utah State needed. With Michigan dealing with all the stuff they've got going on right now, who would be the best fit to come in and say, like, oh, we're going to right the ship. We're going to do things the right way. We're going to be tough. We're going to be fundamentally sound. Kyle Whittingham.
It'd be Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah.
He is your best bet. And as Shehan Jayaraja said, it really is the last marquee money team that's out there looking. And when you don't have to pay a buyout,
yeah,
because every other candidate that you've heard rumored to potentially go to Michigan, there's major buyout implications. Anywhere from $8 to $24 million.
Yeah,
you don't have a buyout.
Nope.
And you get the boss.
It makes too much sense.
Well,
makes too much sense.
I'm hoping that the stir continues to grow in Michigan.
All right, Tessa's hanging out with us, the Connie Crosby Family Resource Center Director at the Road Home. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Thanks for having me.
We're fired up to chat with you. Let's talk a little bit about your role with the Road Home and what you do here.
Yeah, so I've been with the Road Home for about 11 years. Spent a lot of time working in housing, and then about 3.5 years ago moved to being the director of the family shelter. So get to work with everybody. And it's really fun to get to know all of the different teams and how things work from the minute someone comes through the door until they move back into housing. And I get to work with all different types of people, all different types of families.
So let's talk about a family comes into the Road Home. And obviously the shelter and the food and everything else is super important. But what are the steps that you guys do to try to get people back on their feet?
Yeah, so it first starts out, they will meet with Utah Community Action and see if they have anywhere that they can be diverted to. We have often about 5 or 6 families get diverted to like another state if they have a family member or someone that they can go and live with and be stably housed there. And then if not, they meet with our family engagement team. They start having the conversation around housing and what potential barriers there may be, and then they will help them start ordering their vital documents. A lot of these families with having to move around, some survivors of domestic violence, they are not able to hold on to those documents. So that's one of the biggest barriers to getting someone back into housing. So we are lucky to have funding to be able to pay for that. And so we'll do that. And then from there, they start meeting with case managers, and we will be able to prioritize them for any available funding options as far as housing goes. And then we have a very robust housing team that meets with them, gets them connected to landlords, property managers in the community, and then ultimately getting people back into their own units.
I love that, because now you're hearing what people are, what goes on behind the scenes to try to get people back on their feet, and the success stories I'm sure you've seen with people getting back in and being contributing members of society. I got to imagine you got a ton of those stories.
Yeah, I mean, it's so evident that housing works, and just over the decade that I've been here, I've been able to see so many success stories and so many people remain stably housed.
So how many people are you serving in that family center?
Yeah. So between the Connie Crosby Family Resource Center and our new Family Interim Non-Congregate housing, that's a different program that we opened. We're serving about 110 families every night, so it's 30% more families every night than we've ever served. So
30% more,
which is not a good thing, but we're fortunate to have the space.
Wow.
And what qualifies the family, from what I understand, is one adult and at least one child.
Yeah, so just a biological child under the age of 18 in their custody, or it could be someone in their 3rd trimester of pregnancy.
I can't even tell you how important it is. In order for the Road Home to be able to give, we need you to give. That's how easy it is. We need you to give, because this is the Radiothon. This is their biggest opportunity to raise money throughout the entire year. According to Celeste, the money that's raised today is used through the entire year.
Yeah, I mean, we could not do what we do without these this money and the donations from the community. And I think it's such a cool opportunity to see how great the community really is and how much people show up for their, neighbors. And it's really, really awesome to see how much we can use this money and just even the in-kind donations to be able to use those throughout the whole year.
Awesome. Tessa, thank you so much, and thanks for all the hard work you do here.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, and happy holidays.
You as well. 801-819-7300. That's the number to call. Again, $5, $20, $100, whatever you've got. Please just help out those in need, and they do such a great job making that dollar stretch here at the Road Home. 801-819-7300. Next time you hear from me and Hans, we'll be in Boise calling some football games. Let's go.
Can't wait, man.
Let's do it.
Everybody have a great, safe weekend. Enjoy the Jake Paul whooping that's coming for Jake Paul tonight, as Anthony Joshua is going to collapse Jake Paul's face. I mean, we may have the first boxing death in a while.
And if he doesn't collapse that face, that sucker's rigged.
Yeah, it's rigged. And then enjoy Alabama, Oklahoma. It all kicks off tonight. It's going to be a fun one.
Let's go. Hans and Scotty, JJ and Alex next right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It is a special edition of JJ and Alex right here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is one of the funner days we get to participate in being employed in radio. It's one of the funnest times of the year for us. It's one of the coolest things that we're able to be a part of. And every radio station that matters in the market is sitting around in one room. Competition only matters today, Sly, off of how much you can bring in to donate to the Road Home Holiday Mediathon that, of course, happens every year, and we're really excited about it. You've been at these before. This is it last year. This is old hat for you. This is it's really fun to be able to do it. Santa's in the house. We've got all set up in one.
He's looking jolly.
I know. Listen, that's a great.
Is that a Rudolph cup?
Yeah, he's got the Rudolph cup. His mustache on the beard, so the beard is in shape. It's awesome. And then he's got the curled up on the mustaches.
That's
with
a
the
spiffy Santa. He doesn't look like he was stressed at all.
No, they don't do that. Listen, they're not gonna. This is the legit guy right here. Like the boots, the boots are custom. I mean, it looks good. So, welcome on in. Though we are super excited
he's
to be
getting
a part
hugs.
of it.
He's loving it. He's a celebrity.
I know. And
my
did you
God.
see his? It's not really a seat. It's a throne over there. Did
I
you
didn't
see it?
see that.
Yeah, it's got like a little footstool over there. It's like all velvet.
Put your feet up, Santa.
I know. This is going to be awesome. So we're here all day, and we're helping people to be able to get the services that they need for something that is absolutely a necessity, unfortunately, in our state, in our community, in this valley. And the Road Home provides so much for so many people. Every night, every day. It doesn't stop. It's not just during the holidays. It's right now. And so we're asking for you to be able to chip in on this as well and show up because they've said it before too. The sports listeners, the KSL Sports Zone listeners, they contribute so much to this because they go.
Particularly,
yeah,
KSL.
they just go and the KSL Sports Zone goes, hey, we're doing it. Our listeners show up big time. They go, we're not messing around. We're just gonna go right after it. We're gonna keep those donations coming, and so. We are going to be chatting with some guests all day, and your donation is going to be honored, and it's also going to be matched. And in a lot of cases, like right now, I think in a few minutes we're going to be able to start to triple your donation. That's right. We're going to start it off right. So keep it right here, and we're going to make sure and get you dialed in here. And, of course, we're going to bring you everything on our rundown as well on top of all of it. But it's just a fun atmosphere. Sly sitting in for JJ today, but these are fun days, man, and I appreciate you coming down, but this is a really cool place to be able to do it, man.
Oh, yeah, no, man, I love it, man. I actually have 3 bags of clothes in my car, and I was supposed to drop it off, sometime other this week, and I haven't been able to.
Hey, this
and
is
look,
the place.
I'm here today.
This is the place.
And so it's absolutely perfect. This fits right into who I am and all of this. I love being able to give back, especially this time of year. As I said, Santa's over here getting hugs.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
It's
special everywhere around. I mean, even with a crap ton of people out in the streets, there is smiles all around. So this is just the perfect time of year, and it just makes sure that everybody spreads the holiday joy.
Well, we've got tons to get going on here with the program. Our producer, Alex Napolis, of course, back in Salt Lake hitting the buttons. And so let's start everything off right today. On a Friday, let's get it kicked off with the cut. Top of the program. Hey, college football playoffs start right now. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Say what you will about the college football playoffs. We've had a lot to say. From a critique standpoint, Sly, we are quick to judge the committee. We're quick to judge all the teams that are bickering of going back and forth. We're quick to talk about the SEC trying to carve out more than they probably deserve. And I'm telling you, all of that kind of goes away when the games are actually on the docket.
Let's start this thing.
And I'm telling you, it's really fun to watch this thing roll out because I don't – again, like I said, I'll watch any bowl that's on TV. Actually, that's not true. That Western Michigan game today was an absolute – I mean, it was like Western Michigan and Kennesaw State, and I think it was 34-0 with like 4 minutes to go in the second quarter, and I was like, what are we doing? So some of these bowls don't matter. The ones that start and matter the most fire up tonight. Your first round, Alabama going to Norman, Oklahoma. That's going to be your first round matchup. The number 9 seeded Alabama Crimson Tide and the number 8 seeded Oklahoma facing off. And as I look at these matchups, we're going to go through and kind of make some predictions here. By the way, this portion of the show brought to you by good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. That's TrajanWealth.com. Okay, so the college football playoff first round here. These two teams met up during the season, and Alabama lost to Oklahoma. This will be the second time they go to this, or this will be the second time that they play them. The first time they beat them in Tuscaloosa. This time they go to Norman. I don't know what to think about these two teams because they're both teams, Sly, that I think people look at and they go, I don't know. Both of those teams have looked weak at certain parts of the year. This is not the Nick Saban Alabama. People are still they're already saying if Kalen DeBoer doesn't get through this first round, if he gets blown out of the
he's
first
out
round,
of this program.
I'll tell you what, him and that Byrne fella. But that's how it works in the South.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you look at this and you say, okay, and I don't know what you're going
to. You're out.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to get with these two teams, and they've been sitting out. This is why sitting out 3 weeks, you wonder what you're going to get. And these are both teams that didn't play in an SEC championship game, and they're facing – or no, sorry, Alabama did. Alabama did.
They
got blown.
They didn't play. They didn't play.
No, they got blown out. Remember? And after the game, it was their quarterback, Ty Simpson, saying, oh, yeah, but by the way, we know we're the best offense in the country. Everyone went, you rushed for -3 yards. Not for a half. All game long, -3 yards for the entire game. But, yes, you are the best offense in the country.
Yeah.
First round impressions here, and this one that's going to kick off tonight. Your thoughts on Alabama versus Oklahoma? It's a great matchup. I don't love when you have to get the repeat game in the college football playoff, and we've got a bunch of those in the first round. It seems like we have a ton of those in the first round. So thoughts on Alabama and Oklahoma? I think out of all the games, it's definitely one of the better ones on the docket because you have two big brand names that are going to be on primetime TV tonight.
Well, my first impressions is this is the reason why I think we need to expand the playoffs because I really love the at-home playoff game, right? Instead of the neutral location, if you could get guys outside of that, the game itself, these are two SEC opponents, right? Two SEC opponents that both have something that they want to prove. You know, Oklahoma wants to prove that they are a viable threat in that SEC West region, and then Alabama wants to prove that their Nick Saban being here doesn't really matter. We're still going to get the job done. So outside of that, I think there's just a lot to prove, and Alabama's kind of fortunate, I believe, enough to have such a crappy SEC championship game and still have the opportunity to vie for a championship. And so this game is going to be crazy. I think they're equally matched. Again, you look at the line, you look at the statistics, they're very, very similar. The line is Oklahoma's favored by 1.5.
Yeah,
not even 3.
But at home, you get 3 points, and so that's kind of like it's negligible. It's basically
you're
a
saying
pick 'em.
Alabama here.
Yeah.
But again, it's a home game for Oklahoma, so I just think that both of these teams have a lot to prove. So I'm hoping for some good football tomorrow.
Again, we criticize the process, but these are the types of matchups in December that you're kind of hoping for in terms of the big name, the big draw, lots of talent on both sides. On the flip side, you've got Brent Venables and Oklahoma.
Right.
This is a guy that we've criticized a ton in the past. I mean, because he took this program after Bob Stoops, of course, passes it to Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley summarily leaves Norman and goes
Give me the money.
on the private jet out to USC. Brent Venables comes in
Takes
and
the Heisman quarterback.
I mean, listen, last year they were 7-5 during the regular season, and then they lost their bowl game. They're 7-6. 7-6 in Oklahoma at Oklahoma is actually probably. I mean, 7-6 at Alabama is the world is melting down. Oklahoma's kind of the same way, except for they're trying to get things revamped. And I give credit to Brent Venables. They're in the college football playoff in a year that everybody said, if you don't get it done this year, if you can't figure it out this year, you're gone. And I think that really kind of hit. And so what did he do? He asked, well, first of all, Jim Nagy comes in and starts running the offense. And what do they do also? The whole front office, he's kind of doing the whole kind of the GM thing and saying, hey, let's do this. Ben Arbuckle and John Mateer come from Wazoo, and it's been a good year for him. There have been some injury issues, of course, with John Mateer. He was a early Heisman front runner. Since then, he's just kind of been a little bit and a little bit middle of the road and kind of inaccurate as well. And so I wonder what you're going to get tonight, because I think this is the type of game, Slide, that both of these defenses can absolutely shut down the other offense. And you could see one of these like 17-16 type games, one of these, no offenses really get it going, even though you have kind of some lauded quarterbacks in there. I think that Oklahoma coming across against Alabama today, I don't know. I have no idea what to think about these two teams, because I have seen different versions of them, right? I've seen very different Oklahomas this year. When they lost to Texas, like, it wasn't even close. When Florida State blew the doors off of Alabama at the beginning of the year, we had no idea what we were going to get with these guys at Alabama either. Right. And they turned it around to their credit. So both of these coaches are heavily criticized. One of the worst markets to try to prove yourself in if you're a head coach. And so, thoughts on this game? Who's going to win this one?
Man, I don't know, man. I'm just looking at these guys' schedule throughout the year and kind of seeing who they have played. It might be one of those ugly games where we're like, ugh, neither of these guys need to be here. But at the end of the day, I think that this is going to be a top-tier matchup. And, again, I think that when people have something to prove, you're going to get a lot of desperate type of action. And so I believe Oklahoma's going to squeak this out. And it's only because they'll be at home, right? I know Oklahoma got the win earlier, but I think they're going to squeak this out tomorrow night and then make it an interesting game going into that next round. But for me, this might be ugly because I'm just saying what the committee might have been looking at when they're ranking these guys and putting them in, right? And as far as all these other teams that just get their rankings already against who Oklahoma's wins are against, it's kind of like, who did Tennessee play before Oklahoma beat them by 6? Right? And they got blown out, lost by the Georgias, right? The teams that they actually played, they actually lost by a huge margin. So are they as good as the rankings that they got? And so, yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup, but I do got Oklahoma in this one because I just do not believe in Alabama and that football program.
I'm going the other direction.
That program.
I'm going the other direction. I think Alabama wins this ball game.
Okay.
I've got a theory on all the teams that barely make it in or people look sideways at when they get in. There's a different chip on their shoulder when everybody goes, hey, Alabama, like, you guys still shouldn't have been there this year. You got squeezed out last year, and you didn't deserve it then. And a lot of people don't feel like Alabama deserved it this year either. And I think that this game, and I think the one that's next up after that we can talk about, is also a game that I'm going to hand it over to the people that barely got into the playoff. And G5 teams excluded because they didn't barely get in. They got in because of the way the system is. But the ones that were the controversial at-large picks, the ones that people looked at and go, I don't know if they've done enough. Teams like Alabama, who got their doors blown off, like I said, in their conference championship game, that was okay for them, but not okay for BYU, right? It was totally different, I guess.
-3 rushing yards.
It was a bad game. So I'm going to go with Alabama. I'm actually going to say they're going to win. I'm going to say it's a 10-point win. I'm going to say it's a 10-point win.
I got a 6-point win for Oklahoma.
For Oklahoma? Okay. Let's go to the next one here. Miami at Texas A&M. Now, Miami is one of those teams that has a massive amount of talent. They snuck in. They leapfrogged Notre Dame and get into the college football playoff last minute, and they get in. I look at Texas A&M, and Texas A&M of all the teams has the softest schedule in the SEC. And I think when they play the biggest teams that they played this year, they struggled. If you think about how bad they've been really over the last couple of games, they get beat in their very last game of the season by Texas. They have to come back. They have to have a historic comeback against a bad South Carolina team. Those are your last two football games, and the things that kind of leave the sour taste in your mouth with Texas A&M. And I know it's down at Kyle Field down there. I'm interested to see what they do in a December game down at College Station. It's a fun thing to be able to have. But I think Miami's one of those teams that comes in, and because of how they got in, they're going to make sure that they vindicate themselves. I think with a win. And I think they're going to get a win this weekend as well. I think Texas A&M gets upset at home by Miami this weekend.
I like that. It's a great theory. I'm actually wondering, man, I really got to do some research in why all these SEC teams schedule these junior college teams at week 11.
Yeah, in November.
I'm just looking at who plays Samford on November 22nd?
Was that Georgia who did that?
No, it's Texas A&M,
that was A&M.
and 48-0. And so, again, and they're just not ramped up and ready for the Texas matchup.
Yeah, forgive me for not talking about the Samford matchup after the South Carolina one, by the way. Sorry about that.
I'm just trying to totally understand. But as you said, them coming back, they were down 31-0 at halftime to South Carolina and then making that happen. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that Miami's going to come in here and make a note and beat these guys. I think that missing out on the ACC championship game and letting Duke take that over, they kind of want to make sure that they're not a fluke going in. And what you felt about Alabama, I kind of feel about Miami going into this. I do think that they have talent, but I do think that Texas A&M is suspect. And they've had a pretty cake schedule this whole year. To me, their biggest win came against LSU, which we found out with Brian Kelly. They're not that type of team.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Outside of that, I don't think Texas A&M has played anybody.
Pretty soft. They avoided all the big names. I mean, and they'll tell you,
and that's probably why they weren't in the SEC championship. How do you have one loss and you're not in the SEC
for
championship?
that? Because the head-to-head, they didn't have the other tiebreakers with anybody else because they didn't play anybody else.
Right.
So I think Miami ends up beating Texas A&M down there at Kyle Field. Now this is the one this is the matchup I'm most disappointed in. That the roll of the dice got us this one. Tulane going to Ole Miss.
And here's where Saban's topic we were talking about yesterday comes into play here.
Whether or not Tulane – I mean, look, the G5s getting to where they got, I love it. I mean, because there is a part of me that goes, great, I want to see – and I do like the Jake Retzlaff, angle to it. I want to see what he can do. Can he show up in a big moment? Here's the problem. Ole Miss absolutely housed Tulane this year in Oxford, and they host them again at Oxford, and it's not and it's not going to be any different. By the way, the last 15 matchups between these two teams, Ole Miss is 15-0, and so what are we doing here? I don't think you're going to see they're going to Oxford. I don't think you're going to suddenly see Tulane show up with guys that are way more talented than you saw the first time around. You're not. And I think that the only thing that they have going for them is that Lane Kiffin isn't there, and I think that actually adds fuel to the fire for that Mississippi team. Who's looking at this thing and going, oh yeah, for sure, this is going to be we're going to be able to roll through Ole Miss because they don't have Lane Kiffin and they're struggling, and that team's got something to prove. So the chip on their shoulder is they got dogged by their coach, I think, to an extent. A bunch of guys in that locker room go, he made up that narrative of what it's going to look like. Oh, he made up that narrative. Oh, I talked to the team. I asked him, hey, man, can I coach you guys? And they were hoping that I could coach them. And all the players like, well, you never told us that, and we never said that. So I think that they feel a little bit –
It's a liar.
Yeah, they're jilted. I want to see. I want to see what that's going to turn into.
I think there's going to be a lot of disarray, and this is where a head coach comes into play. Is when things don't go your way and adversity hits. Who is your centerpiece foundation? Right, you're supposed to be your head coach to be able to bring guys in, rile them in, and make sure that nothing goes outside of the box. And I think that's where things could go wrong. Jake Retzlaff hits him for a touchdown on the first couple drives, and guys are going to start looking at each other. Maybe we're not as good as we like, and there's nobody to keep that unit together. So I actually have this going to be a closer matchup. I think Ole Miss squeaks it out, but I think it's going to be a kind of scary matchup where Ole Miss is going to be like panicking, like, oh, we're almost going to lose this.
If they get even a little bit, if they make it close – and it's the second half, that like some teams, if they're a really, really good team, they start to get out of sorts.
Yeah.
They start to turn into the L.A. Rams last night. I was waiting for Napolis to make. I didn't know when to drop that reference in yet, but Napolis and I weren't even texting words last night. Just all gestures in the in the emojis after that game. So okay, final one on this before we get to the break here. Oregon hosting James Madison. I know nothing about JMU except for that they're the Dukes, and I know that they're going to come out.
Where's the coach coaching now? He went to UCLA. Is that the job he took?
I think is he still coaching for them? I don't even know.
Yeah, he's coaching the bowl game.
So he'll coach the bowl
game.
I mean, they're 21-point dogs. That's a problem for the college football playoff for an image thing, right?
Exactly what you wanted, a blowout. I think that game is going to be a blowout.
Okay. So I do want some blowouts and people going, why are we doing this? I want the questions to be asked as to why we are still doing these games between the G5s and the big opponents in the first round and leaving better talent to play in the Pop-Tarts Bowl or in the Las Vegas Bowl. It's just hard. It's hard to watch. All right. We told you where we are. We're at the Road Home here in Midvale, and this is an awesome place for you to be able to dip in right now. I've got in front of me, and I'm gonna make sure that we can do this. But we're tripling your donations right now, thanks to the Huntsman Family Foundation right now and Blueprint Public Affairs. So if you give us a call right now, 801-819-7300. Maybe you were waiting for that money to get doubled. How about tripling it right now? Your donations go so far to be able to help the families that are in need, to help the people who have to find shelter every night. You talk about the amount that they have to do in our actual community. It's so much work. And nobody knows it better than Micah Alba, who joins us right now. He's the director of the Gail Miller Resource Center here at the Road Home. Micah, you guys know this is a day in and day out thing.
Yeah.
People coming in on this time of year, it's great. It's when we're the most charitable, I think. And Utah is one of the most charitable states, is the most charitable state in the union. But you guys have to do this week in and week out, and you can't do it unless you have the help from the public as well, right?
No, I agree. I mean, to your point, right, this is the time we see the biggest number of influx of donations, right, and they go such a long way, you know. I'm the director at the singles shelter in Salt Lake City, the Gail Miller Resource Center. And, you know, that one blanket, right, giving that person actually that blanket, those socks can make all the difference from someone, you know, coming in a shelter and feeling safe and, you know, stable to move into housing. So those donations go a long way.
That's what I was going to say. So if somebody donates and that money gets tripled and matched and it's awesome, those buy the resources that are needed for the folks who are, and it keeps the shelters open as well.
Yeah, no, they're incredible. I mean, they go a long way. You know, I think some things that we often miss, right, are application fees, right? When we get money for app fees, that $60 fee covered can be the one barrier removed to preventing someone from moving into housing. And so those donations go a long way. You know, giving being able to purchase someone some furniture, right, some clothing. That app fee, right, that goes such a long way.
You run the Gail Miller Resource Center there. This is for single women specifically in Salt Lake City, right? Is that what you said?
Co-ed shelters, single men, single women.
Okay.
So 160 men, 40 women. And then this last year, we've actually had our capacity increased by 25%. So we have 90 women. Again, just the needs of beds in the community right now. We're seeing a large increase. And so, you know, now more than ever, right, those donations go such a long way.
Is there ever a night that there are vacancies for you guys? I feel like that wouldn't even be the case. There's just, I would imagine, unfortunately, there's some people you have to turn away even.
Yeah, no, we're full every night, full every day. Right now, on average, right, we're opening up about one male bed and one women's bed a day. And then, you know, we track the turnaway data, and oftentimes, you know, last winter we saw, you know, 300 to 400 turnaways between the single shelters, and then Gail typically has the highest number of turnaways in the community, right? Yeah. Centrally located, you know, and we see so many folks come in for a bed, and we just don't have the space.
I'm going to open it up for folks right now. If you're listening, the KSL Zone listeners show up so big. Yeah. We have these awesome kind of friendly competitions, not just between our stations. Our sister stations are here inside the tent, but also normally during the rest of the year you see all the other companies across the radio, and you go, if we're all in one room, we're all doing something for a purpose here in the community. Your donation gets tripled this hour thanks to the Huntsman Foundation, and they're going to do something special right now, like I said, and Blueprint Public Affairs. Let me give the phone number out. Let's triple your donation. 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. You can also go to theroadhome.org/donate. Make that donation as well. Tripling your dollars right now. 819-7300. Micah, thanks for, number one, all the work that you do, because this is a tireless thing. It always is going to be, and we love that people like you step up in the community. And number two, thanks for chatting with us today and helping people understand the need in this community.
No, thank you so much. I mean, again, please donate. We see those resources go a long way, so thank you again.
801-819-7300. Let's triple those donations right now. We'll come right back. We have more to go from the road home here in Midvale. It's all brought to you, also made possible by Performance Automotive up in Bountiful. So let's make sure and honor our sponsors for all this too, because we couldn't do this without all of our folks as well. So stay here. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A couple of slowdown spots already, like southbound I-15 from 31st Street in Ogden down to the Roy exit, and there's a couple of crashes too. One is also southbound I-15, but in Utah County, near the Center Street exit in Provo, but not causing delays for now. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of the Utah State Aggies.
This is the time of season where you're looking at roster retention and also recruiting. What are your thoughts on having to do all that at a time when the most important thing is charged to win the next game?
It's a really unique landscape. There's tampering, no question. It's against the rules, but the rules aren't enforced. We've got 3 more games left, but players have been reached out to. There's some phantom hotline that you're supposed to be able to call where something happens, which that's just nonsense.
Phantom hotline?
Telling it like it is, as usual.
Phantom hotline.
The reality is programs with as much money as they have will take who they want in the manner that's supposed to be legal, but not. Most are smart enough to stay one step away from a true family member. But yeah, it happens.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Wrap up the year sales event at Doug Smith Jeep, now through January 2nd. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Season's greetings from the Garden Restaurant. Celebrate the holidays with flavors that sparkle. Our winter menu is packed with comfort and cheer, a perfect way to cozy up while enjoying the 3 C's, Christmas lights, cookies, and cocoa. Elevate a business lunch with sandwiches that sing, jalapeno pork, turkey club, festive flavors of turkey cranberry, or the inviting taste of our turkey pot pie, all the merriest mix of flavors. Or snuggle up to a buttery warm Lionhouse roll perfectly paired with our seasonal soups, creamy tomato, broccoli cheddar, or classic chicken noodle. And what's Christmas without baked goodness, enormous cinnamon rolls, cookies, cereal bars, and more. At the Garden, each bite is sprinkled with great taste, a pinch of TLC, and a dash of holiday sparkle. Celebrate your season with us at the Garden Restaurant, now serving hot chocolate daily and into the evenings. Open late during the holiday season. Visit thegardenslc.com. That's thegardenslc.com.
This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. Driven to be the best.
The Christmas crunch is here, and it's time for all of us to get into the Western Nut Company, where you are going to find so many wonderful gift-giving ideas, from beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to the famous homemade fudge and the brittles. Every gift is packed with care. It's crafted with the highest quality ingredients and roasted and wrapped with love right here in the state of Utah. I'd encourage everybody, if you can, to get into their main store at 4th South and 3rd West. It just simply says Christmas. From the sights and the sounds and the smells, the great values that are there, and the gift ideas can be something very simple and fun to drop on people's doorsteps to something very elaborate for that person you especially want to thank this year, the Western Nut Company. It's a 60-year Utah tradition. Go to westernnut.com, that's westernut.com, or drop by the kiosks or the store.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Utes at 30 update right here, 97. Or no, I'm sorry. It's your Utah Jazz update. I keep doing this. Annapolis, forgive me, man. I gotta get used to the Jazz here. We're gonna get the Mammoth updates at 1.2. But your Jazz update, man, what a big one. What a fun game last night at Delta Center. The Jazz end up falling though. Keontae George talking about how Larry Markkinen and he have both set the tone for the Utah Jazz this year.
We got the talent from top to bottom. Anybody's capable of going in, getting 15, 20. But I think for us, our energy that we have on offense has to be the same on the defensive end. Lowry, me, it kind of starts with us. We got to have the energy. Whoever our matchup is, we got to set the tone, and guys follow.
Jazz at 30 update brought to you by U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Let's talk Jazz next, right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What time is it? Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
He's going to have to shoot the three over the top. He hits it. LeBron runs into him. Keontae goes down. Three-point play for Keontae. He's going to get a fourth with the free throw line. Rebound comes to Smart. Long outlet. Hashimura Phipps, the only guy back. LeBron to the rack, and he packed it. Luka trailing from the logo and buries it. And Luka's got 44. LeBron bumping and backing. Bailey sneaks behind. Bailey with a steal. Bailey to the rim. Bailey with a dunk. Ace is wild.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Thanks for being with us on the program. You know what that music means. Of course, talking some NBA, talking the Utah Jazz. Before we get into it, want to make sure you know where we are today. It's a big one for us, and we hope that you can show up for us as well on this one. We're at the road home for the annual Holiday Mediathon. What does that mean? We're asking for your donations. And this hour it is tripled by the folks at the Huntsman Family Foundation and Blueprint Public Affairs. So great time to make your money go even further than any other time. So let me get that phone number out. 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300, and your dollars go right to being able to accommodate the thousands of families and individuals who find themselves homeless and no place to sleep from night to night. And this, of course, is a time of year where we've got to reach into those pockets and say, man, we've been blessed. And there are people who do not have as much as we do, as much as make that commitment and say, I want to show up for those people. It's a good thing for us to be able to do, Sly. So we appreciate people dipping in there and donating. We know it's not easy. 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Man, we had a family event, and so I was like, oh, and I'm monitoring the game last night, and then I get home and watch the full highlights. And obviously the big story is Luka Doncic's historic – I mean, that line is maybe – well, first of all, it looks like a Nikola Jokic line. That's what I think is that's what I think is really cool about what he's doing, because having a triple-double with 40 points, I think he's tied with the most in for an NBA player in their career for a 40, 10 and 10 triple-double. So 40 points, a 40-point triple-double, he is tied all time in that number. It was an insane thing to watch. I am watching no one play defense in the NBA, I feel like, anymore.
Oh, no.
We talked about it yesterday. It was like the Jazz are absolutely – they're
scoring 119 a game, right?
Yes.
But they're also giving up 126.
Yeah. We're watching these games happen on a nightly basis now where they're able to get to 135.
41 point fourth quarter.
This is a regulation. This is in regulation 143, 135. It was unheard of, years ago, but now it's kind of an every other night situation for the Jazz. But of course, LeBron showing up with 28 also. Right. Austin Reeves was out, and I think that was probably a good thing for the Jazz to be able to kind of at least stay the bleeding on that. But LeBron showed up and goes, I can drop 28 pretty much any game I want to if you let me. And the Jazz kind of let him.
Or if the team needs that.
Yeah, it's actually really phenomenal. And if you watch like a supercut of like all the highlights, obviously they're mostly Luka and LeBron. They love pumping the Lakers, but Keontae George, another big night for him. 34 points on a night that he doesn't have Lowry next to him on the court. Mm-hmm. It was a big one in that sense, Sly, but I love watching. These are the games that I like during this season where you know that winning is not the only thing with this team. And they showed some fight. They've already lost, 2 or 3 times to the Lakers already this year. They only have maybe 1 or 2 games with them left, but it's a nightly basis thing where you're watching Keontae George become a superstar. I dare say that this guy, I mean, I'm shocked that he's playing. I really am. I'm shocked that he is already playing to that all-star level. And that's not superlative. That's not hyperbole. The numbers that he's putting up put people in the all-star game. When you're at Utah, though, you have to be 30% better than everybody else. Yeah. And so whatever your numbers are, you got to pump them up.
There's got to be winning attached to that, too. There's got to be other stuff, not just stats.
I'm sure Keontae wants to be he wants to be an all-star. Great. But it's a little bit hollow if, the team is down in the standings. Yeah. It's something great to build on. It's an awesome thing for the young kids. Look, Keontae George is going to be a superstar in this league. At least Will Hardy, the head coach of the Jazz, said as much after the game. He loves what he's seen out of Key, and it's not a surprise to him because he sees him do it every day.
Yeah, I think it's time that everybody stops trying to give reasons why Keontae is playing well. Oh, well, he's only playing well because Lowry helps him so much. And, he's only playing well because of this. And, no, he's pretty good. And I think it's time that everybody gives him some respect. And the way he carries himself, the way he works every day, the way he takes coaching, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he's helping Ace. Believe me, there's nobody who's going to be harder on Key than me. But he's pretty freaking good.
I love Hardy.
You know what's funny is
he keeps it real, though.
Okay, but
listen, that's why you gotta like a guy.
From
like
a coaching standpoint,
yeah,
he's kind of the Keontae George of the league right now, where it's just like Will Hardy is a phenomenal coach. He's able to extract the best out of these guys, and you might look at him and go, he's young, he's got a long way to go. He's becoming a great coach in this league. He is young still. He has a lot probably that he looks at and says, I got to learn.
You definitely have to use that.
I'm just saying that
he's a great coach yet.
No. I think that he's turning that corner. I think it's similar path from a coaching perspective that Keontae George is, hey.
And that's why that trajectory is good. They both can grow together. Yeah.
You're watching these guys grow up, including Will Hardy, together on this team. I think that, look, it makes his job, I'm not going to say easier. What it does is when a coach is able to rely on consistently night in and night out on a guy like Key to be able to bring you the numbers that he's been bringing, it's been so consistent. It's been so good every night. His turnover rate, his assist to turnover ratio has just been, it's gone. You know what I mean? Like it was such a disaster the last couple of years, and he's become something totally different before our eyes here. And I'm loving the development of it. I'm loving to see this thing go. But also on a night where there's no Lowry, you had guys showing up on the stat sheet that had really, really good nights, and they're asking these dudes to show up. Did Ace end up with 19? Is that what he ended up with on the night?
19 and 4.
Great night for him. And to be able to play against the Lakers at home, put up 19 as a rookie, that's got to be a dream scenario for him, and it's just another stepping stone to keep getting better.
Well, yeah. I mean, Ace is getting so much experience, right? They played the Lakers 3 times, and the Lakers' offense is absolutely top tier, right? Some of the best we've ever seen in this game, but their defense is atrocious. So for Ace Bailey, able to get experience like that here the first part of the season, you're going to see Ace Bailey grow up before or quicker than you're expecting. I think by the end of the season, Ace Bailey is going to be averaging 23 and 5. You know, and
he's already there. He's already there right now.
Right.
I think it
but
could even go up.
consistently every single game, and you're going to see him play with ultimate confidence. He's able to get premier experience by seeing guys firsthand. Now he's in the starting lineup, seeing these guys firsthand. This is how I need to operate. This is at all-star level, and I think that he's going to become that guy. Again, we said this during the draft. You go for Ace Bailey. I think Ace Bailey is the guy that's going to transcend this Utah Jazz program or organization, and him and Keontae next to each other, and you get Lowry healthy. They got guys over here that can get some stuff, young guys that's going to make a new push for Utah Jazz, and it's going to be a great future for these guys.
So Key having the night that he did, being able to kind of do it on his own, like Will Hardy said, is like, hey, look, everybody's saying, oh, look, he's only good because he's got this unicorn of a player next to him who's an elite player. He's all-star caliber type player. He's really, really good. He's a freak, and everybody's got to take – you got to really watch that guy when he's on the court. For Key to put up 34, I mean, look, the Lakers haven't played great defense all year, but and we're obviously talking about the Jazz on a night where Luka Doncic, if you watch it, he takes over games and is so easily – He does it so easily. It just seems like it's light work for him.
Right.
And maybe it's because he had that new baby. He and his fiance just had another girl. So congrats to the Doncic's.
The Doncic's.
So yeah, I mean, look, whatever his motivation is, if it's always just going out there and trying to prove the Mavericks wrong or whatever,
he's so close every single year, and then here comes.
Jokic,
just making some stuff. And
hard time to be really, really good in the NBA and never be able to win the All-Star,
right?
or never be able to win the MVP.
He can play a little defense, and they can add that to his resume.
Yeah.
But I think that this is great for Keontae because for me, I look at that, and this is how I was as a competitor. If I can see how to operate, how to take over games, how to be great, then I can do it. It's exactly what Kobe was doing with Michael Jordan, right? He's like, I know Michael's great. This is where he uses this move. You saw the All-Star game where Kobe's asking Mike, when you go into the post, what are you feeling? What are you doing? And this and that. I think Keontae's being able to learn from other guys. I'd be able to learn from my competitors on how they take over games and implement that into my game. You're going to get a solid All-Star in Keontae George.
Yeah, Tim Lacombe, what did he say yesterday when he was on with us? He's like, look, there's a handful of guys in the league that just have the ball on a string to a level that's different. Mm-hmm. He's one of those guys.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that, and then we're mentioning, probably the second best player in NBA history on the floor next to him. Like, it's wild. It's wild when Luka is the guy when LeBron is on the court. It's kind of crazy to see. So we're going to take a break. We are here at the Road Home in Midvale. It's our holiday media-thon. We do it every year. We're opening up those phone lines. Your dollars this hour are tripled thanks to the Huntsman Family Foundation and Blueprint Public Affairs. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you that number, and I want you to just make that donation happen. Show them that the KSL Sports Zone listeners are the most generous. We really do have such great listeners, and we couldn't do it without you. 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Or go to theroadhome.org/donate. We'll come right back. It's all brought to you by the good folks at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. We're going to be here the rest of the show here. Join us. Hang out. We've got a Would You Rather next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's hard to imagine Utah football without Kyle Whittingham.
It's the end of an era for the Utes as Kyle Whittingham is stepping down as the head coach of the University of Utah with a resume that includes a BCS win over Alabama, Pac-12 Conference championships, 2 Rose Bowl appearances, and a lot of wins along the way.
Incredible!
Kyle Whittingham is riding off into the sunset.
I can't imagine a game where he's not roaming the sideline.
As Coach Whitt prepares for one last game as the head coach of the Utes in the Vegas Bowl. Keep it locked on The Zone as we celebrate the career of one of the best coaches in college football history. This is 97.5.
I love it here. This is home.
The KSL Sports Zone.
Ivory Homes wants to send you to the big game. They have 2 tickets to the big game on Sunday, February 8th. You know what I'm talking about. In Santa Clara, 2-night stay in a hotel, booked and ready to go for you, plus a $2,000 gift card for your travel expenses. Doesn't that sound like a dream trip? That trip could be yours. Here's what you have to do to enter. Register at ivoryhomes.com/super. After you're registered, visit any Ivory Homes model home. There's plenty across the Wasatch Front where Ivory Homes are built. Scan a QR code at that home and you've entered. That's it. The more model homes you visit, the more entries you earn. So if you and your wife want to go check out all these beautiful Ivory Homes, then you get to enter more and more times. Enter as many times as you can at the different homes that you go to. Scan that QR code. A winner is going to be selected from all entries and notified on January 31st, 2026. While you're there at that Ivory Homes model home, you got to check out their Smart Move Guarantee. So if any of you are thinking about getting into a new home and you're like, I don't know if it'll work, I've got this home here, I need to get to another one. Well, this program's for you. It's going to help buyers purchase a new home before selling their existing property. This program aims to streamline the complex process of selling and buying simultaneously by offering solutions such as a guaranteed sale or a guaranteed lease on the current home. We all know how crazy things are with interest rates and trying to get into that new home. Well, Ivory Homes is going to help you do that. To learn more about that, go check out an Ivory Home model. Sign up for the big game contest. Get in that way. It's all starting at their website. Go to ivoryhomes.com/super to learn more about all of this and get registered for their big game giveaway. ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth hosts the New Jersey Devils tonight, 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU hosts Abilene Christian at 7:30 on 102.7 FM. Tomorrow, the Aggies host Colorado State at noon on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Magic at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey,
This is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie. Sly sitting in for JJ. His loss, because we're at the road home today for our holiday mediathon. Every radio station that matters in this market, in this room, all fighting together for the opportunity to make sure that you know that you can donate to the folks at the road home. And this time of year, I'll just tell you, your donation, and you make a generous donation, those donations go, and they go all year long. And really, it's not just the holidays. It's not just in the cold. But when they're battling homelessness, when these families and individuals are battling homelessness on the streets, it's a thing that year-round, the road home is here, and they are responding, and they're helping people across this entire market. Let me just tell you right now, they're tripling the dollars thanks to the Huntsman Family Foundation and Blueprint Public Affairs. This hour, 801-819-7300. That's 801-839-7300. Sly, I've got one would you rather for you. Would you rather be witness this weekend in the
JMU playoffs?
In the JMU playoffs. This is where I'm going. You're at Autzen and you see a historic upset. Or you watch just an absolute barn burner of a game between Alabama and Oklahoma. Two just like phenomenal talents going at one another. It goes to overtime. The extra point doesn't get made. So an upset win for JMU or a phenomenal football game?
Phenomenal football game in Norman, Oklahoma.
Okay. Why do you hate the little guy so much? I told people this. I'm like, he doesn't like the little guy.
What do you mean the little guy? I was the little guy. What are you talking about? I am that.
That's what I'm saying. Why don't you give a little respect to the purple and gold of the Dukes of JMU?
Nah.
I just learned that mascot, by the way.
Yeah, there you go. No, I'm good. I'd rather see that Oklahoma and Alabama matchup.
I think being at Autzen and having that place go quiet, which you've been a part of before,
of course.
Having that place go dead quiet and watching a 12 seed march into the quarterfinals, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, but we always think that like Oregon in the top tier Big Ten
right.
or something else anyway. But like for me, it's more nostalgia reasons and understanding Norman and Oklahoma is more of a storyline that could potentially be great rivalry matchups in the future that I could see, right? We could see them schedule Oklahoma and Alabama next year, and there's going to be some get back, or the year after that, or they're in the same conference. Now, JMU and Oregon, we're never going to really see that again, right? And
right.
It's kind of like, Utah plays Alabama, you're not going to really see that again. And so, I don't think JMU is going to ever transcend to a G4 or
a Power 4 or whatever.
Power 4 conference. And so it's just I'd rather see that Alabama-Oklahoma.
I think I don't know it, but just I was thinking about this. I'm going, I wonder if BYU fans, I think they want to see Jake Retzlaff do well. I mean, Tulane is going up against a buzzsaw.
BYU fans definitely do. They were like, yeah, he learned that from here.
Well, but also I don't think there were like hard feelings on how he went away.
Yeah,
and so I think that watching number 12 this weekend
good BYU
for the
fans
Tulane
would want
Green
his
Wave.
Success, yeah.
It would have been awesome if BYU and Tulane were in, and you just go, yeah, whatever quarterback you plug in at BYU, they'll just show up in the playoffs. Like, take this true freshman, it's fine. It would have been fun to see them match up against one another, too. That would have been – here in Provo, Jake Retzlaff wearing a different jersey a year after it happened.
Against Bear?
Don't think that we weren't having like a little – it was Utah versus BYU first. That was our wish list for the college football playoff. Mm-hmm. When that didn't solidify, that didn't happen, then you're kind of going, all right, maybe Tulane and BYU. It would have been awesome. All right, joining us right now here at the Road Home, we talked about how you can triple your dollars right now by calling 801-819-7300. And those dollars go so far to be able to help the homelessness issue here in the Valley, here in Utah, and to bring people into these homes that are so much needed for the homeless population. Joining us right now, Emily Carvajal, who's with Blueprint, who's so generously is a part of making this tripling of the dollars happen. Emily, welcome. Thanks for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Why does Blueprint look at this and say this is important for us? We want to be on board with it.
Well, they're one of our clients. We've been working with them since 2019, and truthfully, we just love the work that they do and the impact they make for families and children in our community that need them. And we're just grateful to be one of the generous sponsors to make the Holiday Mediathon thing.
And being able to show up, a year-round thing, and being able to work with a company that has such a cool, their mission is different. It's one thing to have companies that you guys represent that are just trying to be profitable, and then you have this type of an organization that goes, hey, this is going to absolutely impact the community from the ground up, and it's really going to help. That must be satisfying as well.
Yeah, we truly love working with them. They're great.
We appreciate you guys. Yeah. Because tripling the donation in an hour, our listeners are they're super generous already. Utah is the #1 charitable state in the United States, and we show up for people to be able to have what they need, especially this time of year. Let me get the phone number out, because courtesy of the Huntsman Family Foundation and Blueprint Public Affairs this hour, right now, we've only got a couple more minutes here, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Emily, thanks for joining us today, and thanks for you guys' generosity. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right. When we come back, we've got more to go around the corner. Sly, we've got to talk Georgia Tech and BYU in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. We're going to have a guest join us and talk exactly that. They cover the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and, of course, being able to go through and have this conversation about what Georgia Tech is going to bring. Kelly Quinlan is going to join us from Jackets Online. It's a Rivals and On3 property, so we'll get what they think about it, and we're going to make sure and bring it right to you. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. It's all brought to you today by the folks at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. Right back here. Stay with us at the road home today. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced Window Products. You've heard us talking about this local company that can help you not just save money on your utility bills, because right off the bat, I mean, that's a massive savings. If you're losing dollars with the heat going out of the house or with the cold going out of the house during the summers, you've got to get with Advanced Window Products. Almost 40 years here in the city of Utah. You know Jake and you know Nate, and you know what they do. They make these windows here. It's the highest quality. How do you know? They get the highest government. You're going to be able to get the rebates from the government at the highest level because of what they do and how they make these windows. They're not just a local company. They build it here. They sell it here. They warranty it here. So if there is a problem, they're going to be able to help you along the way with anything you need. Advanced Window Products has the best window in the market, and they customize them to your family. We've been at the factory. We know how they do it. And they're going to make sure and help you. And here's what we're going to do. $2,500 off of 10 windows or more right now just by giving them a call, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Advanced Window Products, advancedwindows.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yet, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope. Never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The mood is right.
Ah, yes. Paul McCartney. They're like, hey, you're in the Beatles. Will you write a Christmas song? We can just print money with it later. And that's what they did. One of the most annoying songs in the history of Christmas. And yet, Sir Paul McCartney lives on as a legend. Well, okay, Napolis, defend this song. It's terrible. Gosh.
Don't kill his holiday joy, Alex.
Yeah, so is Wham's Last Christmas. But technically it is a fun song.
You'll take the Beatles or you take Mariah Carey?
Yeah. There are – oh, Mariah Carey, 100%. When I worked at Champ Sports in the mall in the late 90s,
yeah,
we used to have to put these we had to put the VHS tape in the VCR in the back, and it would play on the TVs up in the front, right? And for Christmas, we had the ones – we had like – they were running basically videos, music videos of, whatever Champ's corporate put together. And Mariah Carey's song kind of just had come out maybe two years before that. And my buddies and I, one of the guys would just hang out in the back, and he would press rewind, and we would just watch that video over and over again for that Mariah Carey song. It was awesome. Remember the VCR?
Oh, I remember
Could
the
you
VCR?
operate a VCR? I don't know if a lot of our techs here could operate a VCR if it was put in front of them. Oh, sorry, Brant could.
Yeah,
these guys.
These
Be
guys
Kind Rewind. Be Kind Rewind. That's those guys, dude.
These guys look like Blockbuster tapes.
I remember he's like, you push the thing down, and you hear that signature noise that it's eating the tape. You're like, no.
Oh, I've
it's
done
terrible.
That
Yeah,
that
all
was
right.
my Ace Ventura tape. I remember that.
I'm trying to wrap my brain around the Pop-Tart Bowl and get excited about it. I wonder what the level of excitement is going to be for this Georgia Tech team, for this BYU team. It's always a crapshoot when it comes to it because, and I'm not trying to question whether or not these guys want to play in this game. I'm not trying to question, their preparation. I'm not trying to question whether or not they take things seriously or they take their opponent seriously. But I think that there is a little bit of a, hey, this is a different bowl than we probably should have been playing in, or a different game that we probably should have been playing in. Even if that's not the case, even if you just feel a little bit slighted if you're BYU. And Georgia Tech, who was on that trajectory all season long, and they had a rough 3 out of their last 4 games. And I like this Georgia Tech team. I like Haynes King. I think that guy has been maybe the best quarterback in Georgia Tech history because he's able to do more than just be a runner, although he is the leading rusher on the Georgia Tech team. And I just wonder if you get ready for the Pop-Tarts Bowl and you play your butt off, a guy like him, he's trying to figure out a place for himself in the league. He's going to go play in the East-West Shrine game. I don't know if there is a place for him in the league, but as you watch these teams prepare for this, prepping for the Pop-Tart Bowl, is BYU 100% in it in their head? Should they? I know they should be, but it's one thing to say it, it's another to try to be it.
I mean, it's Pop-Tarts going to be on the mind, right? I mean, I love Pop-Tarts just as much as the next person.
Is this the premier bowl that's not a
It's got to be fun, right?
Yeah.
There's bowl games that are just like, this is the funnest one to be at, and I think the presentation that the Pop-Tarts Bowl puts on makes it amazing. I don't imagine what's going on throughout the week, but just the game time presentation is absolutely terrific.
No, during the week, it's just as good. I think that it's marketing genius by these guys.
Yes.
The trophy with a working toaster is maybe the coolest thing I've ever seen. I mean, but that's the kind of stuff. I was just wondering if this has to be one of the premier bowls.
Trophy room?
Not just the bowl itself that features two. It's because the two opponents both ranked, both kind of a chip on their shoulder for what happened during the season, and I think it's a big deal to be able to.
Yeah, for my thing is, I think Georgia Tech is definitely into this, right? I mean, if they go, what did they go last year? They went 7-6 last year and ordered rings. Remember the ring ceremony from last year?
Oh, I love it.
They went 5-0 at home, but
it was the undefeated at home ring. Yeah,
and they got rings.
It's ringing a bell
now. And now they have a 9-3 season. I think that they're excited and they're anxious to be here. It's not far from home, so a lot of families going to be able to go to this game, and so it'll be just like a backyard home game for them. And
I think Brent Key is. I mean, there are a lot of similarities. Kalani playing for his alma mater, Brent Key playing for his alma, and just tough nosed, guys who are no nonsense and. I love that matchup.
I think this is going to be a game of who has the better younger guys.
This portion of the show brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Let's jump into the cut right here, top of the 4 o'clock hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kelly Quinlan covers Georgia Tech, and it's been an awesome year for the Yellow Jackets, and Jackets Online with Rivals and On 3. And, Kelly, it's been a fun one for us to watch from a distance. I watched a couple of Tech's games this year, and Haynes King is no joke. He's about as good of an athlete you can have under center. Welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks, guys, for having me.
When you watch what Haynes King has done at quarterback, where does he kind of sit in the pantheon of good quarterbacks in the history of Georgia Tech?
He's probably in the top 4 or 5 of the modern era of college football. Joe Hamilton, who is Brent Key's quarterback, actually, you talked about him playing at Tech earlier. Justin Thomas, who was the guy that took them to the Orange Bowl. Josh Nesbitt, who won an ACC championship, took them to an Orange Bowl. Sean Jones, who won a national championship in '90. Those are sort of the other guys that are in that conversation, I think, right now. And Haynes had a chance here. They just didn't play well in November at times and kind of cost themselves a playoff spot, not dissimilar to BYU, where they ran into a couple of tough games here at the wrong time and didn't make the playoffs. But as you guys were talking about, I do think this is the premier non-playoff game basically for everyone to watch in college football this year, with these two teams who would probably be in a 16-team playoff or be real close to it.
Yeah, what are you kind of expecting out of the team? What has been kind of the atmosphere around the team of getting into this bowl game? I know Alex and I were just mentioning the success of last year, and now you jump that up to a 9-3 season this year, as you said, not so great November. But what has the team's kind of motivation and energy been around getting ready for this bowl game?
I think everybody's frustrated. They had kind of everything right in the palm of their hand there and just didn't get it done in a couple of games. And all the losses were real close. Buster Faulkner, the offensive coordinator, left to go to Florida. Your backup quarterback goes in the portal, who was supposed to be the starter next year. So that's been a little funky, but I think everybody's just kind of focused on trying to win the 10th game, get Haynes King that last win. He was the ACC Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, and All-Around Player of the Year. So, there's a lot riding on this. Haynes kind of his warrior mentality, I think, is rubbed off on a lot of the team and the fan base too. And they love how tough he is. And at the end of the day, it's a tough matchup. That's going to be what's interesting about this game, and a fun matchup too. I think it's going to be very different than the last couple times BYU played Georgia Tech when they were running the option with Paul Johnson.
It's interesting, yeah. And I was covering that team back when Bronco Mendenhall was the head coach, and he had just a knack of trying to getting after. He had a knack for kind of covering up that type of an offense. But I think things have changed a little bit. They have added enough wrinkles that, the tough-nose stuff. But Brent Key knows what Georgia Tech football is, of course. But what is it like having him at the helm? What kind of a team kind of identity, even with the stuff that goes up and down? If you have a culture and an identity, that culture and identity stays even if an offensive coordinator leaves and some big players go to the transfer portal. What has he meant to coming back and coaching his alma mater?
The thing with Brent is he's an offensive lineman. He was, a 4-year starter here, and he brings that mentality. There are 14 offensive linemen on the staff right now, something like that, in various capacity roles. It comes from the top down, and from the strength coaches all the way to people who work as analysts or in the office. They believe in his vision for this program and what it can be, and he's done a great job of selling it. They've done a great job of embracing it. They've had really good crowds at the back end of the season, great environments. And the big thing is he's gotten people to invest money, too. They have one of the stronger collective groups in the ACC and probably in the top 20 in college football now. And that's a credit to Brent Key and what he's done and kind of developing that and trying to bring Georgia Tech to being back to a top 25 program perennially. And this was the first step towards it. This isn't the end goal, but trying to get that 10th win, making sure you stay in the top 25, all that stuff I think is really important to him. And, I'm sure with BYU, not getting in the playoffs and your 2 losses being what they are, I think that's going to play big into this as well. I think they're going to be fired up as well.
Yeah, Kalani Sitake gets his guys, I think, revved up for games. Even if there is disappointment to end the season, they look at it like, hey, they're having a pretty historic run, a couple of seasons in a row of winning 11 games, and that type of performance in the Big 12 is not something that happens every year, but they've done it the last 2. What is the attitude about BYU as an opponent? Georgia Tech, of course, comes in. They're ranked 22nd. BYU's 12th. But you see the Cougars across on that paper. Were they pumped to be able to play that game, or what's the attitude surrounding playing the Cougs?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask. I think some fans were maybe hoping for Missouri because I think a lot of people kind of scoped out what was going to happen there. Their quarterback was going to leave. Originally, Georgia Tech was supposed to go to the Gator Bowl, and Notre Dame was going to play BYU in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That was once the playoff seedings got out. And so from that point on, it was, I think people are excited. I think they're a little more nervous about this game than they would have been playing Missouri, just because I think they see BYU as being a really tough opponent. Obviously, quarterback Bear's a heck of an athlete, and people are very excited to kind of see how this team measured up. And, the big thing, too, is the last 2 times they played, BYU just really kind of physically dominated Georgia Tech the line of scrimmage. I feel like this would be a much better kind of litmus test to see how much they've improved on that front in terms of being able to more physically match up with what BYU is doing with a totally different offense and a different coaching staff now at Georgia Tech.
What has the last few years been as far as this program's transcending into this new upper echelon of being dominant in the ACC and now vying for college football playoff positions? Where is this program going? What have they all experienced from the years after Paul Johnson and now changing here to Brent Key, and where do they expect this program to go even after Haynes King leaves?
So they had Jeff Collins. He was the king of the hashtags and the students towards the end. started calling it the hashtag, Adidas's three stripe life. They started calling it the hashtag 3-win life because they won 3 games 3 years in a row with Jeff. And, and it was a program that had been to a bowl game, like, I think it was 24 out of 25 years or something like that. So this is much more along the lines of expectations. I think they're still kind of getting where they need to get to. Obviously, every year they play Georgia. That's a juggernaut that they have to deal with. But I think in the ACC, they're as good as anybody right now in the league. And maybe it says more about the ACC than anything else at the moment. But they're getting to where they need to get to. And it's getting back to where it was when I first started covering the program 15, 16 years ago when they were in the hunt every year. And I think that's the expectation. They're not expecting the team to be, turn into Ohio State or something, but I think the expectations are that they should be a proud program that can win 10 games, 9 games a year. And, I think they're starting to get there with Brent, and Brent's vision for it is much more akin to Ohio State. He thinks he can get the program to that level, turn down jobs at Florida, Auburn, and other places this offseason to stay at Georgia Tech. So, I think that they're still kind of getting the program together. It's not quite there yet, but I think they're making steps in the right direction. And this game's a big opportunity to maybe further move that along, that narrative of their growth, if they can win or play a good game at least.
You cover a lot of ACC, obviously, and the bickering back and forth that happened after everything with Notre Dame. And then I think you guys deal with a lot of what we covering the Big 12 have to deal with, which is just kind of this cast aside moment. Everybody gets cast aside for the Big 10 and the SEC. How is the ACC handling it, do you think? And what's like the next move to be able to figure out how they can move forward and get taken seriously? Because I know that's something that Brett Yormark of the Big 12 is trying to figure out too. The ACC just is like this. It feels very similar to the Big 12 in terms of how people look at it and getting tossed aside for the big guys.
I think what you have to do is win, and you've got to win in these playoff games, and that changes the narrative of things. Texas Tech has a great opportunity right now. Miami has an opportunity. Go in there, win some games, upset some of these teams, the SEC, Big Ten teams. And once you do that and start to get that momentum going, I think it can quell some of the narrative. A lot of it's driven by ESPN and the media people and stuff as well. But is Ole Miss a better team than BYU? That's an interesting question, right? And that's where if the Big 12, BYU, Georgia Tech, the ACC, those teams start winning these games and these crossover opportunities or in the playoffs, that can change that narrative quite a bit, because I think that's what's killing everybody right now. I mean, if you look at it, what is it, Colorado, Georgia Tech, and BYU, I think, have the only national championships outside of those two conferences over the last, 40-something years. That's not great either. So there's work to be done. I'm leaving out Clemson and Florida State, but and Miami, but just talking about just the brands in college football, and I think that's going to be something that has to be addressed on the football field. You got to win some of these games now. Georgia Tech has to beat Georgia. You can't just beat up on each other. Georgia Tech beating Colorado, they don't get credit for, right? Yeah. If BYU beats Georgia Tech in this bowl game, that's not necessarily going to give them some sort of street cred in these things. I think it's Texas Tech's got to handle their business. Miami's got to handle their business in the playoffs. And if you start to have that happen, that changes that narrative, in my opinion.
What's the vibe around Jim Phillips, the commissioner of the ACC, and what he's doing to make sure that they are on the map, so to speak? And what will the relationship of Notre Dame, do you think, look like in the future with the ACC?
I think Notre Dame's stuck because no one else is going to make that deal with them that matters. And everyone going to 9-game schedule makes it that much harder. They want to crow that they can do X, Y, or Z, but the reality is no one's going to schedule them in November. Who are you going to play, UMass and UConn? That's what you're going to get, a bunch of games like that in November if you don't have the scheduling agreement. So they're trapped. They want their independence. This is the only way it's going to work. So they got to calm down, and it made them look terrible to do that and act like that. And at some point, they may have to join a conference. It's a tough decision. Obviously, BYU went through all of that many years ago. Like, you have to make those decisions at some point. Georgia Tech was an independent at one point. Like, people have to do what's in their best interest. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in Notre Dame if they continue to have scheduling problems or get left out of the playoffs. Like, what does that look like? So I think they need the ACC more than they realize, and I think that's starting to come to light, because the reality is they're closer to the ACC or the Big Ten than, say, if they had to try to make the same kind of agreement with the Big 12. That just, their fans wouldn't stand for it, because they wouldn't want to go on such long road trips and things like that.
Yeah, man, I agree. One, you got to win for both the ACC and the Big 12 in Tech in Miami, and then at Notre Dame, man, they did look like little temper tantrum kids, especially AD. He's not right during Christmas. He's on a naughty list. But who else, before this game kicks off here next weekend, who else should we be looking out for as far as BYU fans and others watching on this football team, from Eric Rivers at the receivers to Kyle Eifert on defense? Who are some of these other guys we need to look out for, and why?
The big playmakers on offense, aside from those guys you mentioned, Malachi Hosley, the running back, he's been really good for them. He was banged up in the back end of the season. That kind of hurt him. I think he's getting healthy now. Isaiah Canyon's a big play wide receiver. Malik Rutherford in the slots, a big play guy for them. And then on the defensive side, Jordan Vandenberg has been excellent for them, the defensive tackle. They've been very rough on defense. October, November were really rough for them. They got together in the Georgia game. Amari Harvey at corner is really good. They have some nice pieces. One of their best defensive players, Jai Gilmore, is out for the year. He got hurt in Boston College, maybe. I forget what game it was, but he's out for the season now. So they've taken some shots. They've had a lot of guys injured on the defensive side of the ball, and that's impacted that, particularly the loss at NC State. They were down like 5 guys in their main rotation on defense, and 4 of them were starters in that game.
Kelly Quinlan covers Georgia Tech with Jackets Online, part of Rivals and On 3. Kelly, thanks for the breakdown, man. We're looking forward to the Pop-Tarts Bowl next week, and it should be a fun one. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Thank you.
There you go. It's a fascinating matchup. I just want to know who's going to actually, if they care to be there. You'll be able to tell.
You could definitely tell, yeah. and I agree with them. I mean, it's like nobody's going to get real street cred whether they win here or not.
That's a bummer.
That was a very accurate statement.
It is true. It's 100% true. Yeah. Like, if it's not a college football playoff matchup, people kind of go, yeah, all right, well, then who'd you beat? Okay.
Good for you.
I forgot who you guys beat in the Pop-Tart Bowl. Who was it? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right.
Joining us right now, by the way, it's our annual Road Home Mediathon right here. We're gathered in the big tent. All of the brands of all the radios and TV markets all get together, and we all have that one purpose, to be able to make sure that people can understand how important the Road Home is in our community. Eli McCann is one of the board members here at the Road Home. Eli, thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. It means the world to us.
I follow you on Twitter.
Oh.
I love following you on Twitter.
Thank you so much for your support.
Look, one of the things that I think that people need to understand is there's a lot of people who come together, a lot of bright people who come together and go, we want to solve this together. There are a lot of big names attached to the Road Home, because it's such a big thing for our community and some of the big hitters in our community as well. But when it comes down to it, what does a day like this do for the Road Home going forward? Because we're trying to help people go, hey, your donation is going to last not just like right now, but we need it to kind of go through the year here. I mean, this is an everyday, this is a 365 deal, not just dipping into the holidays.
Yeah, this week is our biggest week in terms of financial donations, and you are absolutely right. This is a problem every day of the year that we're trying to solve. But people around Christmas time start thinking a lot more about these issues, and there are, I think, a bunch of reasons for that. And so it's our opportunity to say, hey, if we're all going to be talking about this and thinking about homelessness and the people who come through these kinds of programs, let us participate in that conversation with you and show you what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish for these families.
When you sit down as a board member, what are the discussions that are had as a board, and how to approach this? What are some of the concerns that you guys have?
Well, we're constantly trying to figure out how we can stretch our programs as far and wide as we possibly can to help people. I think one thing that a lot of people don't understand about organizations like the Road Home is we do provide emergency supportive housing for people who need a place to stay tonight, but we take every single person who comes through our programs, regardless of age, whether they're a family, a child, whatever, and we say, what does this person need in order to get them into a long-term stable situation so that they don't need our services ever again. And the Road Home is incredibly successful year-round at getting families through our programs and finding a way to get them back on their own, independent, in housing, in safety, with their children, with their families.
I would imagine that there are people who are in that exact situation where they're able to take advantage of the services and they never wish that they would have had to have. And then they come back, and then they're volunteering.
We see that.
And they're part of it. I would imagine that happens all the time.
We see that all the time. And to your first point, I think most people who end up needing our services never thought in a million years they would ever need something like this. And suddenly they find themselves with their 6-year-old kid saying, what are we going to do because we have literally nowhere to sleep tonight? And fortunately, there's something like the Road Home that exists and can help get them on their path back to stability.
Well, I think people should understand, too, we have such great support in the community in this hour. The Huntsman Family Foundation, all day, matching dollar for dollar up to $1 million. The Huntsman Family Foundation, so generous, and we want to thank Modern Display as well. All the sponsors that show up on a day like this and say, hey, we want to put something back into this thing. Let me give you the phone number so that you can get that dollar matched, dollar for dollar, with the Huntsman Family Foundation, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. You can also go to theroadhome.org/donate and make that happen there as well. But let me just, I have to emphasize this number again, 801-819-7300. Our Sports Zone listeners show up so big time every year. They're so generous. We love how big time that our sports fans show up in this community as well. Eli McCann, one of the board members here at Road Home. Thanks for joining us today, man.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll take another break. It's all brought to you by also the folks at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. That's Performance Automotive in Bountiful. We'll come right back. We got more to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
In general, southbound I-15 is moving below the speed limit from Murray down to Bluffdale, with the slowest spots being 53rd South to the South Interchange. In Weber County, a new stretch of delays on I-15. It's northbound from the 12th Street exit in Ogden up to Far West. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Games, workbooks, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Keontae George's leap is absolutely real. What Keontae's doing right now in his third year is almost identical to what Donovan Mitchell did in his third year. So when do you believe that Keontae is Donovan Mitchell? Is he? Well, Donovan Mitchell was winning 50 games a year and putting up these points. Does that matter more? Or was Donovan Mitchell just playing next to Rudy Gobert? And was that the difference? And the Jazz brought in Bojan Bogdanovic and Mike Conley. Well, put this Keontae George next to a future Hall of Famer in Rudy Gobert, an all-star in Mike Conley, and a very good role player in Bojan Bogdanovic. Are the Jazz winning 50 games again? And if so, does that mean the Jazz have Donovan Mitchell and Keontae George? Or do the Jazz have Bradley Beal and it doesn't matter? I think that is a real conversation.
It's all empty calories until they win in the playoffs, period. It is.
Yeah,
it's
totally fair.
It's all empty calories
No
until they beat a legitimate team in the playoffs and they advance on, which Donovan did do.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather.
When the cold weather hits, you shouldn't let it hit you.
Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Right now is the perfect time to upgrade to high-efficiency, beautifully built windows to keep your home cozy all winter long. And for a limited time, when you replace 10 windows or more, you're going to get a massive $2,500 off. Plus, yes, it does get better. Advanced Windows is offering great financing options to make your upgrade easier than ever. Low payments, flexible plans, no stress, and every window comes backed by our lifetime warranty, so you can enjoy comfort, savings, and peace of mind for years to come. Don't wait for the cold to creep in. Replace it right now and save big.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Gear up for the holidays and conquer that to-do list in a new Chevy truck. Now is the time to get red tag savings on the 2026 Silverado. With 4 powerful engine choices, impressive towing capability, and legendary dependability. Or choose from other great offers on Colorado, giving you clever and convenient bed and tailgate functionality, plus outstanding torque for big adventures. This holiday season, it all comes together in a Chevrolet. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah Jazz head coach Will Hardy talking about the contributions that Isaiah Collier makes. Keontae George, he talked about how Keontae George really loves having Collier on the floor with him.
You know, the other part that doesn't get talked about, I don't think, when he's on the court with Keontae, it allows Keontae to get off the ball for a few minutes. It's a different look for Key. You know, Key naturally has been a 2-guard, but it's exhausting to bring the ball up against pressure over and over and over again. So I think Zay's helping Key a lot when they're on the court together because it takes some of the ball handling duties away for a few minutes.
Jazz at 30 update brought to you by U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more. uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. We've got the NFL Blitz right now. Stay here.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone on the road today at the Road Home, the Connie Crosby Family Resource Center right here in Midvale. One of the great pieces in our community of not just charitable giving, but the volunteer work that comes that shows up for this type of stuff, and of course the donations that are made to help the Road Home this time of year with our holiday mediathon. All the radio stations get into this one tent, and we all ask you for the same thing, and that is to help the people who are in need this time of year and all year long by giving them a call, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Make that donation. It's going to get matched all hour long by the folks at the Huntsman Family Foundation. Hey, also want to remind you, speaking of people who need kudos, Nominate the U Sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. All you have to do is go to KSLSports.com/contest and get yourself a nomination into the box there. And every Thursday we choose one of those winners, and we're able to celebrate the efforts of those people who do an awesome job in their community. So there you go. You just go to KSLSports.com/contest. It's all brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both of whom are sponsors of the program. Well, the inevitable happened, Annapolis. We have to talk about it. So I'm going to make you throw your headset on, and I'm going to make you participate in this NFL Blitz. Initial thoughts. I just want to get the raw Rams fan thoughts after last night's blowout loss to the Seahawks.
MVP.
Oh, you know.
Said blowout.
No, I'm making you do it. You got to talk about this. Where were you guys at? Where was your head at on this one? What went wrong? And if you just lean on the referee stuff and go full Puka Nacua on us, I don't think that's just it. There was a lot of bad defense being played by the Rams in the second half too, man.
You know, I think that there was probably a little bit of a sense of maybe we have this one in the bag after they were up by. Oh, what was the score, man? I can't remember.
30-15.
It was 30-15. 30-15. They probably think it's in the bag, and then from there, things just kind of fall apart.
Well, what was the part? What was the part where the entire Seahawks team gets lit up with excitement? It's that Rashid Shaheed punt return that almost looked like, I mean, I'm going to be honest, it didn't look like the Rams punt coverage team was trying at all on that. Well, number one, that's what Rashid Shaheed does to people. He makes them look foolish because of how fast he is. But that lit him up. I mean, that entire thing, that type of a play, Sly, can absolutely ignite a sideline. That return punt by Rashid Shaheed, it made the total difference because after that, then they go, oh, and they get the 2-point conversion, and then they go, oh, we're one score away on this. And then suddenly the defense starts making stops that they never made all night. I just think that one play was so big by Rashid Shaheed, and I love that play lit up that sideline. And I'll tell you, too, the NFC West. Now, Annapolis, you and I can jam on this together, though, because the 49ers fans who came out of the woodwork and go, thank you, Seahawks. Now all we have to do is win our last 3 games, and we're going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. I think we can all get together and hate on it.
Special teams is so important on so many things for that one thing right there, that inflection points. And we know how electrifying Rashid Shaheed is, and why I think he was such a valuable free agent before the trade deadline. Right?
Can you believe they picked him up?
Oh, it's great. Anybody who's actually paying attention to what matters in football games and what could be a huge asset, which I don't even believe the Seahawks gave up a lot for him in that trade. He's just been highly productive for Seattle ever since he even got there. So he's on a playoff team and definitely looking for good production here in the postseason.
Annapolis, are you with your head coach on that 2-point conversion being a fraud?
You know, I'm not. I might be a little bit biased on this, but I was not a fan of the call. I was not a fan. They claimed that the whistles were blown. Everybody thought the play was dead. Nobody went towards the ball. Interesting decision to come back after the TV break, no less, weird. To come back and review everything.
I will admit it was super weird because I was like, oh, well, they got some work to do, 30-28. Okay, I'll figure it out. I come back and they're all, after review, the 2-point conversion is good. I'm like, okay, cool. All I thought to myself was, this is fun. This is a fun ball game. And honestly, to go to overtime, to have the Rams go down and score. By the way, the overtime rules are so much better now.
With both teams getting an opportunity?
Yes. The one time going down the field, and even because it used to be also if you scored a
sudden death, man.
Well, you kick the field goal, it's over.
Yeah.
And then they go, no, we
got to win the coin toss, and somebody's like, oh.
I know. And then they go, well, if you score a touchdown, then you win. But if you only get the field goal, then the ball goes to the other team. Yeah. I'm like, that's dumb too. So when they do it to where they go, hey, you score a touchdown, the other team gets the ball, and they can at least match it. And if they do,
it's a full 15 minutes though.
But going for 2. And getting it at the end there, I just thought that's an epic matchup. I hope what's tough about this is these two teams are probably the best in the NFC right now. Mm-hmm. Matthew Stafford should be the MVP. That guy is so good.
Right.
And
been for so long.
Puka Nacua, you said it in our group text too. Sly, you're off. Yeah, totally distracted. 225 yards, two
tutties.
touchdowns. Yeah, two tutties. I mean, and you know what? That second touchdown, I've never what was he walked into the end zone there. There's going to be one guy you need to cover on this thing.
You look at all the other receivers, how many catches did they have? Even targets. We didn't even go targets.
Yeah.
The one other guy had 3 catches. He had 12. Aggie Stafford wasn't throwing to nobody else but Puka Nacua. The highest guy next had 50 yards.
There was a stretch in the second and third quarter where he wasn't even targeted at all. But part of it was because they were having such success running the ball. Yeah. They were just moving it down the field at will. They didn't care, and so it was a fun game to watch. I don't know. People are calling it an instant classic. I think Rams fans would disagree, but hey, that's what makes it an instant classic.
It's only an instant classic if you win.
Listen, the Thursday night game is delivered.
Oh, for sure.
This year a couple of times, and that was the best Thursday night game. Even if Al Michaels was talking like he was asleep on some of these touchdown calls, it was still a really, really good game. Travis Kelce says he's going to play in the Chiefs' final 3 games. I don't know why
wouldn't he? I thought this was supposed to be his last year.
But also, I don't know why you have to say it out loud. Are you going to take the time off just because your quarterback is out and you're you're out of the playoffs?
Honestly, he might have to say that. You know, people are he's Swiftied all out right now. He's not focused.
I am going to play.
And so he might have to say, he shouldn't have to have said that, but I don't really know what the Chiefs message boards are like. We have to go ask Russ over here. What the Chiefs message boards are like, he's probably saying it.
No, you can't. No. He's in a dark place right now.
Oh, I know. I saw him when I came in.
You can't bring up the Chiefs around him.
He's like, hey, I'll see you outside. It won't be me, but I'll see you outside.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Chiefs fans right now.
Oh, they're hurt.
Despondent. But, it's fine. They've gone through it. TJ Watt's collapsed lung. I'm, confused on all this.
That's wild, yeah.
I don't know what the treatment is. I don't know what dry needling. First of all, if a trainer came up to me and said, we've got a new thing that we're trying, it's called dry needling. Now, your lung may collapse.
They've been doing dry needling for a while.
I just don't know what it is. What is dry needling? I don't get it. And how did his lung collapse? And, by the way, why is this practice still used now if one of the players ends up – and he said, I'm not afraid of the dry needling. It helps me a ton with the pain and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what it is, but TJ Watt's not going to be playing in the game. He had to have surgery to be able to correct it, and I just think it's a weird thing. I don't know if the league needs to take an extra look at that, but I don't know.
I mean, what is the league going to do?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's his deal.
Hey, Puka Nacua, the fine did come down, $25,000 for the comments on the refs. He might get an extra $25 for the tweet that he sent out that he immediately deleted.
And once it's out there, buddy,
he's like, "What was I wrong?" And you know what? He may have had a little bit of a point. At least Rams fans would have felt that way. But man,
who's trying to get on TV?
The amount of the only beef that I have with that commentary is typically the guy who throws the PI flag isn't the guy who's calling it on TV. Like he's not the one who goes, "I threw the flag," and they don't let you, if you called the penalty, you get to get on TV and make the call. So it's a little bit weird. But then you add into the mix that, the way that the game broke for Seattle at the end, everybody looks at this like this is why. I have a friend growing up who was insistent that the NFL was a mafia-run deal, and it's fake. It's all just orchestrated, and this did not help the tinfoil hat people last night after it was all. I'm telling you, the conspiracy guys, they came out of the woodwork last night, Annapolis was probably one of them too. I don't know, so we'll see. They're 12-3. Rams are 11-4. The 49ers are 10-4. So if they can get a win this weekend, there's no way that the 49ers beat the Rams. I bet the Rams absolutely put it on these dudes. So, all right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're at the road home. This hour, everything brought to you or matched this hour by the Huntsman Family Foundation. Matching dollar for dollar up to $1 million all day long. So get your donation matched by the Huntsman Family Foundation right now. Also want to say thanks to Modern Display, who are also a big part of this and one of the great sponsors. But 801-819-7300 to get that dollar matched here. And it all goes to help those at the Road Home. It helps the Road Home keep their mission alive all year long. 801-819-7300. We'll come back. It's all brought to you also by the folks at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. We'll take a break. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, A look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Freeway delays on I-15 in Salt Lake County, not as bad as usual, but slowing still remains both northbound and southbound heading out of Murray. The 21st Street exit in Ogden is also the starting point for I-15, slowing in both directions with the northbound delays, the results of a crash between Pioneer Road and 27 North. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule your professional snow services with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. So about a year and a half ago, Salt Lake City Fat Loss approached JJ and I, and they said, hey, do you want to start a program? Because we think it would be beneficial to both of you, but you got to be willing to do it. And I said, absolutely. I'm ready to get on a program. I need to be held accountable. And that's what you got with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. SLCFatLoss.com is the website. I dropped 65 pounds in 60 days. The weight reduction phase of the program, phenomenal. And you know what? It's just like anything. You got to do the work. And there's nothing easy about having to do something like this. But if you change your mindset, if you're able to have a program that is easily followable, as I've liked to say during all this, I've been able to follow this thing. It's worked for me. And it can work for you as well. And right now they're doing $400 off of the program. That's the most money we've ever seen them do. It's an end-of-the-year sale that you can have with the program. Go to their website, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Check out the results. You'll see the before and after pictures. You'll see people's success stories right there online as well. But get that 15-minute phone consultation. Get $400 off right now. Get your new year started right. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like...
Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. with the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. With the kids jingle.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking Christmas music, Napolis.
Why are you not singing?
Oh, I don't want to embarrass anybody.
Hey,
we might be on a
You are the karaoke king.
I know. We're also out of the studio.
What?
Even if there's like a half a second delay, then it just sounds weird. And I'm not going to do it. You're right, though. I am the best singer at Broadcast House. No problem.
You could take that.
It's not a big deal.
It's not a title I'll fight for.
I did see Alex Boye in the building this week, though. So if he's in the building, then I'm not the best singer in the building. All right. Let me see here. Welcome back. We're at the road home. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Sly sitting in for JJ today, and we're doing a good cause thing today. Now, our show isn't a good cause every day, but today it is, and we lean on the folks from the road home who help this community so much. You can make your donation now. It gets matched by the Huntsman Family Foundation. 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Okay, Sly. I was trying to figure out earlier what this was going to look like because I didn't know if it was actually going to work, but I was looking for a top 10 and I found it, and I wanted to ask you your thoughts on this one. Out of the teams that are in the playoff, okay?
College football.
College football here.
Well, the Chiefs lost, so, they're not in the playoffs anymore.
Yeah, well, but it's not just – so I have in front of me the bowls and their logos, but I'm not going to ask you about the logos. I'm going to ask you by popularity the most popular bowl games across the history of bowl games. So you're going to have to give me the bowl games of your which one are, and now obviously you have to think about the big ones, but you got to think about the other ones. This is by ratings all time.
Of who watches these games?
Yeah, so obviously people tune in because maybe it has the better matchups.
This is all bowl games, not just New Year's Six.
Not just New Year's Six. So you got to get those, and you got to get the rest of the four as well. So, on your mark, get set, go.
Sugar Bowl, Rose Bowl,
got it.
Cotton Bowl,
got it.
Orange Bowl,
got it.
Holiday Bowl. Why am I missing these? I said Rose Bowl. I said Cotton Bowl.
You have 5 of the 6. I have 5 of the 6.
What is the other freaking bowl? Okay, just bowl games. Popular, not Pop-Tarts. Bowl games. Music City. What's a good one? Bowl games. Fiesta Bowl. Oh, that's
yeah. There you go.
Fiesta
Ding.
Bowl. Let's go Emerald Bowl.
the Emerald Nut Bowl? No.
Poinciana Bowl, Vegas Bowl. Let's go. What is Arizona's bowl game used to be? Let's go El Paso Sun Bowl.
The Sun Bowl?
Sun Bowl. Let's see here. What is Cornhusker Bowl? What is
time.
Yeah, that's terrible.
The Cornhusker Bowl. Okay, so the other 4, you'll kick yourself a little bit. So the Citrus Bowl.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I used to get that mixed up with the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, no, I know.
I used to.
I know, because my father-in-law played in the Tangerine Bowl. I know. That became the Citrus Bowl.
Right.
Because they were like, look, we're competing. You can't say
Peach Bowl. I didn't say Peach Bowl.
You didn't say the Peach Bowl.
Gosh, dang it.
So the Peach Bowl.
Yeah.
The Gator Bowl. The Citrus Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one was, oh, my gosh, where did it go? And the last one is, I'm missing it now.
Wow.
Well, number 9. We're only going to be able to do 9.
Oh, what's the Sarsaparilla Bowl? The Gasparilla?
No, it's not the Sarsaparilla. The Sarsaparilla Bowl. No, absolutely not. We said the Outback Bowl. Well, anyway.
We didn't say the Outback Bowl.
Yeah.
That
All right.
is- okay. Why is all these Florida games the most popular ones?
Because the weather's nice, and a lot of teams want to play down there, and a lot of good teams end up playing on TV with those. So those are the highest rated in the history of the.
Phooey.
Number one, of course, is the Rose Bowl, the most desired bowl game to watch.
Granddaddy of them all.
It is a spectacular. We're joined right now. We're at the Road Home. We told you all this hour and all day long, the Huntsman Family Foundation has been matching dollar for dollar your donations, and your generosity is absolutely needed at this time. Let me give the phone number out right now, and we'll chat with one of our guests because I think this is really important. I'm going to give you the number now. You can start dialing in to make that donation, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. And get that donation going. You can also just go to roadhome.org, theroadhome.org/donate as well. Sharice Nord joining us on the program, Director of Supportive Housing Services for the Road Home. This is a day in and day out job for you, Sharice. First of all, thank you for coming on the program here with us.
Oh, thank you.
What's the daily difficulty that you and your team are facing when it comes to not just housing people, but the idea of not having enough space or not having the resources, and what can people do to help with that?
Well, I think it's across the state, right? Housing costs are so high, so people don't want to be on our services. People don't want to come for help. There's a lot of pride, and so I think there are so many people that wouldn't even need to come to us if housing was more affordable, and so that's a barrier for sure. We see people that make tons of progress. I work specifically with our housing programs, and we have a case management team that is doing everything from, just connecting with services to, really intense things like, helping connect with therapy or treatment, things like that. So we do all of that, but at the end of the day, people do better when they're in housing, and we just need more of that deeply affordable housing piece.
People make assumptions about people who are experiencing homelessness.
Right.
What do you guys do to combat that? And what's the real face of somebody who's battling this homelessness and who's coming in and receiving these services here?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I think the impression is kind of the person on the street, thinking substance use, mental illness, those kinds of things. And those are true. We see that a lot. But homelessness is so wide. It touches people. We have people in our housing programs that have never experienced homelessness before. They had a major life event, maybe medical, maybe job loss, and they're coming to us for services. So we can work with a whole range of things, and we have specialized housing programs for that. Some people just, need that deposit assistance, first month's rent to get back on their feet. Some people need more support, more long-term support, and that's where our case management teams come in, and we go through it all.
The tactile things too, right? The gloves, the shoes, the coats, all those things. Those really hit, home as well. I think for people who know this time of year when it's cold and you have the idea of a family who's out there with a couple of kids in a car, it's not warm enough, they don't have a place to sleep. You can help that family right now. You can help so many of the folks in our community who are absolutely devastated by some of the things that have happened, these life events, as you put it. Yeah. Because it is. I had one of my kids ask me the other day, how does somebody become homeless? And I was like, wow, it's a complicated question.
It really is.
And it is easy to just say, mental illness and drug and alcohol addictions. It's like, listen, those are things that have to be addressed. However, there are so many reasons, and a lot of them, like you said, the people don't choose this, and they certainly didn't think they'd ever be there.
Right.
And that's a hard thing, I think, for them to say, I need to get help. And having that when you come to a place and they say, I need to get help, and you guys reaching out that hand is a big time deal. So thank you so much for what you guys do in this community.
Oh, absolutely. We want to be there, whether it's, it's neighbors, friends, family, members of your church. It's everybody that could come to us at some point in their lives, and we want to be there and provide compassionate, kind, caring service.
Sharice Nord, Director of the Supportive Housing Services for the Road Home. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to give that phone number out again. All your dollars are matched today by the Huntsman Family Foundation, and a big extra thanks also to the folks at Modern Display this hour who have helped us out as well. I'm going to give that phone number out, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300, or go to theroadhome.org/donate. We'll come right back next hour. Let's talk Nebraska football and Utah football. Stay here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Looking for the ultimate holiday gift? Look no further than Minky Couture, the original luxury blanket company. Whether it's for a college sports fan or your mother-in-law, Minky Couture has the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Get the best blankets and best gifts ever and save 50% off this season with promo code ZONE50. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit any of the 6 locations. Minky Couture has you covered this holiday season with the best gift ever.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Christmas. Baby, please come home.
All right, Sly, it's been 24 hours since we were able to digest the Kyle Whittingham media scrum. and of course, during that time, us and all the other media have been scrambling to try to guess and see what
dissect what he was actually talking about.
Oh, pause it right there. Look at his facial expression. There's a lot of
I was just looking at his shirt.
I think leaning on PK like we did yesterday is probably the best way to do it because PK is nothing if not a pro, but he also
understands these
moments. But he also, he gets a little bit of extra information, and he has no problem just being like, I wouldn't be surprised if, and then tell you, hey, fill in the blank. But ultimately, Kyle Whittingham's his own dude. What we do know is that going out on a year like this, I think
feels a lot better than 5-7.
Well, my question is if they would have gone 5-7 or 6-6, would he have come back again for another year till he left, quote unquote, left the program in good hands, or in a good spot? I guess is what he.
That would be the battle, right? That would be the battle. Is is it me? Am I the problem? Is what you would be battling versus what you're capable of and doing all of that. So honestly, the competitor spirit, and you got to understand what is the community asking for. We talked about it, right? Like those 7 losses last year, how many of those were defined by 8 points or less, right? If we add 8 more points to each of those games for you, are they 9-3, 10-2 last year? And so another typical season. So you understand exactly what you were missing, and he was able to right that ship this year. Unfortunately, losing to your rivals down south, and of course the eventual Big 12 championship, Big 12 champion Texas Tech. But I think that this guy just loves football.
Yeah.
Right? I know he's always said it I don't want to be here like my dad was, like Lavelle was, or whatever. But bro, it's in you. You keep fighting what's not you. And so, with that being said, it's hard to see him walk away. But at the same time, it's you got to understand this ever changing NCAA football. It's not about football anymore.
What's crazy is I picture Lavelle Edwards when he retired. He looked like a guy who, you go, yeah, you know what? He can retire. He's been doing it a long time. He retired at 70. That's only 4 years older than Kyle.
Right.
They're on a very different
path.
Trajectory, and I think that Kyle could do this for a lot longer than people might give him credit for.
I give him 5 more years that he could do this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. If you want this guy to come in and right the ship at your program.
But guarantee 5 years, $100 million?
$100 million, huh, for 5 years?
Why not? These oil billionaires are doing it.
$20 million, no problem. All right. Our show, it's JJ and Alex, by the way. Alex Curie, Sly sitting in for JJ today. We're at the Road Home in Midvale, of course, and we're trying to help people, of course, who are dealing with homelessness right now in our community. And you can donate, and the Huntsman Family Foundation is helping this hour. Let me give the phone number out, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. We'll be here all the rest of our show. But first, let's get to the cut here because we've got to talk Utah versus Nebraska, another bowl game that we're looking at and we're going, okay, it's the battle of which team is going to care more about being in this bowl game. We're going to kick it off here this hour with the cut. Let's jump in here with Evan Bland. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. Evan Bland covers Nebraska football for the Omaha World Herald. Evan, thanks for joining us, man.
You got it, guys. How's it going?
Oh, good. We're just it's bowl season, so every day a new bowl pops up on our TV, and we go, that's today, huh? And here we are. It happened again this morning for me, but, of course, the first playoff game of the season is going to be happening tonight in less than an hour. The Nebraska football program, Nebraska facing off against Utah in the Vegas Bowl. Where is Matt Rule's program right now? Obviously, in the exact moment, it feels from the outside looking in that it's quite a bit of turmoil, but is it less turmoil than we think or more?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. They just hired a new defensive.
Right there.
That was a big sigh.
I mean, it's a busy time of year anyway, right? With the portal and everything, and Nebraska's former 5-star quarterbacks in there, and Dylan Raiola, and so they're rolling with their freshman TJ Lateef in the bowl game, and like I said, new defensive coordinator. They've hired a couple position coaches. Still have to find a defensive line coach, and so it's sort of it's sort of an end to the 25 season in the sense that Nebraska wants to prove that what happened against Penn State and Iowa when they got run over and gave up 77 points, that was sort of a fluke. But they're also very much looking ahead into next season, and they're going to be playing this game without Emmett Johnson, who was a first-team All-American running back for them. And so this is, in a lot of ways, an audition for next season, as well as maybe exactly what the plan is going to be in the transfer portal for them next month. So kind of caught somewhere in between right now, but I know they felt like this was another season of improvement, but there's still a lot to go to get to where they want to be.
What happened during the month of November? It seems like the wheels kind of really fell off there towards the end of the season. You guys were rolling pretty well, about 6-2 at that point. But here we go into November, and a lot of things happened. What happened during that month of November?
Yeah, the big turning point was they had a November 1st home game against USC, and they had a blackout theme that night, and they're leading by 8 points in the third quarter, and they have the ball, and Dylan Raiola drops back. He gets sacked. He breaks his leg on the play, and Nebraska goes on to lose the game. And that was a major turning point in the season. That kind of was a game you felt like they had a pretty good chance to win, if not for that injury, and then things could have gone a lot differently. But they follow that up. They go to UCLA and beat, what's quite honestly been a bad Bruins team this year. And then really the thing that I think a lot of fans worried about all year was how would Nebraska hold up on the line of scrimmage, especially on the defensive side. And they played in their last two games, Penn State and Iowa, who were just able to assert their dominance. And that's kind of where that went. And, like I mentioned earlier, they've since fired their defensive line coach, made a change at defensive coordinator. And that's been the one non-negotiable in this Matt Rule era is they can tolerate mistakes, but they can't tolerate a lack of physicality and a lack of toughness. And that's really what happened over those last two games. Iowa's been a team that's held down Nebraska for the last decade plus, and that happened again. And I think you saw the sense of urgency with some of the moves since that point, but the month of November has been a real struggle for Nebraska for a long time. That predates the Matt Rule era by quite a few years.
Right, yeah.
So they're still trying to figure that thing out. It hasn't happened yet, but that's quite honestly what they want to be is what Utah is. They want to be defined by what they do on the line of scrimmage, and then you kind of figure things out from there, and they just haven't gotten to that point yet.
I covered a game between BYU and Nebraska, I guess it was 2016 maybe, and going to Memorial Stadium was like one of those checklist things for a guy who loved watching football growing up and covered it and now works kind of in this industry, and it was just one of those places that I was in awe of, 90,000 strong there. Matt Rule extends, and he was part of that conversation of the possibility of maybe going back to Penn State, all that stuff. But the reaction of Nebraska saying, hey, we want you to stay here, obviously they want him there then. Or at least they feel like he could take them to a place that they haven't been. And I don't think anybody is going to go, well, you just have to get us back to Tom Osborne levels and you'll be fine. I mean, that's a lot to ask of a guy. But what is Matt Rule's – how is he approaching the community? What do people think of him? And obviously the athletic department believes he can bring success to this program long term.
Yeah, he's been great as a CEO, as a big picture visionary type. And Nebraska's given him everything that he wants, whether that's plans to, have grass practice fields to some of the nutrition things. They want to be the best, have the best training table in the country in terms of the meals that they provide. There's a brand new facility with, strength training and things that are top of the line. But I think with Rule, he's a guy who loves the community. That's a big part of it. And he's comfortable going out and representing the brand. He'll go on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN and he'll have his own podcast. And he does these things not to self-promote. I really believe it's to put Nebraska out there. And you contrast that with a long line of head coaches at Nebraska who haven't gotten it done. And he's a breath of fresh air. When you think back to the Scott Frost era or the Mike Riley era, Bo Pelini before that, they all had different ways that they, I think, were uncomfortable in Lincoln, in kind of the center of the spotlight. And, Matt Rule's a guy who's East Coast tough who's been an NFL head coach and I think has kind of found his calling in college. And quite honestly, his strengths, in my opinion, are more valuable in today's college football than they would have been even 10 years ago, when you're talking about re-recruiting your roster every year and igniting a fan base and just doing a lot of the things that you didn't have to do back then. So I think he's very much ingratiated himself to the fan base. They've won they've shown improvement every year. They went 5-7 in his first year, 6-6 last year, 7-5 now. So it hasn't been Curt Cignetti explosion like you've seen at Indiana, but there has been a steady progression that I think fans appreciate. They haven't been to consecutive bowl games in more than a decade, so there is progress when you look at what's going on. I just think the way the season ended, fans were looking for a little bit more this year. The schedule lined up for a little bit more this year, and ultimately, I think they're still happy with the progress that's been made. They just wish it would have been a little more.
So what has the vibe been like with I don't even know if this is possible for you to understand or no, just the recruiting aspect, right? With Raiola going into the transfer portal, my other question was, what was the vibe like when the Penn State thing with Matt Rule earlier this season was going on? But how has the recruiting been affected? I know that Matt Rule wants to improve this program. You talked about nutrition. You talked about, the grass fields and stuff like that and understanding exactly what the program needs. But what is the conversations like with bringing in new talent?
Well, I think it does start with Dylan Raiola. I mean, he was a guy when he committed a couple years ago as a 5-star who had been committed to Ohio State, to Georgia. Like, he made it okay for the other top talent in the country to consider Nebraska. Like, that got a lot of people's attention. And ultimately, there was some talent that followed him, probably not as much as maybe he anticipated or Nebraska anticipated. But I do think this upcoming offseason is going to be very telling, as it will be at a lot of schools, because for the first time it's about revenue sharing, and it's not just pay-for-play NIL, which is what we've seen the last few years. And that's been an area where Nebraska has not been at the level of a lot of the other fellow blue bloods in the sport. And so it feels like really for the first time since in this transfer era that they're on equal ground in terms of the financial piece of what goes into this. And so we're going to see how that translates necessarily, but that's a really interesting part. And then, I mentioned the facilities are brand new. The fan support is top 2% in college football when you talk about the consecutive sellout streak back to the 1960s and how that can translate to true NIL and these different things. So they're very much trying to operationalize a lot of these things that have been assets for Nebraska in the past. And, if you go to Las Vegas and you look good against a Utah team that you're a big underdog against, I think that could get some attention as well. But, ultimately players want to go places where they're in the college football playoff and they're playing meaningful football games in November. Right. Nebraska's sort of getting there. It's not to the point where they want to be, but I do think that the things, all the pieces around the program are in place for them to succeed. It just hasn't happened with that big season that's allowed things to take off.
One of the things, obviously, preparing for this game, we always have to guess. Now, if it's not a college football playoff matchup, it seems like these teams, you got to figure out what their motivation level is. But with the Kyle Whittingham team, and now with him stepping away, they announced, of course, Morgan Scalley is going to be the head coach, but he's going to be they're going to both be on that sideline roaming. It might be for the last time ever for Kyle Whittingham, certainly as a head coach. What is the Nebraska fan base and kind of everybody else looking on from the outside looking into Utah? What do they think of this Utah program, and what do they think about what this team is that they're going to be facing off against in Las Vegas?
A ton of respect. I mean, truly, like, Utah plays the way that I think Nebraska fans ache to return to. Like, when you think about the best Nebraska football teams, when they win 3 titles in the 90s and, they're playing for a national title, and as recently as 2001, like, those teams were defined by their lines of scrimmage and their toughness and just the style of play. And I think there's been a high level of respect for how Utah goes about its business in that regard. Like I mentioned, both lines of scrimmage being dominant pieces. Nebraska would kill to have 2 tackles being high NFL draft picks. Like that's just not something that they've seen in a long time. And so
good news is they don't have to face them in the bowl game.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I just think the style of play that Utah has, the style of the culture that Kyle Whittingham's put there, Nebraska fans respect that. Probably the Big Ten comparison would have been Wisconsin until the last couple of years. But Nebraska, like, game recognizes game, right? Like that's kind of something that I think Nebraska fans are excited about. And quite honestly, that's the reason why I think there's not a ton of optimism that Nebraska is going to be able to hang in this game, because I think there's a belief locally in Lincoln that that Utah program is just so rock solid that they're going to be able to plug and play with whoever's next at tackle. And they're so confident in their identity and how they go about their business. Whereas, Nebraska now is getting ready for its 3rd defensive coordinator in 4 years, and they're kind of trying to figure out what they do well and how they go about things. So I think Utah's been in a place where Nebraska wants to be, with continuity, toughness, identity, and it's going to be really interesting to see those 2 programs clash on that 31st.
Yeah, I mean, my last question is kind of, wrapped around all of that. I definitely understand where you stand and where Nebraska wants to be, but I'm always intrigued when they have new coaching staffs and new people in and how they want to preach and bring people in, right? Like, what is Nebraska? Has Nebraska said anything about how they plan to get these guys to understand the new coaching just for this one game, right? The new defensive coordinator, defensive line. You guys are giving up over 200 yards rushing in the month of November, and that's Utah's bread and butter. How are Nebraska talking about navigating around that?
Well, it's sort of a transitional time. So the defensive coordinator for this game is not their new hire, Rob Orich. It's a guy who's been an associate head coach. Phil Snow is his name. He was Matt Rule's DC for the first 10 years of his head coaching career. So he's the one leading the charge in this game. And part of the reason they made the change was they felt like defensively they weren't getting enough, maybe emotional amping, like the players just weren't ready emotionally or weren't all that prepared. So Phil Snow's been a guy throughout his career who has done that. So it'll be interesting to see how things change in that regard. And then actually today, Matt Rule had a press conference, and he's sort of seen the light recently in terms of now he's working with the defensive line, which is something he hasn't done much at all in his time at Nebraska. Like his whole thing lately has been when his hat's on backward, he's Matt. He's not Coach Rule. He's Matt. He's the guy who's going to get in there and be a defensive line coach. Yeah. So I think the players have felt like that's made a difference in the last couple of weeks too. So to me, that's, I think, one of the fascinating pieces to watch is you're largely going to see the same Nebraska team that you saw in November. But if some of these changes have taken effect, you'll probably see a team that's a little bit more motivated, probably more sure of itself in terms of where it needs to be and how it goes about its business. So I think that's fascinating, like to see the value of enthusiasm, motivation, energy, whatever you want to call it. It does seem like they feel like they need to sort of acquit themselves to what happened against Penn State and Iowa. And I think there's a sense that they realize they're a big underdog in this game. And in a way that can kind of free them up to do what they do. Not that it's necessarily going to work, but I do think you're going to see a team that's a little bit more motivated and energetic than you saw down the stretch.
Evan Bland, he covers Nebraska football for the Omaha World Herald. Evan, appreciate it. Obviously a New Year's Eve game in Las Vegas. Looking forward to it, and thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Appreciate you guys. Yep. Take care.
There you go. All right. It's tough to throw a freshman quarterback in there against this defense, huh?
Yeah, Jackson Benny's going to tee off on that nickel blitz, man.
All right. Well, Yeah, I don't think if I'm a Nebraska fan, I don't have a lot of confidence
you're going
either.
to be because Morgan Scalley's going to be wanting to set a stage for what his team is going to be.
Oh, you're right.
It's going to be an absolute. Yeah,
He already wants to start getting that identity.
If he's saying it's
going
to be the same Nebraska team from all of November, that is.
Well, it's a bad deal.
That's a bad deal.
By the way, we're at the Road Home. We've been telling you all day about how big of a deal it is for our community. Utah is the #1 charitable state in the entire union, and guess what? We show up, and we're asking you to show up. We're asking the KSL Sports Zone fans to show up as well. 801-819-7300. That's going to get matched. Your donation is going to get matched dollar for dollar, thanks to the folks at the Huntsman Family Foundation who are matching it all day long up to $1 million. It's just an awesome thing to do. Emily Wegener is the president of the Road Home Board of Trustees. We were just talking with Eli McCann a few minutes ago as well. Obviously, like this being a passion of yours, it goes way further than that. This is a commitment that you've made. Why was it important to be a part of this at the level that you are as president of the board?
Well, I first became involved with the Road Home through the Girl Scout troop when my daughters were about the age of the Girl Scouts. And there's a Girl Scout troop that's run out of the Midvale shelter. And I just realized that these girls hadn't made any different decisions in life to end up living in a shelter than my girls had made to live with me. And kind of extending that, just how close all of us are to potentially being in rough circumstances and being able to extend grace and help where I can has been really meaningful to me. I feel like I get a lot more out of it than I give in a lot of ways to be a part of this community.
What's the face in 2025 of a person who's experiencing homelessness? I think there's something that people think, the stigmas that surround, I think, the homeless community or people who are experiencing homelessness at that moment. What's the reality though? Because I think that's important for the audience to understand.
Yeah, people are often surprised to learn that most of our families that live in the family shelter have at least one working parent. Frequently, people come on hard times through a health issue or if their apartment gets purchased by someone else and they get evicted and they don't have money for a deposit, or if they've run through any family members or help that they've had. Another myth, though, is that people spend a long time here. Most of it, we've got great case management, and most people who spend time here are out and into housing relatively quickly.
If there's just the regular person who's got their kids in a Girl Scout troop and they go, I want to get involved, how can just an average person in the community, aside from donating, great, what's another way people can be a part of this and help the Road Home in addition to just making those donations?
Well, I think that one great thing to do is to come and serve a meal, and specifically to do it over time, because if you come weekly or monthly, you tend to see you see people more than once, and you kind of can get to know people that way. I think that's a great first way to volunteer and to kind of become part of this community is through that. And the signups for those are super easy online. You can just through the Road Home's website find a time that works for you and sign up with your family.
Emily Wegener, she's the president of the Road Home Board of Trustees. Thanks for inviting us and having us, and on top of it, thanks for all you do for the community, because we'd be lost without this type of organization, and I appreciate what you guys do here in the community, and we really do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me get that phone number out. If you want to get your dollars matched, dollar for dollar, with the help of the Huntsman Family Foundation this hour, give us a call right now. There are people in need, and those dollars are going to go so far. And it's not just about this time of the year. It's about all year long, 365 days a year. They have to put people in the shelter. They have to house families. They have to house couples or single people, whatever the circumstances are, and for whatever reason that they have found themselves homeless in that moment. 801-819-7300. Get those dollars matched right now. 801-819-7300. Or just go to theroadhome.org/donate. That's theroadhome.org/donate. We will come back. We've got more coming up here. By the way, it's a Mammoth hockey night. They're back at home. That's a good one. That's good news for Bear Tourney and his guys. The New Jersey Devils coming into town. And we're going to get you ready for that one as well at the top of the hour. Stay here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound and southbound slowing in a major way on US 89 approaching I-84 at the mouth of Weber Canyon, but the earlier crash on northbound I-15 in Far West has been cleared. One of the slowest spots in Salt Lake County right now is northbound I-15 going from South Salt Lake up to 13 South. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Legend at Utah, the one and only Christian Cox.
What are your expectations for Morgan?
Complicated, right? I've never met anyone as passionate and as committed to how the Utah way of working, the Utah way of running a program. He's observed it. He's made a giant impact. I think he has the funding. Who's he going to hire? Who's he going to retain? Who are going to be his leaders? Because the leaders are the difference. If I go back in the 08 years, we had a young coaching staff, but like Kyle just plucked and had basically head coach material at position coaches. And so how can Morgan do that? And call me in 3 years or 4 years after my kids are a little older. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm up trying to throw my hat in the ring to go coach and be up at the U and contribute. And I think Morgan will get way more of that.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth hosts the New Jersey Devils tonight, 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU hosts Abilene Christian at 7:30 on 102.7 FM. Tomorrow, the Aggies host Colorado State at noon on 97.5 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Magic at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today. This holiday season, make your wish list a reality at Performance Automotive in Bountiful. When you choose performance, you're choosing selection, convenience, and exceptional service. With 3 locations, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Performance Ford, Performance Automotive is here to serve your needs. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, driven to be the best. Start your search today at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive. driven to be the best.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz guard Keontae George talking about how Isaiah Collier makes him feel a lot more comfortable on the floor.
You know, he makes the game easier for everybody. Definitely makes the game easier for me, just being able to have him take the ball and understanding that he's going to find either me or Lowry or really just make the right play, honestly, every time he comes down the floor.
Everybody's stepping up these days. Brought to you, the Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Come back, we'll talk Utah Mammoth, who are coming up at the top of the hour, taking on the New Jersey Devils. Devils in town, and the Mammoth hoping to get a home win, get some more points, keep crawling up those standings. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Schmaltz out wide, shoots, rebound, they score! Clayton Keller stashes it in, and the Mammoth are out in front early in period number 2. Sergachev pinches down, finds Hayden, he looks in, shoots at the goal line, they score! Punched in by Dylan Gunter. Hayden got it to the front, and Gunter had the exclamation point. Keller right circle, one-timer, Stenlund, he scores! Mammoth follow it up, and it's 4-1. Kevin Stenlund with a rocket.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex on a Friday afternoon. We're going to have a college football playoff game coming up here in a few minutes. Oklahoma hosting Alabama. That should be a really fun one. I was looking at this. This thing here, Sly. I'm going to pull it back up again. I have in front of me. Could you name teams that have a first-team All-American on the first-team All-American team, offense or defense?
Name teams?
Yeah, name however many teams you could come up with. Teams, first-team offense and first-team defense.
They have both?
No, just any one of those. Any team.
I mean, they got to be
one of those.
Big Ten SEC front-loaded there, from Miami to Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama, of course.
No Alabama first-team All-Americans.
Ryan Smith thinking on it?
Mm-mm.
Is it Ryan Smith? Who's the receiver down there? Oh, did he get injured this year?
I don't know.
I thought he would have been, but
no Alabama. No Alabama on there.
All right, Oregon.
Oregon's on there.
Of course, Mendoza, Pavia. Did Pavia make second team?
No, Pavia. With
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt has. They say they have a first teamer somewhere. Their logo's in here. So.
Texas A&M.
Texas Tech, and Texas A&M. No Texas.
Oh, Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech. That guy. I know he's on there.
Yep, got it.
He's a beast. First team All-Americans, Utah, of course.
You're doing awesome, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The ones that are still up, you probably won't get them.
Right.
USC's on the list. Notre Dame's on the list.
Syracuse.
And LSU's on the list. Okay, the ones you wouldn't have expected. Lots of special teams. Hawaii's kicker. Hawaii's kicker got first team.
Didn't he have like 4-game winners this year?
La Tech has a first team. Yeah, La Tech is
O-line, D-line?
No idea. Mizzou
Oh, it's long snapper.
How about Western Kentucky with a first-team addition on? Navy's also got a first-team All-American.
Western Kentucky always has a prolific offense.
There's always something going on, yeah. So there you go. Those are all the teams. Oh, UConn. Who would have thought UConn's got a first-teamer? Yeah.
Oh, what is it? The holder?
I don't know if Holder's there. DB, by the way, Latex DB is there, and so is the punter from. It's Western Kentucky's punter that made it. And then I would assume that. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Oh, Skylar Bell is the wideout from UConn who's got All-American honors.
Bell,
yeah,
nice.
yeah. Yep. So there you go. Okay, let's talk some hockey. The Mammoth, of course, hosting tonight, coming back home, hosting the Devils of New Jersey coming into town. I went to this game last year when the Devils came into town. You know, they have the one trip out here that they'll do once a year, and they had a hard time against New Jersey. They lost at home to this team.
Wasn't our Utah Grizzlies team like a farm league of New Jersey or something? Like
I'm not sure. Maybe the ECHL rep it's like a double A kind of. I don't know. Maybe
there was some kind of tie there.
Either way, New Jersey coming into town tonight, and I'm telling you, they've had a couple days off since that back-to-back that saw them lose one night to the Boston Bruins and then win the next night against the Atlantic leading Detroit Red Wings, and it was a blowout. It was just a phenomenal game, and to be able to put it together. So they're going to have a home. They're going to have a home game here before they go back out on the road again. But this is huge right now. This is kind of crunch time because the pressure for Bill Armstrong to get it done, the pressure for Bear to get it done, I think it's just really ramping up.
Oh yeah.
And anytime they've had like moments where they lose a couple in a row, people start to go, "Hold on a minute, what are we doing here?" Right. And then they start looking around, going, "Who are you going to fire? Who are you going to get rid of?" And those are conversations that are being had.
Well, you don't want to get too far out of the mix.
Right.
Minnesota Wilds are already 7 games.
So the thing is that in their division, like they're 10 points behind the next team in the standings.
Right.
They're 10 points behind Minnesota to get into that third spot in the Western or in the Central Division, making up 10 points. And they have one more game. They've played one more game than the Wild have.
Right.
I mean, that's 5 wins.
Yeah.
Right there,
but
behind.
That's
the separation.
Having Minnesota lose 5 games.
Oh yeah. No, it's Colorado is leading, and they're the best team in the league right now. Dallas is right there; they're super good. Minnesota's got 47 points, 55, 51, division. 47. I know, and then the rest are Utah's leading the pack of 5 teams that are in the 30s of points.
Yeah,
and that's not a great place to be in. However, all you can do is win games, and they won 2 out of the last 3, and they've been playing a lot better. But I don't know when they come home. So here's the thing: you want to be 500 on the road. They're 9-11-2 on the road, so they're almost there. At home, they've had more losses than I think they wanted to take, obviously. But 8-5-1 at home. They are 5-5 in their last 10. I think that this team with New Jersey coming into town tonight, I think you have an opportunity here. You steal that win, and you steal a win from those guys. And New Jersey, I don't think is as good as they were last year at this time when they came in. But New Jersey is also right now coming off of so they're on the road right now. Vegas a couple days ago. They're coming here to Utah tonight, and so they're going to be semi-fresh. It's not a back-to-back for them, but this is a big one.
Still West Coast trip.
Yeah, and you wonder how much that impacts how teams do and what they're going to look like here. But they're about 5. They're the same thing, 5-5 out of their last 10, and so this is a winnable game for Bear Tourney and his guys. And I think the energy that they've had on the road, interestingly enough, recently at home hasn't necessarily been matched. So I want to see that energy at home tonight matched like they had. How do you bottle up that Detroit Red Wings performance and bottle up the attitude that went with that? I'm hoping that they carry some of that into the arena tonight.
What's hard about those things is you got to kind of forget about it. You got to take this new game as a new game, right? You can't really live on the last game. It's just like you preparing for the last game. You can't change how you prepare from game to game. You got to give the same energy in preparations. Just because it worked out the last game doesn't mean it's going to work out this game. So they have to treat this opponent not like it's the Detroit Red Wings, but as the New Jersey Devils, man. And so they have to go out there and just have the same mindset of kicking their butt, but you can't sit here and be like, oh, we did good last game, that's going to carry over to this one. No, you got to put that out and be forceful and intentional is what the word I like to use. They got to be intentional about the work that they put in, and they're very capable. We've talked about how this team has just been absolutely outstanding all year. Dylan Gunther has played.
He's been awesome lately,
awesome.
too.
Every
Yeah.
highlight, this guy is just a goal machine. And so him putting up points, the defense, they just got to continue on taking it game by game, not taking the last game with them, whether bad or good, right? If they had a bad last game, forget about it. Good last game, forget about it. This is a new game, new day, and you just keep winning, man. In your community, your team, administration, everybody's going to be right behind you.
Take a break here. We'll come back. We'll dip in one more time with one of our guests here at the road home. And we're taking those donations all day long. They're getting matched all day long by the folks at the Huntsman Family Foundation, 801-819-7300. It's all part of our road home mediathon here during the holidays. And we love being able to bring that to you. So we'll take a break here. We'll come back, and we'll get you ready for hockey next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound and southbound slowing in a major way on US 89 approaching the I-84 at the mouth of Weber Canyon, but the earlier crash on northbound I-15 in Far West has been cleared. One of the slowest spots in Salt Lake County now is northbound I-15 going from South Salt Lake up to 13 South. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Games, work, book, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City fat loss. Go check out the website that has helped me drop 65 pounds in the past 18 months. Well, really, it took 60 days. The reduction phase lasted 60 days. And then I got to the maintenance phase, which has always been the hardest for me. And guess what? I've been able to have those results, and I've been able to see what it does for people like yourself. If you're listening right now and you say, hey, I do have to get back on track, we're going to give you an awesome opportunity because Salt Lake City Fat Loss is doing this. The program that has helped so many people drop weight and keep it off naturally. Go to their website right now, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Get a 15-minute free phone consultation. All the way up through the end of the year, they're offering $400 off. Never seen that amount. We've seen $200 before. We've seen $150. $400 off. Jumpstart that year. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Hey, Doug, I was wondering if I could test drive a sweet new Kia Telluride.
Weren't you here yesterday?
Was I?
And the day before?
People tell me I have one of those faces.
All right, but this is the last one.
Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on all new 2025 Kia Tellurides. Discounted price includes $2,000 customer cash through KFA. Additional discounts applied from Doug Smith Kia. No one knows Kia like Doug.
Do you feel behind in your retirement planning? Call Teton Wealth Group now, 435-255-6331, and our team will create for you your own complimentary Ascent plan that will show you how you can have a retirement full of purpose, prosperity, and joy. Just call Teton Wealth Group, 435-255-6331. If you're anxious about your finances in retirement, call Teton Wealth Group at 435-255-6331 for your own Ascent plan. That's 435-255-6331.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this holiday season? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving Christmas shakes. And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie here. Sly filling in for JJ today. Appreciate you coming along here with us. We're going to get in with one of our guests today, and Elizabeth Stenek. Am I saying that right? Let me see here. Stenek. Okay, I just didn't want to. Stenek. Then.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so Stenek. Now, listen, this is fun because Elizabeth has been feeding all of us here in this tent, and I did not give the proper respect when she showed up. I was like, "Oh, you've been feeding this." And look, talk show hosts, DJs, we're a hungry group. So
As you should be.
We appreciate the support from you guys. But obviously, Texas Roadhouse, the road home, you don't just go, well, we'll just donate some food to a thing. The road home is a big deal in this community, trying to fight the homelessness.
Yeah.
It's a huge deal. Why do you guys get involved? Why is that important to Texas Roadhouse?
So our founder, Kent Taylor, he had this vision of us being in the community. So every Texas Roadhouse has one of me, which is a local store marketer. Basically, I'm a walking, talking Texas Roadhouse commercial.
Yes, you are.
But how I go through that is, thankfully, my managing partner, Nick Smith, is so generous in our community. So a school calls me and they're like, hey, we want you to do a field trip, or we would like to, have you be a part of this event. Riverton, Harriman, Bluffdale, South Jordan, all of the firefighters, the first responders, I have all of their numbers. They call me. Harriman does like to pull me over every once in a while, and I'm like, what did I do? And they're like, hey, Elizabeth. And I'm like, oh, hey. So just, be part in that community and give back. You won't ever see a Texas Roadhouse commercial, because us giving back into the community is our way of building our business and of supporting that community.
The armadillo has showed up at my kids' elementary school multiple times. And so
Mr. Andy, he's fantastic.
Is that what his name is?
His name is Andy the Armadillo.
Yeah, Mr. Andy. I love Mr. Andy. Very proper. But that's cool. They give you guys like the flexibility to say, hey, this is important to us here in the community.
Right.
And they go, great. Right, yeah, jump on that. Come on. We want you guys to be involved in it. And a lot of people do. They go, hey, we're here. Just know that we're here. But you guys are here, and you're on the ground, and you're doing it.
Absolutely. Our community supports us 363 days out of the year, because we're closed on Christmas and Thanksgiving. So everybody's really sad for Christmas. But we want to give back. We want to support our first responders. Texas Roadhouse gives free meals to our veterans on Veterans Day with vouchers. Or our store alone has raised $40,000 for breast cancer, for the Nixon Strong Foundation, for our veterans, Make-A-Wish Foundation. We're just all about what we can give back.
Texas Roadhouse, one of the many supporting groups and sponsors that are helping out at this event. We appreciate what you guys are doing.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm going to give that phone number out right now, 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. And you can also, and all those dollars are matched, by the way, right now by the folks at the Huntsman Family Foundation. We appreciate all of their support as well. We've got hockey coming up here around the corner. Want to remind you, this show, of course, brought to you by Performance Automotive in Bountiful. Don't forget what they do. And then, of course, the Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. You've got hockey coming up here around the corner. Normally on a night like this, Sly, I walk over to the arena and just start, and I catch the first period. But we're down here in Midvale. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have the double screen up. Hockey on one side, college football playoff on another.
Let's do it.
I'm looking forward to it. And I know. And listen, one more time, Oklahoma and Alabama. You said you had somebody. We differed on this one. I said I have Alabama.
I have Oklahoma.
You have Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to text you during this one just because I like texting talk. I like to have
I like to have talk crap because I'll spend my whole night talking crap to you. Don't get started because
I gave Napolis the emoji
last night,
and he barely even responded. Man.
Oh, yeah, that's not me. I'll be there all day. Even if I'm losing, I'm still going to be
okay.
talking smack.
I'm all for it then. So I'll send you good vibes from the Mammoth
and
game
when I make
that I'm
my
watching.
meatball subs this weekend, I'll definitely
You'll be thinking of me.
Pictures. Yeah.
Okay, all right. We appreciate all that the Road Home is doing in our community. Let me give that phone number out one more time: 801-819-7300. That's 801-819-7300. Hockey up next. Don't miss it. Your pregame show for the Utah Mammoth, and then puck drops at 7 right here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation.